Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays. This is episode 101. We're going to treat this like a season 2, but we're also going to continue right where we left off without skipping a beat. If you are curious what the final myth is for today's episode, it's going to be something that I think is really cool, and it is going to be, can you kill the tank by meleeing him to death in 5 seconds or less? I'm really looking forward to testing the final myth, and I hope you guys are too. And once again, as always, if you guys have a myth of your very own that you'd like to have be featured in next week's episode, please by all means put them here in the comment section down below. Or also, alternatively, you can put them in my Discord server, which is linked down below in this video's description. And since this is our first episode back in a long time, we're going to start off today's episode with 10 myths. But yeah, guys, with all that being said, I hope you end up enjoying this week's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth-Busting Mondays. Myth: when you get incapped from falling off the 3rd floor in the dead center atrium, if you land in the area of rescue, do you live or die? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Zaku, how the hell you been, man? It's been a long time, and by the way, where's that $5 you owe me? Don't worry, I'm just fucking with you. Anyway, so welcome to the very first myth, everybody. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to have Tyler jump off of the top of the dead center atrium while me and Dan stand near the Jimmy Gibbs stock car. Now, just to let you guys know, if you jump off from the 3rd floor, you're not going to get incapped, you're just going to flat out die. So I have to clarify that here at the beginning, so that way you guys know why that was the case. So essentially what's going to happen is that we're going to stand near the Jimmy Gibbs stock car, so that way when Tyler lands in the area of rescue, the game will hopefully be able to end up having us escape before it processes the fact that he killed himself. So we're going to transition to where Tyler jumps off of the atrium and see what happens. Alright, so you guys can see Tyler's gamertag is up there, and we're going to let him jump off and see if whether or not he lives. Now, obviously he already died, but we're going to at least give it the benefit of the doubt and see if whether or not he's considered dead in the credits, because since the last stand update they made it so that way if you're in the area of rescue and you're in cap there, we'll actually consider you alive. But for this, I think that's pushing it, so let's just take a look at the credits and see what happens. And yeah, it's busted. So he's dead in the credits, which means that he's officially dead. Myth number 1 is complete. Let's move on to myth number 2. Myth: can you shove a smoker's tongue to prevent him from pulling you? So for the second myth here, I'm not quite sure how I pronounce your name, so I'm just going to do this real quick.
Takirovlator.
I hope you're cool, bro, if I just abbreviate your name to Tacky. Anyway, continuing on with myth number 2 here. So yeah, we're essentially just going to shove a smoker's tongue and see if whether or not it will save me. I feel like I kind of already can predict this result, but hey, you never know with this series, so I'm going to spawn in a smoker now. We're just going to wait. And as you guys can see, I'm only able to stop him once I'm actually able to punch the smoker himself, but specifically for the tongue, it doesn't do anything. So myth 2 is busted. Myth: can you kill a tank with one fully loaded grenade launcher without directly hitting the tank? Alrighty guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. Now at first we thought that Glabursko meant, can you kill the tank in one grenade launcher shot by only end up getting splash damage? But that's not quite what he meant. He meant, can you use splash damage, but with the entirety of the grenade launcher's ammo? So that would be like 40 shots almost. Now, since that's the case, if it's just specifically for splash damage, then yes, we did figure out that over time, if you spam the grenade launcher at the tank's feet or something, the splash damage will eventually kill him. So myth 3 is confirmed then. All you gotta do is just hit in the general vicinity of the tank and the grenade launcher will still hurt him. Myth: can you kill a tank with a minigun before it overheats? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Dan. Now we had to trap this tank in this little compartment thing we made because for some odd reason he would never sit still if we got on the minigun. I don't know if that's a glitch or an oversight, but consistently every time, even though we put him in idle, if we got on the minigun, he would be able to move all of a sudden. Really weird stuff. But even though it looks like the minigun's about to give out, it does kill the tank just in time before it overheats. As you can see by the captions, it just overheated. So that means that the myth is actually confirmed. If you get direct shots every single time, you will be able to kill the tank with a minigun. Myth: can you block a smoker's tongue with a ragdoll body? Alrighty guys, so for the halfway point here for myth number 5, this is submitted in by Zoe. Now we all know what a ragdoll is in gaming. It's just basically a flying corpse. Now in Left 4 Dead, are you able to use said flying corpse to be able to block a smoker's tongue? Now, originally we wanted to do this authentically by just killing a tank and having him fly over the place and do it that way, but as you guys can see, it's a little bit unpredictable, so we decided to do it slightly differently. We basically decide to have the smoker shoot his tongue through one of the ragdolls after it landed somewhere and see if it can drag it through that corpse-launched body. Because essentially it's the exact same body. I mean, all it is that it's just stationary instead of in the sky. So if it can't do it stationary, I would like to believe the same thing would fly in the air, and so it's less complicated this way. So I'm about to make the smoker be able to attack Tyler here in a sec and see if whether or not he'll drag his body through that tank corpse on the stage. So let's see if whether or not he'll be able to grab him. Here we go. And yep, it looks like he can pull him through no problem. So that means that the fifth myth is actually busted. You can't use a corpse-launched body to block a smoker's tongue. Myth: does the fire from the exploding barrel in the sacrifice last longer than 2 Molotovs thrown one after the other? Alrighty guys, so the next myth here is also going to be submitted in by Zaku, and Zaku, I still haven't forgot about that $5, damn it. I'm going to keep this joke up until I get my money. Okay, so now going back to the myth here for a sec. So let's explain basically what we're going to do. I know it sounds pretty straightforward, but I do need to clarify a little bit of stuff real quick. So basically, I'm going to take one of the white exploding barrels that's in the sacrifice on chapter 1. I'm going to shoot it with a grenade launcher so it will detonate immediately, and then Tyler and Dan are going to throw Molotovs one after the other so we can compare and contrast. If you take a look, I'm going to be shooting the grenade launcher right down here near the pier, and Tyler is going to be throwing Molotovs in the back. You can take a look at the 2 separate fires on screen. So it does look like that Tyler's fire did last longer, which means that the myth is busted because the barrel ended up stopping first. If it was 1 Molotov, however, though, it probably would have been a lot closer. Myth: can a tank stop or slow down a charger's charge with its own body? Alrighty guys, so for this next myth here, this is also submitted in by Zaku, but I just can't find the image from the comment he left because it was such a long time ago. So Zaku, I got an idea for you here. How about this? I will forgive the $5 if you send me in more myths to test. Fair enough? Take it or leave it. That's my deal. Anyway. Now you guys are going to see here kind of like a little bit of a clusterfuck. It's basically going to be the moment that I turn on the AI again for the infected. They all just attack us, and it's just kind of chaotic to see what angles we got. But luckily though, there will be an angle here from one of the guys in a second that will show that the tank does end up getting in front of the charger and doesn't really stop him at all. The charger will just hit Dan no problem as if nothing happened, which means that the myth is going to be busted. It doesn't affect the charger's charge regardless if a tank stands in the way or not. Myth: will the charger be able to charge you if only the survivor's head makes contact with the charger? Alrighty guys, the next myth here is also going to be submitted by Bloppersko, and I like this one, it's pretty creative. Will the charger be only able to hit you if it can see your head? That's something I never thought about before, so we're going to test that right now. Tyler is going to be just standing right underneath of this little lip right here, and I'm going to spawn in a charger in a second to see if only his head is what he needs to be able to work with in order to be able to grab Tyler. So the answer is yes, he can. He actually surprisingly can hit you with only just seeing your head. That's scary. That means that the charger is a lot more powerful than we thought he once was. So not only is the myth confirmed, but it means the charger is a lot more of a threatening special infected now. Myth: can a tank throw a rock at a charging charger and stop his charging animation? Alrighty guys, so this myth is submitted in by Tyler. So Tyler is the tank and Dan is the charger. Tyler's going to throw his rock at Dan here any second now. We're going to see if whether or not that Dan will get stuck in place. So it looks like that from Tyler's angle, he was not able to stop Dan. And as for Dan's angle, same thing. He was able to charge the rock with ease. So the myth is busted. It does not stop a charger's charge if you throw a rock at him. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth. And once again, it is going to be, can you kill the tank in 5 seconds or less? You guys have really been digging these can you one-shot or kill blank in a certain amount of time myths. So I thought I would end up doing that with the tank in Left 4 Dead. Now the tank is not one to be messed with. If you screw with the tank, he will kill you and kick your ass. So are we actually able to kill him within 5 seconds or less? I do not know, but I do have an idea. Let's transition to the final myth and find out. Myth: can you melee the tank to death in 5 seconds or less? Alrighty guys, here we are for the final myth, and my secret weapon of choice is the chainsaw, because this is going to be the strongest melee weapon in the game for this particular type of task. Tyler, Dan, and I are all going to surround the tank and just lay him with the chainsaw and see if whether or not we can kill him. I'm going to put a timer here on screen in a second, and we're going to see if whether or not that this is even remotely possible. Let's do this. So here comes the myth. 3, 2, and 1. Let's kill the tank with a chainsaw. The timer has officially commenced. How long will it take? Holy shit, we killed him in 2 seconds. What the fuck? Like, I knew that you could kill the tank fast, but I thought that 10 seconds was a reach. I did not expect 2 freaking seconds. 2 seconds! So guys, not only does that mean that the last myth is officially confirmed, but with the chainsaw in particular, if you've got a group of buddies, you know, the tank's kind of screwed. Myth. Can you spawn another survivor in Lone Gunman? Okay everybody, so the very first myth submitted in today is going to be by Zoe, and this one's really straightforward. This one's going to take like less than a minute. All I'm going to do is load into Lone Gunman myself and activate the admin menu and just see if whether or not a bot can physically spawn in. So I'm going to go over to the admin menu right now, go over to survivors, go over to the spawn in command, and then I'm going to just pick any of the random survivors that are on the list, but as soon as I do, it is not working. It's just making the noise and not actually doing it. So myth 1 is busted. Myth. If a survivor is hanging in the swamp in Swamp Fever as the ferry is arriving, will the ferry kill the survivor? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Tyler, and this is also going to be on the quicker side. All we gotta do is just wait for the ferry to end up approaching Tyler and see if it will kill him. I do believe that a lot of people already know this result, but I'm more than happy to showcase it anyways. So if Tyler's hanging on the dock and the ferry does get to him before he's able to be revived, it does indeed look like it does kill him and he is now pronounced as dead. So the myth is going to end up being confirmed. The ferry will kill the player if they are not revived in time before the ferry ends up arriving. Myth. Can the truck in Crash Course kill you when you are underneath of it while it is being lowered down? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded or Tacky. So guys, when it comes to this myth, me and the guy swear we have done something like this at some point or another in a prior episode, but we looked up and down every single episode and we could never find a myth that is exactly worded this way. But that now gets to change today, and we get to showcase this myth in an episode. So Glaubersko is standing underneath of the truck, and me, Tyler, and Dan are all just going to watch as he inevitably will most likely meet his demise, and the truck is going to end up lowering on him right now, and the truck not only ends up incapacitating him, but it also just flat out kills him, just like in real life. So yeah, the myth is going to end up being confirmed. If you're underneath of the truck in Crash Course, it's going to kill you if you don't get out of the way. Myth. Does a hunter fall faster when pouncing rather than one jumping straight up and then falling? So this myth is submitted in by Zaku. Now this is going to be something very, very hard to see unless you're looking very closely, so I'm going to show this in super, super slow motion. But essentially Zaku wants to know, if you end up pouncing as a hunter or just jumping and then falling straight down, what will allow you to get to the ground quicker? So in the upper left and a little bit of the upper right, you guys can see me and Dan as hunters. Dan pounces, I just fall straight down. And as you guys can see, me and Dan roughly get to the ground about the same time or so, but I do need to clarify something that you may have missed at the very beginning of this 4th myth here, is that when I ended up jumping, it was about 8 frames faster than Dan because he ended up hesitating. Now this was to be expected even though me and Dan have the best connection to each other out of everybody in the myth-busting group, but we do want to get this as close as possible. So what we decided to do is a simple math equation where we take the amount of frames that I jumped before Dan did and then end up seeing how many frames it took Dan to catch back up to me and calculate for the difference. And when looking back at the footage, even though it's going to be kind of hard to see, it only takes about 2 frames for Dan to catch back up to me. So with it being a difference of 6 frames, if we jumped at the exact same time, he would have gotten to the ground quicker. Therefore meaning it's confirmed because if me and Dan jumped at the exact same time, he would have gotten to the ground 6 frames quicker than I could have. And now we move on to the final myth, and once again is going to be, can you end up beating the shooting gallery minigame and possibly win Noam Chomsky while playing as the tank? Leave me your predictions in the comment section down below, guys, and no cheating. Do you think that we will be able to end up doing the final myth, or do you think it's going to end up being busted? I'm curious to see what you guys think. But yeah, guys, let's move on to Dark Carnival now and test out the last myth. Myth. Can tanks win Noam Chomsky in the shooting gallery minigame? Alrighty guys, the very last myth is submitted in by Globbursko. Now, we are going to have Globbursko start the minigame now, and me and Tyler as tanks are going to try to hit the targets with our rocks. And I will say this, is that this is much harder than it looks. There was times, several times actually, where we were throwing rocks and we swear to God we were hitting the targets, but we were not. In fact, this is so difficult to do that we were only able to end up getting 2 single hits. Tyler got one at one attempt, and then I got one at one attempt. And it was ridiculous, because we swear up and down that we hit these things multiple times, and it was just super strict, never wanted to give in. It wasn't until Tyler just got that very first point that we thought this was even possible. We thought that the game just did not want to recognize the tank rocks. Now here's the thing, is that you very well could argue that, okay, well, if you're at least able to end up hitting a target and get any points, therefore you have to label it as at least plausible. No. And I say no because of the fact that there is a time limit. If there was no time limit, then sure, we probably even could, if we had enough patience, get all the way up to a confirmed. However, with the time limit in place, and how difficult this is, I cannot promise you that we would be able to have the average person be able to do this. I just don't feel comfortable labeling as confirmed with such small odds. I really only like using plausible when I feel like a myth is going to be confirmed and I just don't have proof. I don't want to end up labeling something as plausible when I feel like I'm more inclined to say that is busted. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it's busted because I don't think you can actually do this. Myth. Can you chuck a throwable across the swamp in Swamp Fever and hit a zombie? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. And just to elaborate a little bit more clearly, just because I understand that the wording of the first myth is kind of vague, we basically want to see if whether or not that with a pipe bomb, a bile bomb, or a Molotov, if we can end up hitting a zombie from all the way across the swamp, kind of like how we are in the gameplay right now. So let's talk about the bile bomb first. The bile bomb was successful. We were able to hit a group of zombies from across the swamp and able to affect them. Pipe bombs were a little bit different. We weren't able to end up killing the zombies with direct impact because the grenades don't detonate right away. The zombies do follow them though, and we were at least able to throw it across the entire swamp, so that is good. It didn't fall in the water, so I'll technically count that. And then this is the coolest part of the myth, where we specifically test the Molotov. I had a group of boomers standing idle, and Tyler got a really good throw, and then they all exploded simultaneously. It was a complete Michael Bay moment, but I loved it. So I'm very happy with the result, and I'm more than happy to also say that the first myth is confirmed. If you want to, you can throw any of the 3 throwable grenades across the swamp in the first chapter of Swamp Fever and hit something. Myth. Can you kill a tank with headshots from the op before reloading? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now Zaku, just want to clarify something really quickly, is that when it comes to the tank, you actually cannot get a headshot on him. If you shoot him in the head, it's going to be the exact same amount of damage as if you just shot him literally anywhere else. So technically, the myth's more rather about like, can you just kill the tank in one full clip from the op, rather than specifically with headshot damage. Now, even though a headshot, like I said, is still not going to make a difference, I'm going to shoot the tank in the head anyways, just to honor the request, because that was the original way you worded your myth. So, me and the guys are each going to have a idle tank, and we're just going to shoot him in the head and see if he will die before we have to reload. And depending on whether or not the myth is busted, I may also include some extra bonus footage, because I am just curious to see that if the myth is busted and we can't kill him in one single clip, how many bullets in total will take to kill the tank with just the op. I'm curious if it would be only just a little bit more, or if it would be like a lot, or whatever number it may be, it would just interest me. So far, the tank is pretty much just quite literally tanking all the bullets that I'm shooting at him. And I'm curious if any of you guys have ever tried to kill the tank with the op sniper. I feel like that the 2 bolt action sniper rifles that were added in within the last stand are like the least used guns in the entire game. Like, comment down below if you actually use this gun, or if you're just like a person that just never picks it up like I do. And we're starting to get to the end here. We only got 1 more bullet left. Are we able to kill the tank? And no, we cannot. I had to reload and he is still standing. And in terms of how many more bullets I would have needed to shot into the tank to be able to successfully kill him with just the op alone, it was a lot more than I thought it was going to be. It actually ended up taking an additional 15 bullets to be able to kill the tank. So almost 2 full clips with just the op on normal mode. So myth 2 is busted, but Zaku, thank you for submitting in your myth anyway. Myth: can the smoker catch on fire by his tongue if the survivor grabbed by him is set on fire? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is submitted in by Globbersko, and what we're going to do to test this myth is have a smoker grab Globbersko through a little fence and have Globbersko be set ablaze by throwing a Molotov on him and see if it works this way. And from the looks of it, it looks like it doesn't work because the smoker is just fine. He was able to pull Globbersko through the fire successfully without catching a blaze. So the third myth is going to be busted here today. Myth: can you kill special infected with elevators? So myth 4 is going to be submitted in by Vader. Now we have done this type of myth before with specifically the tank and also the witch. Now in those cases, it was confirmed you can kill the tank and the witch specifically with the elevators. But what about everything else? Because we never did test everything else. So here is footage of us testing this on each one. So for the smoker, check. For the boomer, check. For the hunter, check. For the spitter, check. For the jockey, check, thank God. And then finally, the charger, this is also a check. So the myth is confirmed. Every single special infected, no matter which one it is, will die if a elevator door crushes it. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, if a tank hits a survivor, can a hunter pounce the survivor while they are flying in the air? Let me know if you think this is going to be confirmed, plausible, or busted here in the comments, but now let's go see for ourselves. Myth: can a hunter pounce a survivor who was sent flying by a tank punch? Alrighty guys, the very last myth is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So Globbersko is going to be the test subject, I'm going to be the hunter, and then Tyler is going to end up being the tank. The reason why we wanted to do it this way is because me and Tyler have the second best connection to each other out of the whole entire myth-busting group, with the number 1 being Dan, but he was not here for today's episode, so we're going to use Tyler's connection to me. So I'm going to have it where Tyler is going to give me as much notice as humanly possible, smack Globbersko towards me, and then right before Globbersko lands, I'm going to spam my click key, and hopefully I will be able to connect with him and pounce his body. Now I'm going to be showing you guys the footage in extremely slow motion here, so I know that this is going to be kind of frustrating to watch because it looks choppy, but I promise you it will be worth it in the end, so bear with me. The reason why we are showing this in super slow motion is because when Tyler ended up smacking Globbersko towards me, it was fast, like lightning fast, so you're only going to be able to notice it this specific way, especially given the fact we weren't able to get the height we wanted because any of the maps, like NSenr's Atrium, it was resulting in Globbersko dying every single time that we messed up, and we didn't want to restart the entire campaign to try to do this again. But here is the footage of our very best result, and as you guys can see, right before Globbersko lands and hits that rock, I was successfully able to pounce him in midair. In fact, I was lucky that I was able to get him right when I did because a smoker was trying to grab him midair as well, which would have been kind of funny if the smoker could do the same thing, but maybe we'll test that out for another day. But yes, the final myth is confirmed. Even if it's extremely low to the ground, and you might mess up occasionally, the hunter can pounce a survivor who is flung by a tank punch in midair. Myth: can a charger charge a survivor that's hit by a tank punch? So this myth is submitted in by I Am Bored. So I Am Bored, thank you for submitting this in. So just like last week how we did this myth with a hunter, we're now going to do this with a charger. Basically the same setup. Drages, who is the tank, is going to knock Globbersko off, who is a survivor, while I, as the charger, am going to attempt to hit him while he's basically in midair. Now, this is going to be a little bit harder to do, given the fact that the charger is going to have to get basically lucky and grab his feet on the way down, whereas the hunter has the ability to actually catch him midair with his pounce. Now, I hate to say this, but unfortunately, even with our best attempt, we weren't even able to get remotely close to grabbing the survivor in midair. But I don't want to call it busted just because we weren't able to get the setup, so I'm at least going to call it plausible, even though we were not able to actually get what I would call a successful attempt. But since the hunter one was confirmed from last week, I would like to believe that the charger is also possible. But unlike the hunter, it's much harder to do this with the charger because the charger can't go airborne like the hunter does. Myth: can you avoid a hunter pounce if you explode a propane tank? So the next myth here is going to be submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. Now, believe it or not, Tacky, we actually have not done this one before, so thank you for submitting this one in. So essentially what I'm going to do is just put some propane tanks next to my feet, and then I'm going to spawn in a hunter, and as soon as the hunter is going to try to attack me, I will shoot the propane and hope that the explosion will cause him to bounce backwards and basically interrupt his pounce. So here we go. And yep, it indeed works. It does save me from his pounce. Now keep in mind, this is only going to stun him for just basically a few seconds, and then he's going to try it again. So you can't expect him to kill him and then be 100% safe. You do need to follow up. But the myth is, though, confirmed because it does work, even if it's very brief. Myth: does a startled witch run faster than a charging charger? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now this is a very creative myth because I did not think about how similarly the running speeds are of both the witch and the charger. Since the witch does chase after you across basically the entire map, she is pretty damn quick, so let's see if whether or not that the witch actually is faster than a charger running at full sprint. I'm even going to set the witch on fire with a Molotov so that way she has better odds of catching me because she'll get a speed boost. But even though the witch was really close behind the charger did still get to me first, which means that the myth is busted, but barely so. I'm surprised the charger and the witch are that similar. Myth: can a tank launch you across the swamp in Swamp Fever if he punches you? Alrighty guys, the myth is submitted in by Crimsterus, which by the way, shout out to Crimsterus for submitting in his first myth, and shout out to you guys for giving him thumbs up, because it shows me that you guys want to see this myth over some of the other ones. So guys, going forward, if there's a myth that you guys really want to see in the next episode that somebody already posted, just give it a thumbs up so that way I prioritize it over some of the other ones that may have been submitted in. So now let's answer the elephant in the room. Can a tank basically punt you over the entire swamp in Chapter 1 of Swamp Fever? So I'm going to try this right now and see if whether or not it works. And at least upon the initial try, it does not. He ends up hitting me into the swamp instead, and I drown to death. Now on the second try, I jumped, and that did give me a little bit of better odds, because when I no-clip back up above the water, you guys are going to see that I actually landed pretty damn close to the ferry, which is really close to land, so it is getting closer. In fact, that does give me an idea. If I'm able to get to at least the ferry, and the ferry is connected to the land on the other side, with its door being open, mind you, couldn't I hypothetically just get launched into at least the ferry and then walk over to the pier on the other side? That might work. So I now tried this a third time, but unfortunately he also hit me slightly around the ferry because he used his right fist instead of his left fist, but I'm still getting about the same distance. So I just decided to take a look at the ferry itself rather than trying to fidget with it by using the tank, and just see if whether or not you can get into the ferry in that little opening anyways without it being called over to you. So I'm just gonna no-clip and then just fall down and see if I can walk forward and fidget my character into the window, or even just stand in it and try to go out the other way. But unfortunately it looks like that there's actually an invisible barrier preventing you from getting in or getting out. So even if the tank hit me perfectly anyway, I wouldn't be able to get into the ferry. And since you can only get as far as the ferry and not get to the actual dock, that means that there's no possible way to get to the other side with just the tank hitting you. So the myth is going to be busted. Alrighty guys, now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, do special infected prefer attacking certain survivors over the other ones? We're going to be testing basically every single special infected with every single survivor in a variety of different combinations to see what works, and you may be surprised what we have found. Myth: do special infected prefer attacking certain survivors? Alrighty guys, the very last myth is going to be submitted in by Valerie. Now the way that we're going to be doing this is we're going to be taking each of the special infected and putting them in the center of either a cube or a circle and just seeing who they attack more times than not. So here are some highlights of our findings with our footage. So when we did things like test the witch did equally feel like that it was attacking everybody. It ended up attacking me, it ended up attacking Nick, it ended up attacking Glabursko, it ended up attacking Coach, and we all had flashlights on. We're basically standing right up next to the witch. So the witch really could have attacked anybody, and she did. She pretty much attacked everybody equally. Now obviously it wasn't a 50-50 the entire way through, where it was like 25% for everybody, But even though some people got attacked more than not, it at least felt random and not like it was targeting a certain player. But there is some stuff I can't just explain away, which is going to be, for example, just instances like this where a special infected could look at one survivor and then completely attack someone else, like as if that was like a bait and switch. I think it's because we're more rather calling attention to it than normal instead of it actually being biased, because there's nothing going on. It's not like we're in the middle of a fight and we're barely paying attention, then boom, we got jumped. It's kind of like, oh, the special infected can pick somebody. Is it going to be completely random? And if it doesn't look like it's completely random, then it's just going to just seem like it's being biased. And I can tell you from my experience, it really didn't seem that way. It didn't seem biased, it more rather just seemed weird. Like I said earlier, there's times where a special infected will look at someone and looks like that they're going to attack them, and then all of a sudden they'll 180 and then they'll change their mind and go for somebody else. But other than that weird little instance that we saw a couple times, it seems like that the special infected of all kinds against all survivors, no any sort of combination seemed like that a particular infected wanted to kill a certain survivor more times than not. It's not like jockeys only go for Ellis or smokers only go for Bill. It's not that clear cut. So basically from our findings, when it comes to Left 4 Dead 2, these special infected do not favor attacking certain survivors. But what if I told you guys there's an exception in Left 4 Dead 1? I don't know how many of you have played the original Left 4 Dead, but in Left 4 Dead 1, there is one single type of instance, and only one single type of instance that I know of, where you could argue that this is technically possible and not 100% busted. In Left 4 Dead 1, the tank's AI was slightly different than it is in Left 4 Dead 2. When in Left 4 Dead 2, if a tank shows up, the tank will try to attack everybody equally, and if he incapacitates a player, he will move on to the next one, incapacitate them, and so on until everyone's incapacitated, forcing a game over. But in Left 4 Dead 1, it works slightly differently. If a tank incapacitates a player or finds an incapacitated player, he will double down and commits to killing the downed guy before he moves on and attacks another survivor. You're going to be seeing gameplay of that right now, where I release a tank on the sacrifice, and the tank doesn't act like he does in Left 4 Dead 2. He's instead just beating up the downed player until they're 100% dead, and then moving on. He does this to Lewis, then Francis, and then Bill in that order. So if we look at this myth by just only looking at Left 4 Dead 2 specifically, then the myth is 100% busted, because this is a game mechanic that's only in the first game. But if we address the game mechanic from the first game and just look at Left 4 Dead as a series, including both games, then this myth is at least plausible for the one single instance that you get with tanks, where technically the tank will target a certain player as long as they are at least downed. So in conclusion, the tank doesn't attack a certain player based off of the character they're playing as, he just likes to bully cripples. Myth: can you throw a Molotov from the start of No Mercy and have it land at the stairs near the safe room? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Saku. Now, this is surprisingly something that I thought was not going to be as easy as I thought it was, but I got really close several times to chucking a Molotov almost to the safe room near the subway station. It just has to end up getting past the 2 buildings. That's really the only thing stopping me. It was landing more times than not on the second building, like right before it would hit the street. But I was able to get it over sometimes. You guys can see that it's getting scarily close when I throw it here. It's landing near the van or the green tarp. And guess what? With enough persistence and enough determination, I was able to actually get the Molotov cleanly over both buildings and as close as possible to the subway station without actually getting inside of it. I would have gotten closer had that little piece of the roof not been there, but this is as close as it's going to get. So I'm going to say that this is confirmed. This is clearly making it from spawn all the way to the subway station. You can make this throw. This is actually something that I didn't think you could do, but now I know, and I'm going to use this actually. Myth: can you kill 10 hunters using one clip of an SMG? Alright guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted by Zoe. Now this sounds like hypothetically something you should be able to easily do, but how many of us have really kept track of our kills and based it off of our ammo? I've never done that. I've never been like, oh yeah, I killed this amount of infected and only shot this many bullets. I don't do that. and I don't think you do either. So I'm curious, can you actually legitimately kill 10 hunters with one SMG mag before you gotta reload it? And so far, with headshots, our odds are good, but are they guaranteed? I am both through half my ammo, but I only have half of the hunters left that I spawned in. And I've got only about one more left, but I do believe actually this is the 11th one and not the 10th one. But at the end of the day, I was successfully able to kill them all before I had to reload and had a little bit of ammo left over. So the myth not only confirmed, but my guess is that you can probably get about 13 hunters as long as you end up getting headshots and you end up getting perfect accuracy. Myth: can you interact with objects while another survivor is healing you? So Galbursko sent in the third myth today, and he basically just wants to know if you can interact with anything, because when you're freezing players technically in place while healing them, it does make it a little bit confusing of whether or not that you can interact with anything. And from our findings, he's able to interact with pretty much all objects just fine. He was able to interact with the med kits, he was able to end up interacting with different guns, even specifically the minigun, which I was the most curious about because that one does seem like one that possibly could not work. We even did it with the rescue. He was able to end up talking on the walkie-talkie when I was healing him. So yeah, everything works, and it's definitely confirmed. You just can't have people moving around. That's the one thing they can't do while you're healing them. Myth: can you rescue a survivor from a rescue closet if the door is damaged? Okay guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. Now this is a genuinely good question because can a survivor be in a rescue closet if the rescue closet is either not there or is exposing the survivor to the infected? I know they're not there, there's technically just the silhouette, but wouldn't that mean that they would be in danger? That's the whole point of the rescue closet. So let's figure that out. So Galbursko is falling from the sky and he's now pronounced as dead, and he is indeed in the rescue closet. In fact, actually this is weird. When you go up to the rescue closet, for a brief second you can see his player model, not his silhouette, but then it goes back to normal. We eventually wanted to try to see if whether or not that you could spawn in a rescue closet if you just completely destroyed the door, but we could only get this far. We could make several holes in the door, but the door would still stay there. You couldn't fully break it. We also did try to do other things as well, such as can we damage our teammates when they're in the rescue closet if we have a clear line of sight through the hole in the door. And you cannot. You can only kill your teammate or do damage to them when they've officially respawned, so when there's just the silhouette, even though it's visible, and sometimes even fades back into the normal survivor model, they're still not there technically. They are sort of still dead. So myth 4 is confirmed. If you have a damaged rescue closet, a survivor still could spawn within there. Now, if there's multiple rescue closets, will the game choose the non-damaged one? We didn't get that far, I don't know. But at least for this example, you can spawn a survivor in a damaged rescue closet. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can a special infected spawn inside a rescue closet and wait for you so they can eventually jump you, trying to save your teammates? I'm curious to see if whether or not this is actually something that was overlooked in the game, or if Valve thought that far ahead for your trolley mindsets and will allow you to do this. So let's see if it will stop us. Myth: can special infected spawn in rescue closets with survivors? Alrighty guys, the very last myth is going to be submitted by Dr. Zed, aka Dan. We are once again going to be on Dead Air where there's only one single rescue closet, and this is going to be the one down here. We're going to spawn in a special infected, and then kill one of ourselves afterwards and see if whether or not that the game will know if a survivor is in there, because technically we are dead, so is it going to still pull the trick saying you can't spawn here, you're visible by survivor stick? So let's try it right now. We're spawning in a smoker, and we ended up spawning in Francis, believe it or not, simultaneously. So this did end up working. Here it is again in slow motion. You guys can see what ends up happening is that the smoker is breaking the door, but Francis is still a silhouette. It's only when I open the door fully that Francis will spawn in, but the smoker was there the entire time, and if this were an actual game, he would have technically surprised or got me. But dedicated versus players, you shouldn't need to worry about people trying this trick on you, because from our findings, we were not able to replicate this in actual versus mode. Because when we played actual versus mode, all that ended up happening was that special infected spawned in there, but the survivors did not. The game would not spawn in Francis or Bill, no matter how many times we ended up killing them. So even though the myth is confirmed, it's not going to happen to you in versus. I'm pretty confident saying it's probably not even going to happen to you, period, because we did this in our own setting. We did this under our rules, our circumstances, because I have never, even once in my life, ever heard or seen anybody say that a special infected was waiting for them on the other side of a rescue closet, whether it was versus or campaign. If this were Back 4 Blood, maybe, but not Left 4 Dead. Myth: can you kill 3 tanks with 1 fully loaded LMG? Alright everybody, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Lewis Mont. And Lewis, thank you for submitting in your very first myth to the series. I really appreciate you. So Lewis, let's test your myth right here, right now. I've got 3 tanks spawned in here at the wedding on the passing. And I do want to clarify for anybody that just happens to be wondering, yes, this is on easy mode, giving us the best odds. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below. Do you think that this myth is going to be confirmed or busted? Because this type of myth does intrigue me. It really does make me wonder how good the M60 really is. Because if it does manage to do this successfully, it means that this gun is strong as hell. Hell, even if it gets, like, let's say to 2 tanks, it's strong as hell. So it looks like we just now successfully killed the very first tank, which is worrisome because it took more than 50 bullets. My hope is that it was going to take 50 or less bullets for each tank, and the fact that I ended up having around 80 after the first one, it's not very reassuring, but we're still going to press on. So I'm just going to keep shooting at the tank, 1 bullet at a time. If I ended up having incendiary rounds or frag rounds on this gun, we would probably end up having better odds the more that I think about it. But if I ended up doing it that way, I don't know if you guys would consider that technically going against the rules of the myth. But at least with the base gun, we were able to successfully kill 2 of the 3 tanks. We were just not able to get the very last one. So the myth is busted, at least by this standard, but if I ended up having incendiary or frag rounds, this could have been a different story. Myth. If you take pain pills immediately after taking an adrenaline shot at low health, do you still keep the adrenaline speed boost? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by my friend Tyler. So this one's straightforward. We're just going to take a adrenaline shot and then pain pills immediately right thereafter, and just simply see what happens. So I'm just going to walk from one side of the wall to the other side of the wall, and that right there takes about 3 seconds. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick myself with a adrenaline shot right after I damage myself and see if it's any less time to get there. So here we go. I'm going to stick myself with the adrenaline, and then right after that is going to be the pain pills, and now the new time is, it looks like 2 seconds instead of 3. So it's a difference of 1 second, but that's still enough. So the myth is confirmed. You still keep your adrenaline speed boost, even though you technically swapped over to pain pills. Myth. Can the giant rock in Chapter 2 of Coldstream kill special infected if it lands on them? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So this one, straightforward once again, just kind of straight to the point. And to make this as easy as possible, I'm just going to spawn in boomers because they will die immediately, I would figure, if they got hit by this. So I'm just going to put them right here in the middle of the road. And here comes the giant rock / the boulder. And as you guys can see, the explosion happened immediately as soon as it made contact with them. So not only is the myth confirmed, but it means that this rock is basically one of the most lethal things in the entire game and will kill pretty much anything. Myth. Is the M60 strong enough to kill a witch before she attacks you? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Zaku. Now, this one I read as, do you have the ability to crown the witch, essentially, using the M60? That's basically how I'm interpreting this, Zaku. If this is not exactly how you meant to word it, you can just let me know via the comment section down below. But with this intention in mind, I'm just going to literally just run up to the witch and just spray and pray and hope that I can kill her, but I'm not exactly having the best of luck. Even when I tried this another time, once again, the witch just screwed me up, and this is even flanking her where she has to turn around technically, but all she does is just boom, hit me once, and then I'm dead. So the myth I don't think is possible, so I'm going to label it as busted. Alright guys, it is now final myth time, so get hyped my friends because we're going to be hopping into the gameplay here shortly. Once again, the myth, just want to let you guys know, is going to be, can you end up killing the tank and the train car on the sacrifice before he can end up attacking you? Let's go over now, see what happens. Myth, can you kill the tank in the sacrifice without opening the train car? Alrighty guys, the idea for the last myth technically came from more than one person because 2 very similar myths were submitted our way, so I thought I would just showcase them both. One myth is from Lily, the other one is from Ace of Spades. So let's take a look at this last myth as in-depth as we can. So here's something that I need to showcase to you that is very important. So when you're at the train car, if you no-clip inside, the tank is technically not there. But with captions on, you do see, obviously, that the tank noises are displaying, but this is just a visual effect. The tank is never actually in the train car until you have already opened the door. so you technically can't kill something that's not already there. But instead of just saying that the myth is busted and immediately running it off, we want to artificially spawn in a tank and see if you can still do this myth. So Dan is now officially spawning in a tank inside the train car to end up giving us the circumstances of if the tank was actually in the train car straight from the rip. So to give myself the best odds of killing the tank, I decided to pull a Arnold Schwarzenegger idea and just end up giving myself an LMG and decide to spray and pray. I thought with enough persistence that I would be able to eventually kill the tank, because there's no way he could be totally invincible to every single bullet I shot his way. Something had to give. But no, the tank did not get hit by a single bullet. You guys can see from Dan's angle that the sparks are because the bullets are basically getting stuck inside the train car, even though the muzzle of the gun is clipping through the map and the tank can see it. So I thought to myself, okay, well if I can't shoot you, well I can just burn you, because fire sometimes goes underneath of certain parts of the map, so this will inevitably hit the tank and still be able to end up causing the damage that I need. But nope, the fire can't even go through the train car. The tank is still invincible to every attack I throw his way. Now regardless of whether or not this worked, I still have to label the myth as busted because we had to artificially spawn in the tank and that he wasn't actually there, but it would have been cool if this did work. Myth. Can you kill 8 chargers with 1 clip of an M16? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1, this is going to be submitted in by Zoe. By the way, even though this is irrelevant for the myth, I just want to apologize if my voice doesn't sound the best for commentating for today's video. My allergies are just screwing with me, so I'm going to be on the more quieter side for today. But I've got my chargers spawned in here, and I'm just going to start killing them by shooting him in the head with the M16. Now, Zoe does say that for the myth, he just wants to get anywhere between 8 and 10, so I'm just going to go for a minimum of 8 and just say that that's good enough. So if we end up getting 8, I'll write the myth as confirmed, and I'm pretty much about to be there. I've only got 2 more chargers left, and I've got a decent amount of ammo that with headshots I think I can end up doing this. So yes, I end up killing the very last charger with 1 bullet to spare, therefore meaning the myth is confirmed. You can kill 8 chargers with 1 clip of an M16 if you end up landing your shots. Myth. After a tank throws a rock, will disabling the director delete the rock along with the tank? Okay guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. Now this myth could honestly go either way. The game could categorize the tank's rock along with the tank, or it could calculate it separately, therefore meaning that there's really no way of telling if the tank's rock is going to disappear by just simply deleting the tank. So all we gotta do is just wait for the tank to throw his rock, and then just use our admin menu to delete the rock while it's in the middle of the air. So the tank's gonna throw one roughly about here, and as he's throwing it, I hit delete, but the rock still ends up flying towards me and hits me even though I have God mode. So that means that the myth is busted, since the tank's rock will still continue to hit you even if the tank is gone. Myth. Are male boomers more common than female boomers? Alrighty guys, so the third myth is submitted in by, I believe, is Paraserp. If that's not how you pronounce your name, man, just let me know via the comments. Now, going back to the myth here for a second, I really like this because I've never really thought about this before. Although I will say from my experience, if I did have to think about it, I would actually like to believe the opposite. Any map that has a female boomer on it as an option, I feel like I get more female boomers than male boomers. And that belief sort of seems to be manifesting before my very eyes, because you guys can see from the gameplay footage, even though it's quick, that more female boomers spawn in than male boomers. So the way that me and Glabursko are testing this is we're just spawning in 100 boomers and then just counting how many are male versus female, and then just seeing what the difference percentage is. We also did do this on other maps as well. So if we were to do this on, like, let's say NSenr, for example, I don't think a female boomer can even spawn on that at all. Some maps just don't offer female boomers as a spawn option. It only is things like Coldstream or Swamp Fever. For some reason, the water maps tend to have the female boomers as an option, but nothing else other than that, which I thought was interesting. But yes, here is our calculations. So this is the number of male boomers versus female boomers from the footage you just watched. We had 27 male boomers and 37 female boomers, which is a huge difference from each other. It is over 70% likely that you're going to get a female boomer if it's an option versus a male boomer. So regarding myth number 3, it's actually busted, not confirmed, because our findings was the opposite. Instead of getting more male boomers, we got more female boomers. Myth. Can a boomer puke on a survivor across the swamp in Swamp Fever? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now, Glabersko is taking the ferry across the swamp in Swamp Fever, and we're both going to stand as close to each other as we can, despite being on opposite sides of the map, and see if whether or not that the boomer can vomit on him from all the way out there. But as you guys can see, the odds are not in my favor. The boomer's vomit heads more rather into the water, I would say around maybe like 20 feet in front of the boomer, or maybe about like 20% of the way there. It's not really that far. Even trying a different angle, like let's say over at this corner here, which is technically closer to Glabersko in terms of lengthwise, this also cannot reach him all the way out there. So that means that myth 4 is also busted. The boomer can't reach you from across the swamp in Swamp Fever. The range on his puke doesn't go as far as you think it does. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can you sneak up on the witch if you crouch walk behind her? Let's move over to the Blood Harvest campaign, set up a witch, sneak up behind her, and see what happens. Myth, can you sneak up on a witch if you crouch walk behind her? Alrighty guys, the very last myth for today's episode is submitted in by Vader. So all I'm going to do is just go into the cabin over here with the witch's back turned to me, and just literally verbatim crouch walk behind her and see if she turns around. Is one of the powers of being a witch that she gets supersonic hearing and is able to hear my feet from all the way behind her. So as I get closer, she does eventually turn around roughly as soon as I get in front of the bush. And this is consistent every single time, where as soon as I'm getting to roughly about the bush, the witch ends up getting pissed. So at least doing it this way just by yourself, there's no way that this is going to work. The witch will just suddenly turn around like in a horror movie and kick your ass. Something I would like to point out though, while we were trying to test this myth within our findings, we did notice this interesting little detail where if somebody already upsets the witch, while she's distracted, you can sneak up on her technically that way. But I more rather look at this as distracting the witch versus sneaking up on her. So I'm just going to label the myth as busted regardless, but I thought that I would just throw this in here in case you guys were curious. Myth. Can you kill a tank with one mag of a scar with fire rounds? So myth 1 is submitted in by Zoe, and this is really straightforward. I'm just going to shoot the tank with the scar and see if whether or not he will die before I have to reload. I'm starting to notice a theme with Zoe's myths here in the last couple of weeks, but that's fine. Now, as I was getting towards the end here, I was really doubtful that this would work, but believe it or not, the extra boost from the fire rounds did help, and we were able to kill the tank before I had to reload. I had one burst left, which means the myth is confirmed. You can kill a tank with one fully loaded SCAR magazine, as long as it has fire rounds before you have to reload. Myth. In the parish, can the tank knock you across the rooftops to skip the parade float crescendo event? Alrighty guys, so myth 2 is going to be submitted by Tyler. Now, me and Glabersko here are trying to do this without actually activating the panic event quite literally, and the reason why I say that is because when I say skip the panic event, before in the past, and even sometimes still to this day, I've used that term loosely, where I've not exactly skipped the panic event, I more rather just completed it quicker. So, talking about this one in particular, for example, sometimes before in the past I have activated the tractor and then jumped on the parade float as it's still getting into place, and I end up leaving before it's fully finished. Now for the myth here today, I'm going to try not to do that because I want to see if I can quite literally verbatim just skip the event altogether without having to activate the tractor. But so far I cannot. It looks like that I'm hitting an invisible barrier, so what I'm actually going to do is just turn on the tractor just for a second, just to see if the panic event being not on yet is the only reason why I have not gone across, because I feel like I should have gotten across by now. It's not a big jump to make, and the tank can very easily hit me over there. So we're going to try this again. So I'm now into place, I'm going to be jumping up and down letting Glabersko know that he can hit me, and of course, immediately, as I assumed, I can now get across. So here's the thing, is that even though technically, yes, I was able to do it before I finished, like I said, I want to try to do it quite literally verbatim without having to activate the panic event at all, and since I cannot do it without activating the panic event, I'm going to have to label the myth at busted. You have to activate it in some capacity for you to be able to do this skip. Myth. Can a charger punch mustachios to gain points in the Stash Whacker game? So myth 3 is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. So Glabursko is going to activate the game for me because you have to activate as a survivor for it to even get going. So he's luring the bots away now so that way they don't kill me, and I'm going to try to end up playing the game. And shortly I'm going to start punching the mustachios, but it looks like the points are not changing. It still says 0. And this game is not that hard. I would be able to get points immediately by now if I was a survivor. So I can tell right away before the game even finishes that the myth is busted. You can't play or beat this game, for that matter, as a special infected. You must be a human. Myth: can you get hit by a car on the parish bridge and survive? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Name is Zombie. Now you would assume that in order for this to be possible, we would have to pull some Houdini-ass magic straight out of our asses, but no. We were actually able to do this surprisingly easy, because you're about to see here any second now that we got hit by a car and we just shrugged it off like we're Batman. We actually didn't die until a hunter ended up pouncing me and a tank started punching Glabursko. It seems that the game makes an exception on this particular chapter to make it at least a little bit easier for the survivors, because with so many cars everywhere, the tank could essentially one-shot you the moment that he spawns in. I mean, just in this last clip, it took 3 times for the car to actually kill me. So myth 4 is confirmed. As long as you're on the bridge of the parish and not any other part of the entire game, you for some reason can end up tanking the hit. Alrighty guys, now it's time for the final myth, and once again it's going to be, can you stop a charger's charge by throwing a pipe bomb at him? He's one of the last few special infected we never tested this type of myth on, so let's finally end up ending this little mini-series of ours with this type of myth and test this on the charger. Myth: can a pipe bomb stop a charger from charging? So the last myth is submitted in by Team Master 2011, although looking at his channel it's just True Winner 1 with a different name. So True Winner 1, if you want me to call you still by your old name, just let me know, but if you want me to call you by your new name, you can also let me know and I will just change it to that instead. So guys, when it comes to the final myth, I just assumed going into this that this wasn't going to work. You guys can see from the footage that as soon as I threw the pipe bomb at the charger, he just completely ignored it and charged me anyways. So I was just like, okay, there's no way that this is going to work. We did do a few more attempts, however, though, because we did need more footage for the myth, because we didn't want it to be this short, so we just kept going and going and going. But it's a good thing that we did keep going, because we found something shocking. At one point during our testing, the charger got, like, stuck for like half of a second when we threw pipe bombs at him, which was really weird because normally that doesn't happen. So then I said to Glabursko, I was like, you don't think that there's a possibility that this really works, right? I mean, come on, the charger's running so fast, he might as well be a truck with overalls. I mean, how the hell could you possibly stop him by basically bonking him in the head with a piece of plastic? But there was enough doubt, so we kept on going, and then this happened. No fucking shot this works! I'm sorry, old me, but I regret to inform you that there is indeed a shot that this actually works, because it just did before your very eyes. And this worked multiple times too, because we were able to replicate it one attempt right after the other. This should be an achievement for how difficult this would be to pull off in a real game of Left 4 Dead, because we were doing this in perfect circumstances. So I'll summarize the myth with these 3 key points. Number 1 is that even though you could do this, you would have to be not only number 1 skilled, but extremely lucky, because this would be so hard to do given the charger's speed and everything else in the game also happening at the same time. Number 2, you would have to hit the charger in the upper mass for this to consistently work, because for some reason if you hit him in the shins or the feet, he can still end up hitting you sometimes, which I thought was interesting how that the hitbox only really matters if it's on the upper half of his body. And number 3, the more pipe bombs the merrier, because when me and Glabursko both were able to hit the charger successfully, where one player's pipe bomb didn't stop him, the other one was able to, and it was like a backup. So I would say is that if you can just berate him with pipe bombs, like let's say a squad of 4 all does it, the charger very well might not be able to end up defending himself, because by the time he recovers again, especially if you time them where they're slightly separate and they're not all thrown at the same time, by the time he might even recover, the pipe bomb that was thrown first would probably blow up in his face and just kill him that way. So yeah, the very last myth is confirmed. You can stop a charger's charge by just bonking him in the head with a pipe bomb. Who knew? Myth: can you stop a charging charger by throwing a Molotov at it? Okay guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Juice World, rest in peace, but thank you for submitting your myth in my way, my friend. So this is just a slightly different version than the final myth that we had for last week, where if you could stop a charging charger with a pipe bomb, which was already stupid, but believe it or not, you can do this with the Molotov too, which makes this extra stupid because, first of all,
this doesn't make any sense.
But secondly, why does the Molotov not break on impact? It can actually bounce off a wall before it ends up breaking. That makes no sense to me. Regardless of how I found it though, the myth is confirmed at the end of the day.
But Valve, I swear to God, if you end up telling me that this can also happen with the bio bomb, we're gonna have to talk.
Myth, can you use a smoker's tongue to win the shooting gallery minigame? Alrighty guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Quabursco. Now we're already running into a problem straight out of the gate where my tongue technically will not shoot out of my smoker when I'm trying to shoot these targets. Without a player being in the presence of my smoker, I can't get the tongue to actually launch. My guy is just coughing instead. He's having mesothelioma. So for this next one here, we're going to just no-clip ourselves into the minigame and spawn in an AI smoker to see if whether or not this will work. Now, here's the thing, is that this also has its own issues, because when we do this, even though it is clipping through the targets, it's not giving us an actual score. You can tell because the target gets stuck rather than falling over, indicating you've gotten a point. Even where the smoker's tongue perfectly hits one of the targets up in the very front in order to end up grabbing me here, it still does not register as a point. It just clips through and ignores the gallery. So I'm going to have to label myth 2 as busted. Myth, can you kill a tank with one clip of an AK-47 with explosive rounds? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Lewis here today, so I'm just going to do what he says. I'm going to load up an AK-47 with explosive rounds and just shoot at a tank. Keep in mind, this is also on easy mode to give us the most likely chance of being able to kill him, but I'm already getting about halfway there and I'm not really noticing any sort of difference. So we're just going to have to wait and see. The incendiary rounds did prove me wrong last time. I didn't think that those were going to work when I used them on a Scar, I think. But unfortunately, the AK cannot say the same thing. It did not end up working. Not gonna lie, this did shock me a bit because I always thought explosive rounds were stronger in my mind. I will say this though, is that the explosive rounds were helpful though because we were already close to killing the tank. You guys can see here that I only just needed to shoot him a couple more times before he ended up dying. So the myth is busted, but it was pretty close. Myth, can you defib a player who got crushed by an object? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now we're going to just crush Quabursco's internal organs for your amusement here real quick by crushing him with the Crash Course car and seeing if whether or not a defib will allow him to be able to live another day. Well, live with a asterisk question mark. Alright, so the truck should be landing any second now and killing Quabursco. It looks like it just did it right now, so I'm going to go over to defib his body once the truck has fully crushed him. Yeah, I can't really explain that one. It's technically confirmed, but why? Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if a special infected is underwater, are they less susceptible to damage when they get shot at with bullet guns? So now let's head over to the finale of Death Toll, where we have the most amount of water to work with. Have a special infected, specifically a tank, go underneath the water and shoot him a couple times and see what exactly happens. Myth, can special infected take less damage to bullets while underwater? Okay guys, the last myth is going to be submitted in by Vader. Now we're going to get a base first, so that way we know what we're working with. I'm going to shoot Tyler once with the Magnum, so Tyler by default has 6,000 HP, and shooting him once with the Magnum now leaves him with 5,924 HP. Or in other words, I did 76 damage to Tyler. Now we went over to the deepest part of the water over here, and you guys can see that when I shoot Tyler again, this is now the new numbers. Tyler now has 5,849 HP. Or in other words, I did 75 damage to him, meaning that the bullet had 1% less damage. Now because that was so minuscule, we decided to keep testing further, so now after being shot again on land, Tyler lost 34 HP because Quabursco shot him with a normal pistol. So that is the base once again for above water, just with a different gun. Now testing it again while underwater, Quabursco is once again going to shoot Tyler, and now this is his new HP. Tyler's new HP is now 5,781. Here's the weird thing though, is that that's the exact same number of damage, 34 once again. So now this becomes weird, because when I shot Tyler, even though it was a difference of 1 HP, he was still safer underwater when I shot him, But now when Glabersko shot him, there's no difference. So we decided to have me be the one that shot Tyler once again to see if there's a difference between just the guns we're using. So when I shot Tyler this time, I ended up doing 79 damage. Now I'm going to have Tyler and me both go underwater, and I'm going to shoot him again this time and see if there's a difference. So when I shoot him underwater, I now gave him 79 damage again. Let's shoot Tyler again, that sounds funny. Okay, so this time when I shot Tyler, I ended up doing 78 damage to him. So even on land, all the damage values are different. They're never the same. Which is weird because I don't ever remember the tank having like a headshot multiplier or any body multipliers whatsoever. It's just the same damage everywhere you shoot him. So having a different number, even with the same gun, is just bizarre to me. So let's do this one more time. I shoot Tyler with my Magnum once again on land, and he goes from 5,090 health to 5,012 health, which is once again 78 damage. Now let's have Tyler and me go underneath of the water just one last time to see if there's a difference. So Tyler's got 5,012 health, and now he's got 4,935 health. So that means that I did 77 damage to Tyler, which means that this worked again by just 1%. So now it worked again. So what's going on here? Because this is confusing me now. It's consistently inconsistent. But for what reason? Like, why is this happening? Because it's beyond me. We chose the tank specifically because he doesn't have any damage multipliers that we know of. If you shoot him anywhere, it's the same damage. I'm using the same gun to shoot him, and all that we're doing is having him go underwater or not go underwater. That's the only difference here. But it's a different result every single time. So I'm not entirely sure what to do here. The best I can come up with is just to label the myth as plausible with a question mark at the end. Like, I don't think this has ever happened before, where on the one hand we've had a myth be both confirmed and busted at the same time, because you guys saw the footage with me. You saw that how at the beginning it was confirmed, and then by the end it was like this busted / plausible crap. It was really bizarre. So let me know what you guys think. Do you think that you would lean more towards the sides of confirmed or the sides of busted? Because this really could go either way. Myth. Can you temporarily boost your health over 100 by drowning yourself in a puddle of water and then taking pain pills? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Team Master, but this is also just a true winner 1 with a different name, and he did say I can't just call him by his old name despite the name change, so I'm just going to call him that from now on. So a true winner 1, thank you for submitting your myth our way, and we are specifically on Hard Rain as you requested. This specific spot we're in is right next to the sugar mill on Chapter 3 when we're returning back over to the burger tank. So if you end up crouching in this specific spot, you will eventually start losing your health because you're drowning. And then upon taking pain pills, believe it or not, you actually will temporarily go over 100 HP. It just takes me a second here to drown, but once I start to end up losing my health and be around 50 HP or so, I'm going to pop the pain pills and you guys are going to see that it does indeed go up. I don't necessarily know why this is the case. My guess is that the game is trying to make sure that you don't die by an environmental hazard. And so what it does is that it just gives you your health back over time to prevent you from dying if you were, like, let's say, clipping out of the map. This is the only instance where I can think of where you actually will just regen your health without using any sort of med kit or pain pills or adrenaline shot. And this causes this weird glitch to happen where now I have 140 plus HP. And I can see how in certain situations this may be to your benefit because now you have more health than the game would expect you to, allowing you to be able to tank more hits. So the first myth is confirmed. You actually can get over 100 HP, although be a temporary, by doing this strange strategy. But yeah, if you want to be able to end up getting over 100 HP, just drown yourself and take some pain pills. Myth. Can spitter goo hit the targets in the shooting gallery minigame in Dark Carnival? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Tacky Rovelator. So me and Glabersko are going to be the spitters in this case, and Dan and Tyler are going to activate the machine. Now, in the spitter's case, unlike, let's say, something like the smoker, which we've tested recently, the spit actually will come out of the character, regardless of whether or not a player's in the way, which is a good thing that helps us to our advantage. But the problem is that by the time it recharges, we only really get 2 chances before the entire game's over. So even if you had 3 players playing as a spitter and they each get 2 shots each, that's only 6 potential targets if this were to even work, because in our case, regardless of whether or not we were hitting it, it was just not giving us points. It was just saying that we missed and was clipping through the targets like we've had happen with the other special infected minus the tank. So myth 2 is busted, unfortunately. You can't end up winning the shooting gallery minigame as a spitter. Myth: can throwing a gas can or Nomchansky stop the boomer vomit effect? So myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Bob Robinson, who I believe has never submitted a myth before, so thank you, Bob. We greatly appreciate you for submitting a myth our way. So we're going to test out the gas can first, and the way we're going to be doing this is just having slow motion on, spawn a boomer in, and throwing the gas can right as the boomer is trying to turn around to vomit on us. So here goes my attempt, and unfortunately it did not work. I believe what's happening here is because the vomit is so widespread that you can't possibly block every single vomit pixel, so even if the gas can is blocking something, it can't block everything, meaning you'll still get blinded. And this was also still the case with Nomchansky. It didn't do anything differently in comparison to the gas can. So that means that myth 3 is busted. Both the gas can and Nomchansky cannot block or disable the boomer vomit effect. Myth: can you stop a charging charger by throwing a bile bomb at him? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted by Glabursko, and since we're already going to be testing the hunter at the end of the video anyways, might as well get some of the other special infected out of the way as well, so that is why we're going to be testing the charger here at the second to last myth. So when we ended up testing out this myth, this was basically the summary of what we ended up finding, is that when you throw a bile bomb at a charger, just like any of the other zombies, it will end up highlighting them in purple and makes it that way the zombies will be attracted to the charger and therefore attack him. It did not end up changing regardless of whether or not we hit him in the upper mass or the lower mass. Unlike the pipe bomb and the Molotov, the bile bomb will auto break on impact because it's meant to do that. You're meant to throw it at special infected, so it's meant to function this way. Whereas the pipe bomb and the Molotov are not exactly meant to be direct impacted, they're supposed to be just in the general vicinity, which is why they have that weird booping effect. Although one weird thing that I will point out that we did find out about the bile bomb is it does indeed bounce off of surfaces just like the other grenades. It doesn't just break on impact when it comes to surfaces, it's only with special infected. So myth 4 specifically regarding the charger does not work, it is busted. But now let's transition over to testing this on the hunter and see if that's any different. Myth: can you stop a pouncing hunter by throwing a bile bomb at him? Alrighty guys, the very last myth of today's video is going to be submitted in by Soul. So Soul, thank you for submitting in a myth our way, and we're just going to be picking up right where we left off on the passing here, and I'm going to spawn in a hunter while the guys are still testing the charger over there, and see if whether or not the bile bomb works any differently on the hunter in comparison to the charger. So here we go, I'm spawning him in, and in slow motion I'm throwing it directly at his face, and yet it does not work, just like the charger. So that means that the final myth of today's video is busted. You cannot stop a pouncing hunter just like a charging charger by throwing a bile bomb directly at their face. But hey, on the bright side, you can at least do this strategy with 2 of the 3 grenades in the game. You would just have to do it with either A, Molotov, or B, a pipe bomb. But hey, 2 out of 3 ain't that bad. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another episode of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth Busting Mondays. In today's video for the final myth, this is going to be pretty straightforward, nothing too crazy. We're going to be testing if whether or not that if we watch Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life, if whether or not that 3 Shreks will come and kill us within the sacrifice finale. If you guys had the ultimate Riz, please end up dropping a like. If you guys are new from Ohio, please subscribe. And if you guys want to see more Skibbity Toilet videos in the future, just let me know by just dropping a comment. But now, Edgers and Gooners alike, let's end up getting on with this week's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth Busting Mondays. Myth: if you do a 360 no-scope Taco Bell nuclear acid death poop, will the survivors become Skibbity Toilets?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Damn, you alright in there? There's like some green fart clouds coming out, dude. You making nuclear holocaust? Glabursko, should I call security? Should I call a priest? Yo, Glabursko, you alright in there? What the hell happened to you? Myth confirmed. Myth: if I play Back 4 Blood, will I get diagnosed with crippling depression?
Yeah, but let's play Mix Purple Hat.
Not today, man. Don't really feel like it.
Come on.
Alright, fine.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
Like, this is way too difficult.
Really,
Yeah, no, seriously, man.
I like it.
Yeah, no, I think this game's not that good. Yeah, nah. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I got an email from my doctor. What is he telling me? What's this test results?
Oh.
You've been diagnosed with crippling depression. Result: playing back for blood. Myth confirmed. Myth: has Tinky Winky from the Teletubbies become a drug addict and attacks people now in Left 4 Dead 2?
No, get the help!
Yo, hold on. What the hell's going on? You being attacked by a hunter?
Help!
Yo,
Yes.
yo, it's my dog, Tinky Winky! Get off my boy! I'm gonna tink your Winky.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Myth confirmed. Myth: can a tank throw asses at the survivors?
I'm three. Oh no! Hank! Ow!
Yeah, that was kind of dope looking though. But you better get up. Donkey! I just got hit in the face with Donkey's, like, actual ass. I got hit with an ass's ass. Myth confirmed. Myth: if you watch Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life, will 3 Shreks kill you in the sacrifice finale?
He slaps me and sends me to go to sleep. I'm crying now, and my face hurts. I lay in bed, and it's really cold. A warmth is moving towards me. I feel something touch me. Here, this is my swamp.
This sounds like a Literonic album, and the faces are not helping! Why does it have to be Ellis in this video? That just does not help me. Okay, now that I'm done re-scarring myself after forgetting that from 10 years ago, let's load up the sacrifice.
Okay.
Yo, mama.
Yo, what is that in the distance? It's your boy Shrek! No! And he's got a donkey!
I got him.
Shrek, no! This is not your swamp! This is not any of your swamps! Oh god! Myth confirmed. Myth: can the Midnight Riders tour bus run over Special Infected in Versus? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Blue Dope. Now, I know this is going to sound a little anticlimactic, guys, but we weren't even able to end up even getting past the fence where the Midnight Riders tour bus spawns in at. There is just an invisible barrier that blocks us from even getting in there. So because of this, the myth is immediately busted because we literally weren't even able to do step 1 in order to get this to work. Myth: can a boomer puke on the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors in the passing? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in here by Tyler. So for the second myth here, you guys are going to want to look at the captions for the survivors. As the boomer is puking on everybody, you can see there's some voice lines where the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors are reacting to getting vomited on. And even though it's subtle, you can see puke dripping off of Francis and Lewis and Zoe if you look at them very, very closely, despite the fact they're not covered in the yellow highlights. So based off of all this information, mostly the voice line since it's hard to see it visually, the myth is confirmed. You can indeed vomit on the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors as a boomer, it just gives no advantage to you because the zombies will not attack them, and also as well, you barely can see it. Myth: will a survivor's dead body disappear after you save them from a rescue closet? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. So we're testing this specifically on Dead Air's finale because there's only one rescue closet within this given chapter, so the moment that we end up respawning Glabursko, we should be able to look right back where we killed him and see if his body disappeared, which it looks like it does. Now, even though this should be, by that logic, immediately confirmed then, right after we end up getting this result, however though, I want to end up mentioning something. In prior episodes, when testing for Myth-Busting Mondays, we have done similar myths with rescue closets before, and we ended up getting the opposite result, where the dead body still was there despite the fact that we respawned that player, and there was technically a duplicate body of that survivor. This happened to us as recently as episode 105, where we were trying to see if whether or not you could use a rescue closet that was damaged. Now, unfortunately, I was not able to end up replicating this footage on my PC account because of the fact that this seems more like a glitch and is at random, but I do have footage from way back in the day that you guys are going to find kind of amusing here. What you are currently watching is old as hell footage from 11 years ago, back in 2013, when I was just a kid around 12 or 13 years old playing the 360 version of the game. And you guys can see that Lewis is dead on my screen, but he's also simultaneously alive and walking around. There's 2 of them within my game. And this exact thing can happen randomly sometimes on the PC version of the game still to this day. So I'm going to label this as plausible instead of confirmed, because it seems like it happens randomly and not all the time. It's never always going to be busted, it's never always going to be confirmed, it's just whatever the game feels like at that given moment. Myth: can Lewis actually overheat the mounted minigun in the passing finale? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now, this is a very valid question because in the passing finale, the zombies are equally shot at by all 3 survivors, and Lewis doesn't necessarily have to shoot his minigun all the time. But what if we delete Zoe and Francis, and we also spawn in several tanks on the highest difficulty, so that way Lewis has something to always shoot at? If Lewis perceives that the threat is not stopping, he might just shoot endlessly. Or will he, because the minigun might be forced to overheat because he won't let go of the trigger. And if you guys look carefully at the minigun, you will see that it's not turned that orange-red color by now when it would normally end up starting to overheat. And Lewis has been spraying and praying now for about 45 seconds, I would say, and the gun would have definitely stopped shooting by now due to the heat, but it hasn't. So I'm going to assume that the bots get an exception here and they can just spray the minigun infinitely, meaning the myth is busted. Lewis can't overheat the minigun on the passing, he can just shoot the gun forever. Alrighty guys, it's final myth time, and once again the final myth is going to be, with melee weapons, can we hit a spitter loogie back at the spitter, essentially ricocheting her shot, so that way it doesn't hit us. You guys got a prediction on how you think this is going to go? Let me know via the comments down below. But with that being said, let's get on with the final myth. Myth: can you ricochet spitter goo with melee weapons? Alrighty guys, the last myth is going to be submitted in by Brian here. So Brian, thank you for submitting not only your first myth, but also submitting in a really cool myth. So this is how we're going to dictate if the final myth is confirmed. We need to see if a spitter loogie will land in front of the survivors and not directly underneath of them where their feet are. Because the AI spitter is basically always going to hit you as long as you're standing still. It's going to be directly underneath of your feet. But if it lands behind you, it's probably most likely a miss. The only way I can imagine that this would be confirmed is that they deliberately missed their shot. And if they missed their shot specifically by having it land within front of you, because it means that the loogie was not able to make it because something got in its way or stopped it. Now, doing this horizontally, even with 4 people that were coordinating, and it was also in slow motion, this was not happening anytime soon. We were just getting extremely unlucky. So I ended up proposing the idea, hey, why don't we instead just shoot the loogie straight up in the air, and if I can hit it that way, I can see it bounce back up into the sky, and then that way we'll know definitively if the myth is confirmed or busted, because if I miss, it will just head straight down at my feet. And unfortunately, even though it would be cool if it didn't, it did land at my feet, which means that it wasn't able to register even though I had my cursor lined up on the loogie with my melee weapon. So even though I don't want to, the myth is unfortunately going to have to be labeled as busted, because regardless if we ended up doing it horizontally, and regardless if we ended up doing it vertically, regardless if my crosshair was perfectly lined up with it because I got it lined up with in slow motion and all the stars aligned, nothing ended up working. Here's the thing with Left 4 Dead, is that some things you think should work, do not. Some things that you think shouldn't work, do. And you can never predict which one it's going to be sometimes. I mean, why is it that this doesn't work, but still to this day, if I want to throw a gasoline can at a tank rock, it will destroy and blow up on impact? That makes no sense to me. But it is what it is. Myth: can you bounce throwables off of each other by throwing them together and allowing them to collide? Alrighty guys, the first myth starting off today's episode is submitted in by Azur Productions. Azur, welcome back. Haven't seen you around here in a while, man. Thank you for submitting a myth in once again. So to get the best possible angle for this, I'm going to use a military sniper to end up zooming in on the area where I believe the grenades would collide with each other, while Glabursko and Tyler throw them at each other. So here was our best attempt when Glabursko and Tyler threw the grenades at each other, and as you guys can see, they make a perfect X. They lined up perfectly. Now, even though this looks cool and the grenades did end up hitting each other, they didn't actually hit each other. They rather went through each other because they were intangible. So that means that the myth is busted because they didn't bounce or do that trick that Azur was asking if it could do. Myth: can you damage the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors in the passing? Alrighty guys, myth 2 is submitted in by Alexi Rosenberg. Thank you Alexi for submitting in your first myth our way, appreciate you. So Alexi, regarding your myth, I'm just going to point out some quick details. Number 1, you cannot damage the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors as a survivor, so if you're part of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, you can't do anything against them. And if you're playing in versus mode, the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors do not spawn in. So I'm just curious to see if they can die by anything. So we're just spawning in Special Infected in the normal campaign, and we're doing things such as spawning in spitters so that way acid pools will land underneath of them, and we're staring at the answer right in front of our very eyes. If the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors could take damage and die, they would have by now because there's so much spitter acid and chaos happening, and yet they have not. In fact, the Special Infected, most notably the tank, which I would say is the most funny because it's the most noticeable, he just flat out ignores the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors and instead gets in front of them just so that way he can get shot at. So that means that myth 2 is busted. I'm just going to assume that the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors were made invincible by Valve and they probably have God mode on. Myth: can you kill a witch with a mounted minigun before it overheats? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. So me, Glabursko, and Tyler have got a minigun lined up in our little pathway here, and we're going to shoot this witch on full blast and see if whether or not I can kill her before she ends up getting me. So I just startled her, and I'm going to spray and pray, not cheating, not bursting this machine gun. I'm going to just hold down the trigger and not let go. And as you guys can see, it gets close, like scarily close. Had she died any later, I would have been dead. So that means that myth 3 is confirmed. Not only can you kill the witch with a mounted minigun before it overheats, but you can also kill her before she's able to reach you, as long as it's in specific areas. Myth: can the witch break through solid glass to get to you? Alright everybody, myth 4 is submitted in by Tyler. So I'm going to be spawning in the witch right over here on No Mercy because this is the biggest set of glass that I can find. And when I do end up getting somewhat close to her, in fact I don't even necessarily need to get that close, she does indeed get enraged, chases after me, and breaks the glass down. Which means that myth number 4 is confirmed. The witch will break down anything pretty much to get to you, so beware. Alrighty guys, final myth time. Can a tank punch a survivor that's falling from an area that would normally kill them with fall damage and hopefully save their life? Let's find out. Myth: can a tank punch save a survivor from dying to fall damage? Alrighty guys, the final myth of today's episode is submitted in by me and the boys, and that's not me and the myth busting group, that's actually just the guy's name that submitted the myth. His name is Me and the Boys. So Me and the Boys wants to know if whether or not any Special Infected can save a survivor from fall damage. We have tested this on some others before, but we have not done it specifically on the tank. So what I'm going to do for you here, Me and the Boys, is that I'm just going to take one of the remaining Special Infected we have not tried to save a survivor from fall damage with, specifically the tank, and test them out for the final myth today. If you want us to test the other remaining Special Infected, Me and the Boys, just let us know by dropping a comment and specifically specifying a certain Special Infected we have not tried yet. Now, specifically addressing the footage here that you are watching, oh my god, this myth was super tedious. The timing has to be uber specific on this myth. We were running into issues such as connection. There would also be issues where when one person would jump, the other person would fail to hit them. There would be times where we would land on the tank's head and then get hit, which technically doesn't count. Here's an example of something that looks confirmed but isn't. I look like I hit Tyler right here, but he lands on my head first, and that doesn't count. It's very hard to get close enough to the tank that you're in the path of the fist, but not landing on his head or missing. Now I want to show you this last attempt right here. I hit Glabursko, and even though I incapacitate him, I want to clarify something. Normally, if you jump off the top of the lighthouse and fall, you will die. If you watch the footage back very carefully with me in slow motion, you guys will see that Glabursko lands in front of me and doesn't land on my head, nor do I miss. Even though I incapacitate him, he would have normally just flat out died from jumping that high. This means that the damage that he suffered that incapacitated him was rather from my tank punch and not from the actual fall. He only just got damaged in combination with the fall because he was super low health, meaning I saved his life and the myth is confirmed. Had Glabursko had higher HP, he could have walked away, but since he was already injured, that's why he was incapacitated in combination with my punch and the fall damage. If this happened to you in a real-life public match and you were able to escape, that would be the coolest highlight ever, and you would be one lucky son of a bitch. Myth: can you make a tank fall while he is climbing something by throwing grenades at him? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Glabursko. So I got a pipe bomb in hand, and then I'm going to spawn in a tank, and I'm going to throw it right at his head. and it looks like the tank does not fall over. Next is going to be the Molotov, so here comes the tank again, and all it does is just set him on fire, it does not make him fall down. And then bio bombs are just a given that they'll break on impact, so we don't need to necessarily test those. So that means that myth number 1 is going to be busted. The grenades will not make a tank fall over when he's climbing on a surface. Myth, can you trick the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors into shooting you on the passing? So to test myth 2, what we're going to have happen is we're going to have no other special infected besides a tank, and we're going to spawn the tank in front of Lewis, and then we're just going to stand next to the tank. We just basically want to see if whether or not by standing next to the tank, if Lewis will hit us with a stray bullet or two. Now, unfortunately, because we were not able to spawn the tanks inside of us and we had to stand around them, the only thing hitting me was the tanks, because trying to get any closer to them to try to get Lewis to accidentally shoot me resulted in the tanks beating me up. Unfortunately, Lewis does not have Stormtrooper aim and is shooting the wrong target. He's instead got pinpoint accuracy. So to make this as easy as possible, we just decided to no-clip to where Zoe and Francis are, spawn a tank in there, and now I have Francis shooting into my back and Lewis shooting right next to me while hitting the tank in the shoulder. And as you guys can see that there's so many bullets going downstream and yet none of them are hitting me, I think that what's happening here is that I am just invincible to Lewis's machine gun because I would have definitely caught a stray bullet by now. So that means that myth 2 is busted. The Left 4 Dead 1 survivors cannot damage the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors, it seems, at all. Myth, can you save your downed teammate after you pass the no return point in Chapter 4 of the Parish? So by the no return point, I'm referring to this area, the apartment building. So if somebody's downed up here, normally it's impossible to save them, but I want to see if I can try to jump on this electrical box, because it seems that you can end up grabbing onto it if you run into its hitbox. Am I able to do some Left 4 Dead parkour and be able to save Glabursko? I might be able to, it's at least so far more than 0. I'm on the pipe, and then I gotta do this part. And, oh, so close, so close. So let's end up doing a second attempt. So I'm on the top pipe again, I jump on the spiky part, and then I'm going to go for the little piece right here, and yep, there we go. I was able to get back all the way up in here and be able to save Glabursko. So myth 3 is confirmed. If you end up having the parkour skills of a master and don't get grabbed by any smokers lurking nearby, you can save your teammates past this no return point. Myth, can you make shotguns be able to shoot 20 shots by glitching the special ammo boxes? Okay guys, so supposedly the way that you're supposed to do this one is you shoot all your bullets within a shotgun, and then as soon as you're reloading it automatically, you're supposed to pick up one of the special ammo types. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spawn in some incendiary rounds. I'm just going to shoot the Spaz 12 normally, just to show you guys that's working as intended, and then I'm going to shoot it again, and then I'm going to pick up the incendiary rounds. So here we go, we're going to go to 0, I'm going to hit E, I'm going to reload, and now I am able to end up shooting, it looks like 10 bullets so far. What about the extra 10? Oh, I guess I do get an extra 10. Ah, damn, that's cool. Okay, so I end up having a 20 round Spaz 12. That's not overpowered or anything. Okay, it worked with incendiary, well, let's now try the frag rounds instead. So I'm shooting, and yep, it does indeed work. I ended up having 20 rounds in my Spaz 12. So myth 4 is also confirmed, so if you guys want to be Terry Crews from The Expendables 2, you now can. Alrighty guys, it is now time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, as a special infected in versus mode, are you able to get into the safe room despite the safe room door already being closed? So let's now head over to the final myth and see if whether or not the game is broken or if we're just that good. Myth, in versus, can you spawn in the safe room by spawning in right as you collide with the door in ghost mode? So the final myth can only work in one situation, which is that you have a downed or in-cap survivor outside the safe room while everybody else is still inside. This is because any alive players that are outside the safe room keep the game going on until they either die and bleed out or until they are rezzed and brought into the safe room with you. Now how often does this happen? Sometimes, but not all the time. But the even bigger question is, am I actually able to end up going into the safe room despite the door being closed? Because I should not be able to under any circumstances, because that would just not be fair. So while the bots are bleeding out upstairs, I'm going to try to go after Glabursko. Now I can see where this is trying to go, I can definitely see where the timing would definitely be at play, but I just do not want to believe this is something you can actually do. Well, because my hopes are very low for this actually working out, I'm only going to give this one more good attempt. So I'm going to have Glabursko go inside the safe room, I'm going to try to time it the best I can. So here we go, one last good attempt. I'm going to jump into the door now. Wait.
Versus players, I'm so sorry for you.
Nah, this just doesn't sit right with me. Why was that able to work? Why was that also so easy to do? Look, I'm the embodiment of average in versus mode, I'll admit that. And I will say this, is that I'm not the best player at this game mode, but there's being skillful, and then there's just totally being broken. This should not happen. The safe room is the safe room. You should not be able to get attacked in here, especially with the door shut. So the myth is confirmed, but unfortunately, it means that you can also abuse this. Like, any devs that are watching this video, this needs to be fixed. The safe room is the safe room. You're literally supposed to not be able to get killed or attacked in here, especially, like I said, with the door shut. If this goes on, this is going to be a problem. So apparently, since the safe room is no longer a safe room, if you are ever in there, at least for the time being, you should check every corner and make sure there's not a hunter in the bathroom or a smoker in the closet. Dude, if I'm in the safe room and I hear giggling and a jockey emerges around the corner, I'm just done. Versus players, I'm terribly sorry that the hell that this is about to unleash onto your lobbies. Myth. Will an incapacitated survivor underwater die sooner than an incapacitated survivor on land? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Glabursko. So Glabursko is going to go into the water here on the death toll finale, and I'm going to also incapacitate Bill as a bot survivor. And we're going to see if drowning is going to stack with the normal bleed out damage and make it where you can die quicker. Now I am going to speed up the footage for your guys' sake so you don't necessarily have to watch the survivors bleed out. But once Glabursko does start to drown in a second here, you guys can see that he starts to bleed out significantly quicker than Bill because the drowning damage does seem to be stacking with just the normal bleed out damage. It seems like it's almost double the speed for Glabursko to die versus Bill. So in a second here, Glabursko is going to die with Bill being only around half health, which means myth once confirmed, you will end up bleeding out quicker if you're underwater because your character drowns simultaneously. Myth. Can you throw a Molotov from the top of the slide in Dark Carnival and have it land at the Tunnel of Love? So myth number 2 is going to be submitted by Zaku, and Zaku, I'm assuming you mean this, like standing at the giant super slide in the carnival area and then throwing it literally all the way to the actual Tunnel of Love entrance. So we do decide to do this, however though, the problem is that unfortunately it looks like we can't even get a Molotov over to that area because there seems to be an invisible barrier and the Molotov is just bouncing off of the air. And this invisible barrier does seem to be across multiple angles, so regardless of where we aim our grenades, it's not going to get through. So unfortunately we weren't really even able to get started, which means that myth number 2 is busted. Myth. If you throw a Molotov at the tank while he is climbing a ladder, will he temporarily get stuck? Alrighty guys, so we are on the finale of the parish because this is where I believe one of the biggest ladders are in the entire game. We're just going to spawn him at the bottom and have him go straight up, and I'm just going to throw the Molotov and bonk it on his head. Now normally I would feel like the glass would just break on his face, but I've seen weird things from the Molotovs as of late, so why not? And yep, that's some Houdini shit. That's definitely some Houdini shit, yeah. So I'm going to show the footage again just in case you guys didn't quite see that. You can see the Molotovs twirling in the air, and the Molotovs floating basically create a temporary barricade, and that's what caused the tank to get stuck. So that means that myth number 3 is confirmed, even though technically it doesn't make sense, but we've seen weirder here before on the series. If you throw a Molotov at the tank while he's climbing the ladder, it will actually cause him to temporarily get stuck. Myth. Can the crash course truck kill the tank by landing on his head? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Vader, so we're about to crush the tank now with the truck any second, and this is an interesting result that we're about to get. So as you guys can see, the tank does not end up getting crushed right away, but you can see on the captions that he is yelling in pain. So the tank's actually fighting back, believe it or not, against the truck, which I think is kind of cool because this is what I would expect the tank to do. But eventually, though, the truck does overpower the tank because he does eventually drop dead. So myth 4 is confirmed. If the tank somehow managed to get under the truck, which would literally be impossible in a normal game, so you don't need to worry about it in general, but if he did, for whatever reason, get under the truck would win. Alrighty guys, so you know the drill by now on the series. We're about to now transition to the final myth, and once again it's going to be, if you are on a location such as the NSenr apartments, if you have a charger hit you while you're near something like, let's say, a window, if the glass is still there, will that save you from falling out to your death, or will the glass just give way? So let's head to NSenr now, see if the window will protect me, or whether or not I will die. Myth. Can a window save you from a charger ramming you off of the NSenr apartments? Okay guys, so really quickly I'm going to intentionally break the window and spawn in a charger just to show you example footage of how if the window is already broken, that the charger can ram me out and kill me. I've seen people do this in versus mode before, but just in case you guys have not seen already, here's that footage. So now here we go trying it again, except this time we're going to keep the window and see if that's going to save me. So here we go, we're going to spawn in a charger. Good old hillbilly one-armed man, come and get me. And from the looks of it, it looks like he cannot kill me by ramming me out the window. The window stops him and makes him have to just kill me the old-fashioned way. So myth 5, or the last myth, is confirmed. You can end up saving yourself, or at least stall for time rather, and have the charger only be able to kill you in the old-fashioned sense by just standing next to a window that has not already been busted open. Myth. If you submerge yourself underwater and start drowning while in black and white, can you heal yourself out of black and white without a medkit? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by a True Winner 1, aka Team Master. Now if you were wondering what True Winner 1 or Team Master is referencing, allow me to show you guys this. This is from episode 110 of Myth Busting Mondays. This was a separate myth that we had where we were trying to test of whether or not that if you are drowning underwater, will this allow you to be able to get your health back. So the myth that we are testing here today is referencing that one, and it's just slightly tweaked for today's episode. So what I'm intentionally doing is I'm putting myself at black and white, and then I'm going to try this trick where I'm going to go underwater and drown, and then I'm going to see if whether or not that this will get me out of black and white. I'm going to be honest, my expectations for this are quite low. I don't think this is going to work, but then again though, the literal myth I was just referencing just a second ago, that also surprised me back then. So you never know with the series, sometimes a myth just might surprise you. So any moment now, Zoe should start drowning here, and then I'm going to stand back up, and let's see what happens. Well, that's unexpected. Believe it or not, this is not a really good edit or just really well done cutting. This is legitimately working in game. So that means that myth 1 is confirmed, believe it or not. So remember everybody, if you are on death's door and you need to heal yourself very quickly, the best solution is to drown. Myth. Can special infected heal themselves by drowning temporarily, just like the survivors? So myth number 2 is submitted in by Mada. Mada's myth here is referencing the literal last 2 myths we just talked about, so it's going to be the same rules and the same logic being applied to it. So I, as a charger, am going to be drowning in the area of the death toll finale, and once I start losing health, I'm just going to stand back up and see if I not only get back my prior HP, but if I can also get maybe even a little bit of extra HP. So right now I'm at 560-ish / 550-ish, and I'm going to stand up. And if you guys look at the health bar, slowly but surely I am getting my health back. It is slowly but surely going all the way back to my full HP of 600. However though, it doesn't go over like the survivors, and this is because of the lack of pain pills. The pain pills are the only reason why the survivors get extra HP, unlike the infected. So myth 2 is also confirmed. The special infected can do at least part of this healing regeneration trick. By the way, Mada, I just wanted to mention something to you right before we transition into myth 3. If you don't necessarily want to watch all the prior episodes to see if a myth has been tested before, in the Mythbusting Mondays video descriptions, there's always going to be a Google spreadsheet in there that if you were to click and look at it, it will allow you to be able to see every single myth we have tested within the series, and that way you don't have to watch every video, you can just keyword search, so that way you can see if a myth has been tested before. I hope that helps. Myth. Can a smoker's tongue no-clip through walls? Alrighty guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Owned. Now, Owned wants to basically know if a smoker tongue will just flat out go through a wall. This is at least how I interpret this myth. Now, we have to test this out with a AI smoker and then just dodge out of the way while he's shooting his tongue, because if this is in versus mode, the smoker cannot shoot his tongue without a target to lock onto. Now, this is the best example of what I would like to explain, which is that the smoker's tongue, even if it ends up getting a really close shot, it will not end up cutting around a corner or intangibly go through a wall. If it misses, it just misses, and you can avoid a smoker's tongue by blocking it with any sort of surface, except for a fence, where then the smoker's tongue will just go through the hole in the fence. But if it's like a solid wall, it can't go through. Well, more specifically, it can't go through and grab you, even though just a second ago it looked like it went through, but the smoker's tongue just fell on the ground once it got to the wall. So that means that myth number 3 is busted here today. Myth. Can you escape the NSenr finale if a jockey is currently riding your head? Okay guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by unknown. So what's going to happen is that Glabursko, who is currently a jockey, is going to purposely steer me into the Jimmy Gibbs stock car because I believe in AI, one would do the opposite and steer me away from it. And this is going to be while I'm the only one standing. Now, funnily enough, I'm in the corner there getting attacked by the jockey, even though the cutscene did engage. So that means that the main question here is, did I actually escape? So the game should be ending here in a second. Now, because this is versus, it's not going to show the traditional end credits, so we gotta look at the team bar. And you guys can see that only 2 survivors are dead, which is going to be Nick and Coach, which means that I and Rochelle survived. So myth 4 is confirmed. As long as you are within the rescue area, regardless of whether or not you're being attacked, you still will survive and beat the game. Alrighty guys, now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, is Nick the smartest of all the AI in Left 4 Dead 2? We're just going to subject Nick to some intelligence tests and see if he has a 200 IQ, or whether or not that he's just a dumbass. Myth, is Nick the smartest bot in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so for the last myth of today's episode, this is going to be submitted in by Taco Twin Gaming. So this is what we're going to do to test if whether or not that Nick is the smartest. We're going to subject him to 3 different types of tests against the other 3 characters in Left 4 Dead 2. He is going to go up against Coach, Ellis, and Rochelle, and we're going to see if whether or not that Nick is able to react to infected faster and be able to end up killing them in a proper way. We're also going to be testing to see if whether or not that Nick is responsive to end up saving his teammates in a timely manner, or just also prioritize the correct teammate, like who needs the most help and who needs it sooner. And then finally, we're going to test out his situational awareness. For example, we're going to put a medkit next to him while he's in red HP and see if he'll pick it up or just ignore it. This is not going to be done in any particular order, and nor are we going to be doing this more than a few times. We're just basically trying to see our knee-jerk reaction, be like, yeah, like Nick's either really smart or he's really stupid. Alright, so here's test number 1. I am incapacitated, and now we're going to incapacitate Glabursko, and we're going to see if whether or not that Nick will prioritize me over Glabursko because I have less health and I'm going to bleed out quicker. So let's go over to Nick. We're going to go over to the torture commands. We're going to unfreeze him and see if whether or not he saves Glabursko or if he saves me instead. So here comes Nick. Who is he going to pick? And it looks like that Nick decides to revive me. Smart choice. Now it's Coach's turn. Glabursko is going to be bleeding out quicker than me, so it looks like that Coach decided to revive him first. This is also a good thing. Alright, so now we switched up our characters. So the AI are Rochelle and Ellis, and me and Glabursko are Nick and Coach. I am Nick and I'm bleeding out more, and it looks like that Rochelle decides to prioritize me, so that's a W in my eyes. And now finally we have got Ellis, and once again I am bleeding out more, so it looks like that Ellis decides to go to me. So every single bot decided to prioritize the survivor who is more likely to die first instead. Alright, so now we've got test 2. Tell me what is wrong with this picture. Just take a guess. It's something that I will say that is pretty obvious once you notice it. It's going to be this thing. This med kit that is behind the bots, they are clearly not picking it up, even though they are in desperate need of it. Even if they were to heal each other, I would still end up giving them a point for saying like, yeah, that was a smart play, they were just not being selfish, but they're just choosing not to pick it up. And it's not like me and Glabursko need it because we're both 80 HP and in the green. The bots are just choosing not to pick up a medkit. Now, I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but it looks like that Nick and Coach immediately will pick up a medkit as soon as they see it. Now, I will say this is that this one is going to be spawned in where there's multiple of them on the ground versus the one that was just lying loose from when Glabursko died and we defibbed him. There could be a chance that means the result is skewed because of that slight difference. But it is noticeable the fact that regardless of how the medkit got there, that Ellis and Rochelle ignored it and Nick and Coach went for it immediately. And now finally, here is the last test, which is about reacting to Special Infected. So me and Glabursko are just choosing not to shoot, and we purposely froze Coach so that way he would not interfere. We want this to be entirely based off of Nick and Nick alone. Now I will say this, is that this one is just going to be more rather about like timing, because the Special Infected could be too close to Nick for him to react in time. The Special Infected could be choosing to go after a particular survivor, and mean that Nick doesn't necessarily care, or rather he expects somebody else to shoot versus just him entirely carrying the team on his back. Next for this is going to be Coach. Now, I don't know about you, but from watching this footage, Coach just looks like a total dumbass, because he takes forever to kill Special Infected, and he's letting us get damaged for a decent amount of time before he even makes a successful save. Without a doubt, this was probably my favorite part of the video, when Glabursko was getting attacked by a jockey and Coach was fucking shooting the concrete next to him and missing. He's shooting fucking backwards. Next is going to be Rochelle. Now, I will say this is that she wasn't as successful as Nick, but goddamn was she a lot smarter than Coach, I'll tell you that much. There was occasionally some times where Rochelle would just do something stupid like stand still and let a special infected get close to them, but for the most part, Rochelle was pretty decent at killing special infected in a timely manner. And then finally for Ellis, he had mixed results. Ellis and Rochelle were the most similar in my opinion from what I noticed from this small little test. One of the biggest factors that I noticed about whether or not a bot was going to be successful is whether or not they picked up a certain gun. I know that the bots like to favor certain weapons, and they're not always going to be useful in every single situation, which is why I gave people like Coach a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, at least until he fucking missed on purpose, it felt like, because shotguns are not going to be nearly as effective as SMGs in specific instances. So this was basically our results. If we look at prioritizing teammates, all the bots got an average score. I would say that they all got 1 point for being successful at saving their teammates in a correct manner. Now in terms of awareness, like finding medkits when they're low in HP, Nick and Coach pretty much went for them immediately, and Ellis and Rochelle just sat there with their thumbs in their asses. And then in terms of killing special infected, I would say a lot of them pretty much were average, at least everyone besides Coach, where I cannot forgive the fact that he was shooting in the complete wrong direction. Like, that was completely and utterly a joke. So if we look at all the points combined for each player, it looks like that everybody got 2 points because they failed at least one test, except for Nick, who got 1 point per test, and therefore has 3 points, or 1 point above everybody else. Now I know what you're thinking. There's going to be somebody that's going to be like, wait, are you going to actually say this is confirmed off of such a small result? Don't worry, man. No, I'm not. I'm not going to be calling this confirmed, but I'm also not going to be calling it busted either. I'm going to instead call it plausible because I really have no proof that is significant enough to prove or disprove this claim. I swear, there are some days where I feel like one bot is smarter than the other, but can I prove that? No. And am I able to disprove it? I also cannot do that. At the end of the day, the way I look at it is that life's not perfect, and people are prone to human error, so why can't AI also be prone to error? The AI is trying its best, it's occasionally going to make mistakes, it's going to sometimes make a decision that you don't like and that you would have done differently, but unfortunately, the game's the game and nothing's going to change unless you want to end up scripting a mod for yourself where you can literally make the AI smarter. I know that is a thing on the Steam Workshop, but at the end of the day, the way I look at it is that it's probably just a fluke that these results happened, and all the AI are honestly probably the same intelligence. Except for Coach. My man has a cheeseburger for a brain. Myth. Can a hunter bunny hop mid-pounce? Alrighty guys, so Myth 1 is submitted in by Unknown, and he wants to know if a hunter can bee hop or bunny hop in Left 4 Dead. For those of you that don't know what bee hopping or bunny hopping is, essentially what it is that it's basically what it sounds like. You just time your actions in a certain way so your character will skip across the map faster than they technically should. Now players have bee hopped mid-pounce with the hunter before, but for some reason when we were trying to do it, we were not able to get it to work. The person playing as the hunter in this footage was my buddy Dan, and Dan is an expert at trying to do bee hopping or speedrun based movements in most video games that he plays. So I trust him to replicate this if need be, but if he's not able to do it, then I would like to believe that there must have been something that was changed that makes it where it's either harder to do this, or you can no longer do this, because if Dan can't do it, then I think that something's up here, because I trust him, and when he says he can't do it, there must be something going on. So I am going to leave Myth 1 busted for now, but I am willing to update the result if further information is discovered. Myth. Can a special infected drown faster than a survivor? So myth number 2 is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. So for this myth, what we're going to do is we're going to need to end up drowning on purpose as a survivor first to get a baseline speed so we know what to compare to. So I'm going to time from when I officially start drowning up until when I end up going down or getting incapacitated, and that will be the baseline, because I'm not going to necessarily count the time that I'm just chilling. So here we go, the timer has officially commenced. I am losing my health, and it looks like it's going by pretty quickly, and the base health being 100, that's going to be a key factor in whether or not this myth is going to be busted, confirmed, or even plausible. So it looks like that we're roughly around 20 seconds or so here, and I down around 21 seconds. Now with the special infected, this is where it gets tricky, because obviously the special infected have different types of health bars, and some have more than others. So let's talk about 2 special infected in particular that can at least get close. So the first special infected I chose was the Boomer, and the reason why is because other than the fact that he has similar health, I also don't know if whether or not the special infected will lose a certain amount of health every single time they get damaged. For example, survivors lose around 5 HP every time they drown per second, and I don't know if special infected would be the same. So here we go, the clock has officially started ticking, and due to the fact that the boomer has half of the HP of a survivor, he's obviously going to not survive as long, so the boomer only lives about 11 seconds. And then the next one is going to be the spitter, which luckily has the exact same amount of health as the survivor at 100 HP. So this one's going to be probably a more accurate result. So any second now the spitter is also going to drown, and the timer has now officially commenced. And it does look like they're losing their health at almost the same interval as well, which is interesting because I wasn't necessarily sure that was going to be the case with every or just one special infected. But it looks like we're roughly going to end up around the exact same time, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like that we're going to get exactly the same time at 21 seconds. And then any other special infected, since they have more HP, it's a given that they're going to live longer. So I'm going to say that the myth is plausible for now, because the answer is going to depend on what special infected that you were referring to. If you were referring to one specifically versus all of them, that's going to be a completely different answer. Myth: can a tank rock kill the witch? So myth 3 is submitted in by, I believe it's pronounced Guadpanino. I am sorry if I butchered it, because I probably most likely did. Now in your myth, it seems that you care mostly about whether or not the witch can die with a tank rock, so we're going to lean into that and just only focus on the witch here today. So I am playing in the Sugar Mill on Hard Rain, where witches are everywhere, and I'm playing as a tank. And I'm going to just go up behind the witch and just throw the rock right at the back of her head to see if whether or not she'll be able to survive. And of course, just like I was expecting, she does not. I basically just destroyed her within one single hit. So that means that the third myth is confirmed. A witch cannot survive getting hit by a tank rock, so if you want to end up killing the witch for whatever reason as the tank, you can. Myth: is Bill the smartest bot in the Left 4 Dead 1 crew? So myth number 4 is submitted in by the Horror Kid, and this takes inspiration from last episode's final myth about whether or not that Nick is the smartest bot or AI in the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. So with that being the case, why not? Let's test out the Left 4 Dead 1 crew as well. We're going to subject Bill and all the other characters to the same exact test that we did with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. We're mostly going to be looking at basically how quick-witted or responsive they are in life or death situations. So for example, will they end up prioritizing a teammate who is closer to death or bleeding out more than one or the other? Will they end up reacting to special infected in a timely manner? Will they pick up loot when they desperately need it, especially if it's close by, or are they just going to blatantly ignore it? So far Bill is doing good. He's picking up people that are bleeding out more, or who's going to die sooner if not saved, which is a good thing because otherwise that would have been a tick off of the list. Now for test number 2, Bill didn't end up doing as well, because when Bill was given the opportunity to pick up, like, let's say a med kit or a defib or just any sort of like medicine in general, he just didn't pick it up. We all had the same amount of HP, we all had 100 HP, so it's not like he was leaving it there for us, he was just not noticing it. It's literally not even like 5 feet away from him, and he's just standing there just looking up at the sky. He does eventually pick it up, believe it or not, but it took him like 30 seconds. We basically had to smack Bill in the back of the head and just keep running into him in order for him to finally notice that there's a medkit next to his feet. At least Bill made up for it in round 3 with his gun skills, because in terms of saving the survivors, I would feel like his skills are average. Now with the other 3, I would say that they were pretty much all exactly the same skill level, believe it or not. There was really no big differences from what I noticed between each other. Zoe did revive everybody in the order that I do believe that she should have. She went for Lewis, who was bleeding out more, and then proceeded to go get Francis next. Lewis did the exact same thing. He decided to go for Zoe first, and then Francis, even though they were literally pretty much like a slither of health difference from each other. But the fact that he noticed that slither of a difference and to still decide to go for Zoe anyways, in my opinion, makes him seem smart, not stupid. Once again, same thing with Francis. He did the exact same thing. Even though it was a slither of a difference, he saved Zoe first, and then Lewis. And then in terms of picking up medicine when they desperately needed it, when I spawned it blatantly in front of their feet, they all picked it up immediately instead of hesitating. And as for killing special infected, everybody did at least a decent or average job like Bill. For me, it doesn't need to be perfect where the survivors are like untouched. As long as they kill the special and save them is all that matters. So for the sake of consistency, I'm also going to leave this myth as plausible, just like the one from last week with Nick, because I really see no reason to change it. I think the bots have good and bad days, just like any of us, where sometimes they perform better than others, and I think that that's going to be just subjective depending on your experiences. I know that there's sometimes where I feel like the bots are out to get me, and sometimes I feel like that they've always got my back. So what do you think? Do you think that the bots are going to be on equal skill level of each other, or do you think that some are better than others? Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, do the bots have a bias or a favoritism towards helping or not helping certain survivors? I really am curious about this one, because if this is in the game, or even has a trace of it being in the game, that would be some really, really good intertwining between the gameplay and the story. So let's test that idea now, shall we? Let's go over to the final myth and see if whether or not the characters have their favorites. Myth: do bots have a favoritism towards helping certain survivors? Alright guys, the very last myth is going to be submitted in by me and the boys. So this is the way that we're going to test this myth. We are going to be playing on the passing campaign, and we're going to spawn in tanks in front of Zoe, Francis, and Lewis, all at slightly different distances from each other, so that way they can't just hit everybody all at once. They are going to have to pick and choose, hey, am I going to save Ellis on the left, Coach on the right, or maybe even Nick somewhere in between them in the middle? Because if they have to be able to only kill one at a time, that forces them to make a decision. Now, if it's completely random, or there's a reason for it, like for example, let's say they're the closest next to them, so they're going to just shoot whatever's closest, that would make sense. But if, for example, they shoot at always the tank that's next to Nick, regardless of where he is or how in immediate danger he is, then we're going to sense some sort of bias. So we're going to be doing this 3 separate times. We're going to spawn in a tank, and everyone's going to be standing in a specific location. So Dan is going to be closest to pretty much Lewis and the part of the bridge. I'm going to be in the middle, and then behind me, Glabersko is the farthest away from everybody. And so far from what we're seeing, they're pretty much equally shooting all the tanks. However, I do get the sneaking suspicion that the closer we are to all the survivors, the more likely they are to help us. Because even in the game, there is quotes like, hey, bring that tank back over here, and I just feel like once you get too far away from the survivors, they're less likely to help you. Now here's the second test. All we did was just switch places. So Dan went over to where Glabersko was, I went to where Dan was, and then Glabersko went to where I was. And just like the first time we did this, it just seems whoever is stuck in the back gets the least amount of help, regardless of which survivor it is. I really do think the main thing that's coming into play here is just about how close you are to the survivors. And here's footage from the 3rd try, when I was stuck in the very back. You guys can see that pretty much the only one helping me is Zoe. But technically Francis can help me, it's just that he's choosing not to. Even though it does look like that he would not be able to cut the corner like that and be able to hit the tank, he actually can. His FOV is at 90, I believe, for the bots. So he would be able to see this tank and then therefore help. Like for example, Dan's up there right now, and you can see that he's able to reach the tank. So guys, when it comes to the final myth here, I'm going to have to say that it's busted. I don't think that the bots necessarily have a favoritism towards helping certain survivors, or at least I don't think it represents in the gameplay where it's obvious that someone's just blatantly trying to screw you over or give you everything under the sun to help you win. We never even saw a bias when we were testing out the stuff for Myth 4 about the survivor's intelligence. They made decisions that were the most smart for the group and their survival. They would save the person that was likely to die first. They ended up picking up medkits when need be, and they gave it to teammates when need be, and they were very aware of when special infected were going to attack and kill them. Let me give you an analogy. You might not like the pilot of a plane, but you don't want to throw them out mid-flight. It makes no sense for the survivors to screw over some teammates by not helping them as well as the other ones, because if that person ends up dying, then that means you're now short a teammate and it's harder for you to survive. Strength in numbers matters, people. So regardless of what beef the survivors have with each other, or just a favoritism towards one over the other, they're not going to let that impact their decisions about survivability. Because if their decision is going to impact their survivability, they shouldn't do it. They're not going to give pain pills to somebody that has 100 HP, or they're not going to just intentionally let someone bleed out because they don't like them, because that wouldn't make any sense. Myth: can a charger do more damage to a survivor while on fire? Alrighty, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Nuketown 2015. To clarify, by the way, in case anybody does not know about this, the hunter, if he is on fire, if he pounces you, he will do more damage than if he were not on fire while also doing the same action. So here is our control test. This is me just charging Dan normally like in any given versus game, and you guys can see the base damage. And now here's the clip from when I charged Dan as a charger, but this time I'm on fire, and as you guys can see, the damage does not change. I'm pretty much killing Dan for the same amount of health each time. So it seems that myth 1 is busted. It doesn't seem that the charger is going to do any more extra damage just because he is on fire, unlike the hunter. Myth: if a car lands on a propane tank, will the propane tank blow up? Okay guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Shock, and I do apologize for how terrible this footage looks. Our FPS was just horrible while trying to test the second myth here due to how many propane tanks we spawned in. And Shock, I hope it's okay with you that we just chose to do the Crash Course finale truck, because this is the easiest truck to try to put a propane tank under, given the fact that it just falls straight down. If this is not what you want, we can always redo this myth again, except this time we'll just do it with a generic car you find out in the open, so just let me know if that's okay via the comments down below. The truck should be touching the propane tanks here any second. Do you guys think that the truck is going to glitch out and the propane is going to stop it, or do you think that the propane is going to explode anyways, as you were most likely expecting? Let's see. And it looks like the propane explodes. So myth 2 is confirmed. If a propane tank is underneath of a car, it's going to explode. Myth: do bots have a favorite weapon? So myth 3 is submitted in by Glabursko. The way we're going to do this is we're going to spawn in just every weapon in the entire game and let the bots walk up to them and just see what they pick up. This one is going to be a given, by the way, because I know a lot of people already know this, but I still wanted to showcase it anyways. So we're going to start off with 4 of the 8 characters here so far. We're going to have Bill, Lewis, Francis, and also Rochelle pick up a gun here and see what their preference is. So when looking at all the characters, it seems that Francis ends up picking up a shotgun, and Lewis and Bill end up picking up assault rifles. Specifically, Francis picks up a Spaz, and then Bill and Lewis pick up an AK-47. And for Rochelle, when she ends up coming over to the gun stack, she also ends up picking up an AK-47 as well. And then next we're going to be testing out Nick, Coach, Zoe, and Rochelle again. And as you guys can see from the selection, it looks like that Coach also picks up a shotgun, and Nick picks up an assault rifle. Coach picks up an auto shotty, and then Nick ends up picking up the SG. Zoe ends up picking up a sniper rifle, more specifically, she picks up a military sniper. And then finally for Ellis, when he's given the choice, he also picks up a sniper rifle, he specifically picks up the AWP. He must be a fan of CSGO. So I'm going to say that myth 3 is confirmed, at least for the class of guns, like the category. The bots definitely do have favorites. Zoe and Ellis prefer sniper rifles, Francis and Coach prefer shotguns, and then Bill, Lewis, Nick, and Rochelle prefer automatic weapons like assault rifles. Myth: can a grenade launcher one-shot a hunter in midair? Alright guys, let's just jump straight to the point. Here we go, we spawned a hunter, and yep, we definitely can one-shot him, alright. So it's not only confirmed, but just funny seeing him fold over like a pretzel. Alright guys, is the hunter able to get from one half of the Parish Bridge to the other within 1 minute or less? Let's see. Let's see if whether or not the hunter can catch back up to you before you escape. Myth: can a hunter get across the Parish Bridge in 1 minute or less? The last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dan/Dr. Zed. The 1 minute timer will start as soon as I start pouncing, and I'm going to be doing from this point of the bridge. So in a second here, the timer will start, and here we go. We are now on the clock. I am pouncing my ass off to get to that helicopter within 1 minute or less, and this is not as easy as it looks. Because even though you guys are watching what is my best attempt at this, regardless of whether or not it's confirmed or busted, this one is hard. Believe it or not, I got stuck on so many cars and so many parts of the bridge several times while trying to record this last myth for you guys. This one is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. You have to align your cursor basically perfectly so that way you don't bump into anything. Because if you get stuck for 1 second and try to readjust, that's going to be precious time off of the clock. And you guys can see I am cutting it very close, because even though I'm at the end of the bridge, I want to get to the helicopter. I want to see if I can get to the rescue vehicle. And it's not looking pretty good, but I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try to even take some shortcuts or things like the fence. Will I make it? Please believe in me! And yes, I ended up making it by the skin of my teeth. I ended up getting there with 4 seconds left on the clock. So the last myth is confirmed. The hunter can get from one half of the Parish Bridge all the way to the other within 1 minute or less, and that does include the rescue vehicle. Myth: is there a difference between characters' running stances when their flashlights are on/off? The first myth for today's episode is going to be submitted in by Brian here. So we're going to test out the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors first. So everyone is going to have a basic starting pistol, and they're going to run around with their flashlights on and off, and we're going to test this on all 8 survivors and see if there's not only a difference between each other, but also themselves. So for Francis, he does have a little bit of a slightly different animation for himself when he's running without the flashlight and with the flashlight. Next we're going to test out is Lewis, so here is Lewis without the flashlight. And then here is Lewis with the flashlight. You can see that there's slightly a difference, but not too big of a difference. And then here is going to be Bill. Bill without the flashlight runs like this, and then Bill with the flashlight runs like this. And then now I'm going to switch into third person here, so that way you guys can see it with Zoe. So this is Zoe's third person running animation without the flashlight, and then here is going to be Zoe's third person running animation with the flashlight on. We also did test out Ellis, Nick, and Coach, by the way. Here is all 3 of them running without a flashlight on. And then this is footage of Ellis, Nick, and Coach with their flashlights on. And then finally, here is footage of Rochelle running with her flashlight off, and here is her running with the flashlight on. The first myth is confirmed. The survivors have not only different running animations for each individual survivor, but they also have their own running animations for themselves from when the flashlights are on and when they're off. Myth: can a smoker and or a jockey do more damage to a survivor while on fire? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 was submitted in by TrueWinner1/Teammaster. So we're going to start off with the jockey first. The very first thing that I'm going to do is let Dan jump on me while he's not on fire, so that way we can get a controlled test and get the base damage. So Dan's up these stairs, and I'm just going to go up to him real quick and escape the bots, so that way they don't shoot him for me. So I'm looking around for Dan. He should be here any second now. There he is. He's climbing the side of the wall. He's going to jump on me, and as you guys can see, he's doing about 2 damage per tick. Now Dan is going to jump on my head again, except this time while on fire, and as you guys can see, that it's the same amount of damage regardless of the fire. Next, we're going to be testing out the smoker, so I'm once again going up the exact same stairs, so that way the bots will leave us alone. And here is Dan. He's going to attack me, and it looks like that the smoker is doing 5 damage per tick. And now Dan's going to attack me as a smoker while on fire, but we are going to move slightly out of the way, so that way it's just the smoker damaging me and not the fire that's on the ground back there. And as you guys can see, the damage is going to be the same. So this is busted. It seems that the Hunter is the only special infected so far that gets any sort of benefit while being on fire. Myth: can you blow up a propane tank mid-air by using a grenade launcher? So this is myth 3 today, and by the way, G, last time you left a comment on one of my videos, you said your name is pronounced like this, so is it cool if I just abbreviate to Nino? Let me know in the comments down below, my G. Anyway, for your myth, I'm going to specifically lean into the grenade launcher in particular because we have indirectly shot the propane tank out of the air with every other gun before, except for this, so we're going to just test the grenade launcher here today. I hope that that's okay. Now, unlike the other guns, shooting a propane tank in midair with a grenade launcher is not easy to do. Even with slow motion on, I did miss a couple of times while trying to do this. Now, I would like to say after 10 tries or so, I did eventually get it, and I was able to blow up the propane tank in midair successfully with the grenade launcher. So the third myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can shoot a propane tank and blow it up in midair with a grenade launcher, and the explosion will be kind of a sight to behold. Myth: if you line up exactly 18 zombies, can you get the 4 achievement with 1 swing? Myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now, in case anybody needs a friendly reminder of what achievement that Zaku is referring to, he is referring to this one, which is where you have to decapitate 18 zombies with a golf club melee weapon. Now, here is the tricky thing with this achievement, is number 1 is that it's completely impossible to do this in one go in a legit game, just flat out right. Because the zombies, they're never going to stand perfectly still and form in such a way that if they're attacking you, you're going to be able to hit all their heads in one go. So this is only going to be possible with cheating, and cheating in specific circumstances, because number 1, we have to put them in basically a 1x1 tube, so they all just stand still. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to make a zombie cage, essentially, and just put 18 of them in there and just trap them. Another thing to consider too is the way that this achievement tracks progress. The best possible way we can show this to be confirmed is to play on a Smurf account that has no progress towards this achievement and go from 0 to getting the achievement in one swing. The problem is, though, is that because of human error, if we mess up at any point, going forward from that point, it would be very hard to show the achievement happening in one fluid motion, and would just look kind of janky. Our workaround for this would just be practicing with other melee weapons that have similar, if not the exact same swing pattern as the golf club, and see if we can end up practicing with those, so that way we're not going to get the achievement on accident when we're not ready yet. Now, despite how janky this is to set up, we also do have some good news, because when Glabersko goes for a test attempt on the 18 zombies we put in our little zombie cage, he kills all of them in one single swing. So now the true test is to switch over to a golf club and see if we can not only replicate it, but also make sure that we decapitate the zombies specifically, because it has to be a decapitation death. So any second now, Glabersko is going to hit the zombies with his golf club, and when he hits them, they all do die, but there is no achievement to be seen. It is not popping up in the feed. So what you saw happen was that all 18 zombies did die, but according to Glabersko, only 2 of them were decapitated. So what happened was that it doesn't actually meet all of the criteria for the achievements to pop up. So he was not able to get it done in one single go, even with the odds in his favor doing it this way. So I think it's safe to say that this myth is busted, because even with the circumstances in Glabersko's best favor, he was not able to get it done in one single swing. It's just too difficult. Alrighty guys, it's now time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can a smoker yank you out of the parish helicopter in the middle of the cutscene happening and end up killing you at the very end of the game last second? Let's spawn in a smoker at the parish campaign and see what happens. Myth. Can a smoker grab a survivor from the parish helicopter during the final cutscene? And the final myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Zoe. We're going to be doing this with an AI smoker, so that way we can spawn him right in front of us, and that way we don't have to worry about line of sight issues like how we did in versus mode. The big thing with this is timing, because as soon as the smoker shoots his tongue at you, he pretty much will grab you instantly, and when he grabs you, you're going to be starting to be yanked out of the helicopter, but if it's too early, the cutscene's not going to happen. Despite this little inconvenience though, we did keep pressing onward, and we did eventually get this, where Dan did get yanked out during the cutscene. You can see him dying down there in the corner, and I managed to escape. The biggest thing is going to be if whether or not that Dan is pronounced dead in the credits, or if the game is not going to know that he was yanked out right as it was happening. So let's see what the credits say, if whether or not Dan is dead. And it looks like that it does pronounce Dan as dead. It did notice that he was yanked out of the helicopter last second, which means that not only is the final myth confirmed, it also does mean that you're not safe until the very last second of the game. Like, I mean the very last second. You can die in the middle of a cutscene. Myth. Can you explode a propane tank with the cars that tanks can punch? The first myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Shock. Shock submitted a myth in one of the most recent episodes of Myth-Busting Mondays, and he wanted to know if a car could explode a propane tank. But when we tested it, we used the Crash Course truck, and he said that that's fine, but he wants us to retest it again if we can with the normal cars that you see in-game, the ones that the tanks can send flying. So we're more than happy to end up doing it again, so we're going to go here on Coldstream and spawn in a whole bunch of propane tanks and then drop some cars from the sky, although it is a little bit tricky, not gonna lie, because the cars are trying to spawn on top of the bridge and not underneath of the bridge so they can fall down. But eventually I am able to get a car to end up falling from the top of the bridge, and it does blow up all the propane tanks. So this myth, just like the last time we tested this, is once again confirmed. It doesn't matter what type of vehicle it is, it's still gonna blow up the propane tanks no matter what. Myth. Can you revive a player who got incapacitated by the Crash Course truck before they are fully crushed? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Isaiah, and Isaiah, thank you for subscribing. I noticed that you're brand new. So any second now, the Crash Course truck is going to land on top of Glabersko. I'm going to see if I can revive him before he's fully killed, but it looks like when I'm trying to revive him, the revive bar is actually not moving whatsoever and is basically suspended in time, and it kills him before I'm even able to save him. So that means that Myth 2 is busted. You cannot revive someone, even with adrenaline, if they are starting to get crushed by the Crash Course truck. Myth. Can the tank punch you out of the No Mercy helicopter as the final cutscene is happening? Now, I don't know if this was exactly submitted for a myth, but it's at least something that I want to get proper credit for the idea. The inspiration for this idea comes from Matt. Now, there's 2 ways that we can do this. We can, number 1, punch each other into the helicopter and hope they fly out the other door and fall off of the building, or 2, we can punch them from the entrance and see if they'll just land back on the hospital. So why not try both? So we're going to try the first idea, where we're going to try to see if we can punch Glabersko out the other end of the helicopter. So it's just mostly going to be a matter of timing here. I'm trying to give him as much warning as I can, and then I hit him. But I don't think he flew out the other end. I think all I did was just perfectly hit him inside the helicopter because it looks like he didn't end up falling out. Alright, now it's time to try the other idea. I'm going to see if I can punch Globbersko back onto the hospital roof. Any second now, Globbersko should be walking towards me. He's just being surrounded by zombies at the moment. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is that he comes in right as I'm recharging my punch due to awkward timing. But I'm calling this plausible, actually, because I have seen people not get in the helicopter before in the past, and I'm fairly certain that all of you have too, because this is one of the easiest ones to get this messed up on. So yeah, I'm cool with calling it plausible for now. I just don't want to call it confirmed because I wasn't able to get it on video. Myth. Is the witch smart enough to save herself from drowning after going to attack a survivor in water? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is going to be submitted in by Nuketown 2015. We're going to be doing this on the death toll finale because this is the go-to spot relative to doing water myths. So two things I want to mention. Number one, even in the death toll finale, the water is high, but not that high. You would still have to crouch as a survivor to be fully submerged, and so if the witch is attacking a survivor, they would have to be incapacitated on the ground and have her leaning forward so her head goes underneath of the water. And second of all, the survivor would normally be killed way too quickly before the witch is able to start drowning, so we're going to purposely try to give ourselves HP as we're being attacked in the incapacitated state to prolong the process for as long as we can to see if it's even possible for the witch to drown. So here we go with that logic in mind. Globbersko's giving himself temporary HP, shooting the witch, and in a second here I'm going to incapacitate him so that way he doesn't have to navigate the menu back and forth. And in a second here, he's going to down, and he is now starting to be attacked by the witch while simultaneously drowning himself. Now, even though he's spamming and giving himself health, the witch kills him so damn fast that he's not even able to survive while spamming HP on himself, which means that the witch is going to kill him way too quickly and run away before she's even able to start drowning. Which means by a technicality, the myth is confirmed. The witch is smart enough, air quote, to not have herself drowned while attacking a survivor in the water, although I am curious to see what would have happened if we were able to just sit there infinitely, or if whether or not we were able to make the body of water higher. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, is it possible for a hunter to go from start to finish on hard rain without touching a body of water? Is this challenge actually possible? And I can assure you, whether or not you think it's 100% confirmed or busted immediately, I can tell you that this was a 50-50. It was very, very close, so you're going to definitely want to watch from beginning to end. So with all that being said, let's now transition into the final myth and see what the final result was. Myth. Can the hunter traverse the entirety of hard rain without touching water? The very last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Wet Socks. So Wet Socks, I am up for the challenge and I'm more than happy to showcase it as the last myth in today's episode. So if you have more myths in mind, please submit more. I really like this one. So let's talk about the rules. The rules goes as follows. I am not allowed to touch a significant body of water. That goes for like puddles and stuff. If I do, I just have to go back to the last spot where I didn't touch water and then try again. This doesn't have to be done in one attempt or anything. All I just gotta do is just try to go from landmass to landmass without getting wet, basically. And I need to do this from the first starting area of every chapter all the way to getting to the safe room. So now that I've clarified the rules, let's get into the actual gameplay. And when it comes to the gameplay, it's very quite obvious that Chapter 1 and even Chapter 2 are going to be no issue whatsoever, because the rain is basically negligible. There is so little of rain on Chapter 1 and 2, especially Chapter 1, that I don't need to do anything just besides walk. I can just run to the safe room. But the challenge does call for me to end up completing the entire campaign, so rather than cutting the footage, I'm just going to fast forward so you guys don't get bored. Now, the body of water doesn't start to show up until the very end of Chapter 2, because the very end of Chapter 2, when you end up going to the elevator panic event, when you start to go through the little maze area down below, that area does have decent puddles of water, so I did have to start being careful right around here. Luckily though for me, since the hunter can jump so far, all I had to do to avoid this was just do a little bit of a pounce. So far so good. The water really isn't of any significance. All I gotta do is just keep moving forward. So now we are on Chapter 3, and this is where things start to get complicated. Just in the prior chapter on Chapter 2, there was barely any water. Now the jump from Chapter 2 to Chapter 3, there is barely any dry land left. Chapter 3, without a doubt, was the hardest chapter to do this challenge for, because the water is everywhere starting from Chapter 3 onwards, and this layout was without a doubt the worst one to navigate through. Once it becomes Chapter 3, you're forced to essentially go on only buildings or indoors. You cannot navigate on land anymore, basically. And I'm very glad I was able to give myself permission to try this multiple times, because if I had to do this in one go, this video would be over 30 minutes long. Now, other than the very beginning of Chapter 3, coming up here in a second is also another very difficult part to navigate through. In fact, I would say that this is the hardest part to navigate through, because in a second here, there is going to end up being this tight little spot right down here. There is going to end up being this little pathway where the survivors have to walk through in order to end up getting into this building, and unfortunately, this area is completely flooded with water. If I were to touch that water, I would be breaking one of the rules, so in order to get out of this building, I would either A, have to bounce off wall to wall and then somehow land on something, or I gotta find an exit only special infected can go through themselves. Now, unfortunately for me, I'm not really aware of any alternative exits, at least at the very beginning of this video, because number one, I don't like hard rain, so I very rarely play this map, and two, I am very rusty at versus and haven't played it in a very long time. So please do forgive me if I don't notice a readily apparent exit that you would know about. The first exit that I tried to take was just jumping through the roof, because that was my first logical option. I was just like, hey, there's a hole in the roof, why not jump through it? So that was my plan. I just decided to jump up higher and higher until I eventually got to the very top of the building, and then I got to this part right here, and unfortunately I was starting to run into an invisible barrier, which made it so that way I was getting stuck. But despite getting stuck, after enough determination, I was able to get to the very top of the roof, and I was hoping I could just fall down here, but unfortunately, there is an invisible barrier once again, and all I can do is just see where Kloppersko and the bots are going, but I can't move. And it doesn't matter which part of the building I was trying to jump through, it still would not let me. This building was completely blocking me off from the other side. So since my first idea didn't work, I just decided to stay invisible and follow Kloppersko while trying to look for alternative exits. Kloppersko did find this area and thought I could climb through here, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll give this a try, but before I did end up taking that idea, I did manage to see another area that I could also take. While jumping around the building, I noticed that some windows had some climbing spots available, and I was originally going to head towards one of those, but then I also did find this area right here, which was just a hole in the wall that allowed me to be able to get out to the other side. If it wasn't for this extra exit being here, I would have had to touch the water and fail the challenge, but luckily, since I was able to take this pathway and still able to keep pressing forward, the challenge can continue. Now we're almost there, we have almost beaten Chapter 3. The safe room is within that little building, it's just that unfortunately the door is tucked away in the further back half of it, which means that it's more hard to navigate without touching water. So I'm just looking for nearby resources that I can use to parkour off of. So far I'm able to get from the building to the truck, and now I'm able to get from the truck to the tree, so that's going to be my idea. I'm going to stand on the very edge of this construction sign that's mounted to the truck, then I'm going to jump onto the tree and hang off of the bottom part, and now I need to jump into that windowsill. So I'm going to jump in there again until I end up landing on the little part of it. So this is my best attempt where I was able to land right on the edge of it, and now I have to jump on the trash bag to the other trash bag, and then finally jump inside of the safe room. That was damn difficult. Now, even though Chapter 4 and 5 are still difficult, they're not nearly as difficult as Chapter 3. So the worst of it is over, and now it's just a matter of parkouring from basically rooftop to rooftop. So that is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm just navigating on top of the buildings. Now, even though this was difficult, this has been a very fun challenge so far. This is like the ultimate the floor is lava parkour challenge. By the end of this, if this does end up being confirmed, I do challenge you guys to try this yourselves and try to get it done in one go. I am curious to see if whether or not that you can do it. So in a moment here, the chapter should be wrapping up and we should be starting to get near the safe room. So all I gotta do is just jump on this roof, and then when I jump on this roof, the safe room is visible right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump on that vehicle nearby, and then I'm just going to land right next to the safe room because the safe room door is literally right there. So here we go. I'm going to jump at the safe room door, and luckily for me there's also a plank there, so that way I don't have to touch the water while landing on the steps. So that means that the fourth chapter is now complete. Alright guys, here is the last chapter. Now it is time for the finale, so I'm going to jump over here on top of the fence. Well, at least I'm going to try to because I slipped. Okay, let's try that again. So from the safe room, I'm going to jump onto that piece of land, then I'm going to walk on the fence so I don't slip, then I'm going to try to jump on the truck. It's a little complicated with the invisible barriers in the way, so now I'm on the truck, and now I'm going to try to jump onto the other truck, and when I get to there, I am now near the burger tank. We're almost home free, so I'm going to jump on the burger tank. So far so good, and now all I have to do is just get to the dock. So I'm going to land on this truck right here and jump to the dock, and I landed just barely on the dock, and if Virgil's boat was here, I would have made it to the very end. So the challenge is complete, and the final myth is confirmed. If you are playing as a hunter, from the very beginning to the very end, the entirety of Hard Rain can be completed without touching water. Myth: will the noise of the chainsaw divert common infected's aggro from active pipe bombs or bile bombs? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Rigamortem. So the question is the chainsaw going to be a bigger distraction for the zombies in comparison to the special grenades? So we're going to spawn in some common infected now. I'm going to throw a bile bomb, let them go after it, and then once they're distracted, I'm going to just end up using the chainsaw and see if whether or not that this will get their attention. I am also going to be inching closer and closer to see if whether or not it's a range or a distance thing for the chainsaw. And here's something that's interesting, is that whenever I end up getting really close to the zombies, they do this shimmy back and forth thing, where 1 second they're focused on the bile bomb, and then they're focused on me. They go back and forth. So we did test the bile bomb again just to see if whether or not that the last test was a fluke, and it looks like they're not focused on me this time. They're instead attacking each other because they were hit with a bile bomb. And now we're going to test out the pipe bomb too, just to cover all grounds. So I'm going to end up pulling out the chainsaw, end up revving it up a bit to see if whether or not it distracts them. And it looks like it does not distract them enough before they explode. So the myth is busted. The chainsaw did originally look like there was a chance that it might have distracted them a little bit with that zigzag back and forth thing, but that was just a fluke, and instead they just focus on the grenades. Myth: will the witch chase you from beginning to end in a chapter? Myth 2 is going to be submitted in by the Horror Kid. So Glabersko is going to shoot the witch and run away, and I'm just going to watch him. As you guys can see, we are at the very beginning of Chapter 1 of Hard Rain, and Glabersko is running away while the witch is hot on his tail. So it's going to end up being fast forward here, just so that way the footage is not going to run too long. But as you guys can see, the witch is definitely not letting up. She is going around every single object that is in her way just to get to Glabersko. And to be honest, I'm genuinely surprised on how well Glabersko was able to outrun the witch up until recently, where she finally did catch up to him. But since Glabersko ends up having God mode, the witch cannot kill him, so she's just going to keep chasing him, it looks like. So since that looks like it's going to be the case, I'm just going to keep following them, and the best way to keep track of that is the ridiculous amount of blood splatter that is coming out of Glabersko's back. So it looks like that the witch did lose him there for a second. Glabersko is almost at the safe room though, he's just about to get there. This myth is looking pretty confirmed to me so far, but we do have to wait till the very end before we end up calling it a day. So as Glabersko goes into the safe room and shuts the door, the witch now gets confused and no longer ends up attacking him and decides to run away instead. So myth 2 is confirmed. If you end up shooting a witch from the very beginning of a chapter, she will chase you to the very end, literally until you are in the safe room. Myth: if you had enough gas cans to light a fire from the start of Chapter 3 of Dead Air to the panic event at the construction site, could you start the panic event from spawn? Myth 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabersko here today. So we're going to do what Glabersko was asked. We're going to light a gas can, triggering a chain reaction, which is going to cause fire to go from all the way in the spawn of Dead Air Chapter 3 to the panic event at the construction site. Now, so far so good. We have not lagged or crashed yet, because I remember the one time that we tried to do a myth very similar to this, when we ended up having a whole bunch of gas cans everywhere, the game had crashed. So I think we found an appropriate number of gas cans so we no longer get lag or crash. The gas cans have almost reached the panic event, so let's see if whether or not this chain reaction will work and set off the panic event. And it looks like it does not. The final set of gas cans at the end here are not exploding or catching fire. They're just still there. So it looks like in order to have these ones go off, you have to shoot it with a gun. So surprisingly, Myth 3 is actually busted, not confirmed. And the reason why I'm surprised is because, given the circumstances, it was a fair educational guess that this would work, but it did not. Myth: if you shoot a grenade launcher shot straight up in the air and then get grabbed by a special infected, when the grenade falls down, can it save you? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Literal Idiot. Now when it comes to this myth, I will say this, is that this was extremely difficult to do. This is one of the hardest myths in recent memory. And the reason for that is because the grenade launcher doesn't shoot straight up and then fall straight down. It has an arc to it, so unless you take that into account, the grenade can sometimes just flat out miss. It took us about 30 minutes before we were finally able to get footage of a really good attempt worth showing in the video. And that is going to be this footage right here from Dan. It's hard to describe, so I'm rather just going to show you via Dan's footage. This was about the arc he needed to get with the grenade launcher in order to save himself. You need to aim up, you just can't aim completely straight up, because the grenade, for some weird reason, on its way back down, it ends up falling behind you rather than in front of you or just straight on top of you. Very, very bizarre. But the good news is, though, is that it's consistently like that, so when you get used to it, you can end up replicating this pretty consistently. And the cool thing is that you don't even need to fully kill the special infected for this to work, because the explosion, if it's close enough to the special infected, it will just stun them and get them off of you, which is good because it means you don't have to be perfectly accurate. So yes, the fourth myth is confirmed. If you shoot a grenade launcher shot in the air and then get grabbed or attacked by a special infected, as long as the grenade lands close enough to you guys, it will save you. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it's going to be, can a hunter end up completing the entirety of the Swamp Fever campaign without touching water? So let's do the Don't Touch Water Part 2 challenge and see if it's possible. Myth: can the hunter traverse Swamp Fever without touching water? Alright guys, the last myth is submitted in by Ace of Spades. Now, unlike the Hardering campaign, Swamp Fever is going to be the exact opposite, because Swamp Fever has more water towards the beginning rather than the end, because when you get to the plantation house, it's mostly just dry land. Now, Chapter 1 is fine until you get to the very first panic event, and the reason why is because at the very first panic event, there is just so much water that you cannot clear the gap. That is, unless you end up doing this method instead. If you end up jumping to the very right, there is an invisible barrier that you can end up bouncing off of and using that as a means to get to the other side. This is possible because the hunter has the ability to bounce off of walls, and this includes invisible ones. Now all we have to do is just wait for Glabursko to activate the actual panic event, because until this thing moves, we still can't get across, because there's an invisible barrier that we can bounce off of, but we just can't run through it. But now that Glabursko has triggered the panic event, me and Dan are able to get going again. The remaining part is just going to be mostly more tedious rather than difficult, because there is water everywhere, yes, but there's also plenty of wooden planks you can walk across, and you can use that to get across the other side. Now, Chapter 2 is definitely the hardest, because immediately there's going to be water, so you have to jump from the corner of the spawn room and go to the hard right, and then you also have to get across the plane panic event, which you end up having to jump in such weird and niche spots. Like, for example, you gotta jump on this fence and then jump to the dock. And the hardest part hasn't even happened yet, because it's this part right here with the house. There is too much water to go from here all the way to the house. The only way that this is going to be possible is with some more hunter parkour, which means that we have to jump from the trees in order to get to the house. Now, because Dan's more used to the controls of the hunter than I am, he's able to end up doing the hunter parkour easier, and he was able to end up bouncing from tree to tree to get across to the house. Here's Dan's POV of what he just did, where he's jumping from tree to tree. This way, if you guys want to replicate this, you can see where he's aiming his cursor. Now, a good thing is that if you are not necessarily as experienced as Dan, and you're more like me, there is another way you can do this. The hunter can actually float on the tree at the very bottom if he's crouching, and you guys can see that I'm not touching the water this way. When Dan comes over to where I am at the tree, I'm just levitating. So while Dan decided to go high, I decided to go low and end up trying this idea instead. So I jumped from one tree to the other, and now I'm really close to the house this time. I think I can make it most likely after one more good attempt, so I'm going to just hug the tree and go all the way around and then jump, and I just barely make it on the top of the roof. Given the fact that that was our first time trying that and we didn't know what we were doing, it was very intimidating, but now we know we have 2 different ways of getting across. And we're going to need to use one of those 2 abilities in order to end up getting across this part, because if you just jump straight for the car, you're going to land on the part that's in the water and you're not going to fully make it. So you need to use the trees. So here's Dan's POV again if you want to replicate his method, which is going to end up looking like this. And then if you want to replicate my method, you only need to jump to this first tree, and then as long as you end up hugging the tree and trying to get as far to the end as possible, you can then just jump straight for the car. And then all you gotta do after that is just jump to the land. Now Chapter 3 is not going to be as easy as Chapter 4, but it's definitely not going to be as hard as Chapter 1 or Chapter 2. It's basically medium difficulty. As you guys can see from Dan's perspective, he's pretty much able to get this done in like less than a few minutes, so that is why I'm showcasing his footage, because he had the best run. So he's about to be at the safe room any second now, all he's just doing is basically walking. Now here comes Chapter 4, there's water at the very beginning, right as you come out of the safe room, and at the very end where Virgil's boat ends up being. You can put 2 and 2 together and see where this is going. So we're going to head to the plantation house and head over to the docks, and when we go over to the docks, all we gotta do is just end up making a giant leap of faith, and boom, we have did it. The final myth is confirmed. You can complete Swamp Fever, just like Hard Rain, from very beginning to very end as the hunter, without touching water. Myth: does Ellis have a longer recovery animation than the other survivors? Myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Holy Richtofen. So based off of Richtofen's comments, by recovery animation, he's essentially talking about how long it takes to get back up and be able to defend yourself after being attacked by a hunter or a charger, for example. So what we're having happen is we're going to let a hunter purposely attack all 4 of us, and then we're going to time how long it takes us to get back up and redraw our weapons, or essentially how long it would take us from going from helpless to being able to defend ourselves. Now, other than the possibility of human error from when we timed it, when I got attacked as Ellis, it took me about 2.97 seconds to recover fully. Now when Nick got attacked, it took him about 2.3 seconds in order to fully get back up again. For Coach, it was about 2.37 seconds for him to fully get back up again while being attacked by a hunter. And Rochelle was 2.61 seconds to fully get back up. Here is something I have noticed with all these animation myths, is the Left 4 Dead 2 crew is always different. They're not the same and consistent across all 4 of them like how the Left 4 Dead 1 characters are. So then I thought, okay, 2 prior myths that revolved around animations actually ended up being confirmed, so rather than writing this off as a fluke or to human error, I decided to dig a bit deeper. Maybe there was some merit to this myth. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I probably should have done this in the very first place. I just didn't think that it would be in here. But I decided that, hey, I'm going to go to the Left 4 Dead wiki and just keyword search this and see if whether or not that there will be anything that will pop up. And lo and behold, I found something. Keyword searching Ellis on the Hunter wiki pulls this up. Ellis has a unique animation for getting up from a hunter attack, which is actually slower than all the other survivors. Had I not looked this up on the wiki, I would have felt like my eyes were deceiving me and that I was imagining things, but no, the myth is actually confirmed. Ellis is statistically worse in terms of survivability against a hunter. Now obviously the difference is so small that it's not going to stop me, or I'm assuming you, from ever playing Ellis again. But it's just funny to know that Ellis is technically the worst character in terms of surviving against the hunter. In fact, Ellis in general has had some weird animations. We have found out that he holds his gun with 1 hand versus 2 hands. He for some reason runs kind of zesty when his flashlight is off, and now we found out that he's just not good with dealing with the hunter. Who would have known? Myth: can you force a chapter reset by killing yourself during a map's ending cutscene? So Myth 2 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. Now, for those that are unaware, during the Last Stand update, the rescue system got slightly changed. If you were in the rescue area, regardless of whether or not you're incapped or not, you will end up being rescued, whereas before you had to not be incapacitated in order to be saved. So, if we end up incapacitating ourselves as we're jumping into the rescue vehicle, does the map reset? And it looks like it does, because if one person was standing up, the ending cutscene would have engaged instead, which means that the myth is confirmed. If you are in the rescue vehicle but you all die, it will force a chapter reset. At least one person must be standing up while inside of there. Myth: can shooting a grenade launcher at a survivor on a ledge save them from falling? So myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Literal Idiot. So I'm in dead center with my buddies Dan and Tyler, and I'm going to be hanging off the ledge while one of them is going to shoot at me. Now, if I was just flat out falling and somebody shot my feet with a grenade launcher, that would save me. We've tested that before in the past, but I don't think that this is going to give us the same result. I'm essentially stuck in limbo because I'm in a cutscene that I cannot skip or get out of. I have to be revived, and then I can be able to move freely again. And the grenade launcher can only really rocket ride with people if it is a freely moving person and not someone just stuck. So I'm going to say that the myth is busted because I don't think that this is really doing anything other than just making me die faster. Myth: can a hunter bounce off of a tank rock? Myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Good Guy Micah. Now Micah, your myth is cool, but it's very tricky to do, and this is why. We have to end up paying attention to the tank so he doesn't die of frustration while trying to test stuff with me instead of attacking a survivor. We'd also have to make sure that the tank rock doesn't hit and kill me because it can one-shot kill a hunter. And thirdly, the survivors just have to just stay out of our way and not kill either of us. Ideally, what we want to have happen is we want to have a tank rock be flung in my way, and then I jump at the side of it and end up turning around last second so the hunter back kicks off of the rock and ends up flinging into the sky. That is the perfect outcome we want to try to get. Now, after a few attempts and multiple minutes of getting set up, this is our best result. As you guys can see, when the tank rock ends up being flung my way, even though I'm back kicking off of the side of it, it still ends up killing me. The collision or making contact with the rock in general is enough to one-shot kill the hunter, regardless of the angle. So the myth is busted. A hunter cannot back kick or launch himself off of a tank rock, even though that'd be so damn cool. Alrighty guys, now it's final myth time. Let's make a trilogy of all these water myths. We've had, can the hunter traverse all of Hard Rain without touching water? Can he also traverse Swamp Fever without touching water? And now finally, let's see if whether or not if the hunter can traverse all of Coldstream without touching water. Myth: can a hunter traverse Coldstream without touching water? So the final myth is submitted in by both my friend Dan and Belantry. Alright, so let's get this started, shall we? Now, Chapter 1 does look intimidating at the naked eye due to the fact that the spawn is completely next to a waterfall, but if you end up spawning in the mountains, you can end up avoiding the water completely on Chapter 1, and you can end up getting Chapter 1 done pretty much without a hitch. It's mostly Chapter 2 that I'm concerned about, because Chapter 2 has that panic event in the tunnel, and there's nothing but water and barely any land in there. So I have no idea how we're going to navigate that one, so we're just going to have to wait and see together. Anyway, Chapter 1 is complete. But before we get to the tunnel near the panic event, we have to get out of the tunnel that's in front of the safe room. And this one is hard, not necessarily because of the water, but because I'm being blinded by the sun. I do not recommend watching this part of the video with full brightness on your phone. Anyway, at least there is some rocks. The boxes in the way is definitely annoying, but they're not impossible to get around, because even though I tried to go around it at first, and I thought, oh, this is going to be bad, luckily the hunter's pounce is able to end up getting far enough that I'm able to land on a new set of rocks. So that's what I'm doing at this part right here. I just keep missing because I'm not used to this way yet, so let's try at least one more time and get to that set of rocks. I just got to get to the very edge of this current rock, so here we go. I'm jumping now, and I made it to the next one. So now let's keep going. Luckily for both me and Dan, we're both soon going to be out of the tunnel, and then we can just start climbing outside again. And just like at the very beginning of Chapter 1, instead of just jumping down on these rocks repeatedly, I'm probably just going to go up because it's just much easier. I am a little bit of lazy and creative at the exact same time. So it's right about here I'm going to start speeding up the footage again, just because of the fact that I'm not going to be really near water anytime soon. I'm really not going to run into water of significance until I finally end up getting to the panic event tunnel. For any of you guys that have watched the 2 prior episodes and saw the first 2 entries in this challenge, what do you think Coldstream's going to be like? Do you think this is going to be the first one that's going to get busted? Or do you think that we're going to have a flawless trilogy and we're going to have confirmed on everything? Let's find out. So here we are in the tunnel, and thank goodness that there's rocks in this tunnel, because at first I didn't remember there was, and I thought that this part was going to be impossible. However, I will say that one thing that is still slightly frustrating, especially while playing as a special infected, is that unlike the first tunnel where you couldn't see because it was too bright, This one you can't see because it's too dark, and the special infected green filter vision thing that they got going on is making this very hard to distinguish where the rocks are. You guys are seeing how that I'm having to go back to the last successful spot where I wasn't touching water, because I would not be able to end up getting this done in one attempt even if I tried, because there's so many spots where there's a rock that's not either big enough, too hard to see, or is completely surrounded by water. But luckily for me, Dan did find a spot where I can start making some progress again. Thank you, Dan, for being my scout in this video. And then from here, this is where it starts to get just a tad tricky again, because now we have these columns in the way, but Dan did notice how there's a dry piece of land over here, so I can actually walk around this dirt instead. So I am going to go back and try it again, just only because I did slightly miss, so I'm going to end up pouncing right now. And now I'm on the land again. Now this is where things get tricky, because there's this staircase right here. And I just have to clarify something. When it comes to this specific staircase right here, there is absolutely no way that we can cut the corner to avoid having to touch that staircase. And the staircase, unfortunately, is ever so slightly underneath the water. Now the water here is really shallow, ridiculously shallow, to the point where it barely almost doesn't count. You can see that even when Dan crouches and he's on all fours here in a second, that it looks like he's just levitating. I was originally going to end up saying, hey, because the water's so shallow, I'm just going to let it go. That's not the point of the challenge. We're not supposed to just let it go. If you touch water, you lose. So I don't want to end up doing that to you guys. I don't want to give you guys a technically confirmed myth. I want to give you a authentically confirmed myth. So even though it would have been nice to have a perfect trilogy, I'm going to have to label this as busted, because that specific spot, by the way, is the only specific spot, mind you, where you cannot avoid it touching water. And I tried everything to avoid that spot, so that way this wouldn't be an issue. I tried to see if you could leap far enough. I tried to see if you could bounce off of the walls in that narrow little doorway. I tried to see if whether or not that I could even do things like jump on top of Dan's head to avoid touching the water, but unfortunately no, you have to touch at least that specific spot. And because it's water, I have to make it busted. Myth: can you blow up the gas station on hard rain just like No Mercy? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. So I'm channeling my inner Dan, and I'm just spawning in propane tanks, gasoline tanks, explosives of all kinds within this given area, and when I end up feeling like I have enough that will almost crash the game, I will end up shooting it and just see what happens. So upon shooting all the explosives, it looks glorious, just like the 4th of July. But as you guys can see, the gas station is still standing, even though it is lit ablaze. And just in case if you were wondering, no, the grenade launcher doesn't make a difference either. So that means for myth number 1 today, it's going to be busted. You cannot blow up the gas station on hard rain, just like you can in No Mercy. No Mercy's is unique, and it's the only one you can blow up that we know of. Myth: can the hunter traverse chapter 1 of The Last Stand without touching water? Myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Taco Twins Gaming, and we're just going to be keeping up the trend of water myths that we've been having over the last couple of weeks. Now we're going to be testing out The Last Stand. Now The Last Stand doesn't have that much water. It's really only near the very end of chapter 1 where you're trying to get to the safe room. And now unlike the last 3 maps that we have tried to test this myth on, this one was by far the easiest because this has the least amount of water and the most amount of alternative pathways, so you don't even have to get near the water. And it's for that reason that the myth is confirmed. You can complete chapter 1 of The Last Stand as a hunter without touching water. Myth: can you kill Church Guy through the safe room door? Now for those that don't know, when you end up playing on Death Toll, Church Guy doesn't officially spawn in till you at least open up the door once. But once you open up the door, if you were to shut it again, he is still going to be in there as either a smoker, a hunter, or a boomer. And we're going to try to see if, while the safe room door is closed while he's now spawned in, if we can kill him that way. And I'm trying to use a grenade launcher just because I thought that would be the best bet. And then I was originally going to switch over to something like a gasoline can, but Globbersko just shot him with a bullet gun through the door anyways, which at least answered my question for me, which is that the myth is confirmed. Yes, you can kill Church Guy through the safe room door if it is closed, as long as he's already spawned in. Myth: can you complete all of Crash Course in 13 minutes or less, like how you can in The Last Stand? Myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Globbersko. Now, just as a friendly reminder for those that don't remember, there's an achievement that you can get for completing the Last Stand campaign in its entirety in 13 minutes or less. and I want to see if whether or not that is possible within the Crash Course campaign, given the fact that this is the only other campaign that is also 2 chapters long. Now, Crash Course, I have said before time and time again, this map feels long and short at the exact same time, because Chapter 1 takes way too long to get to the safe room, and really should be split in half and made into 2 separate chapters. So let's test this theory. Let's see if whether or not that Crash Course is way too long of a campaign. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely disable the director and get rid of all the bots, so that way there is no possible things interfering with me. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run from the very beginning to the very end as fast as I can, essentially mimicking what would have been an air quote perfect run if everything worked out. So that way nothing ends up stopping me other than just my own speed. Now, to give myself better odds and hopefully get a better result, I am going to be doing some speedrun tactics, and one of those things I'm going to be doing is I'm going to try to skip the panic event as much as I can. And by skipping the panic event, I mean I'm just going to run through the fire and the car explosions that are happening right as soon as I end up shooting the gun. I'm not going to just let the fire burn out. I can take the damage. If you guys had to also make a guess, what do you think is going to be the result? Do you think that this myth is going to be confirmed or busted? Because it can really only end up being one or the other. Here's a way we can look at it. If the myth ends up being busted, then that just proves to me that this map is just way too long, because it shouldn't take 13 plus minutes to navigate throughout a map when you're just walking and nothing is interfering with you. That's just artificial buff in game time, and that's not cool. However, maybe I'm proven wrong and the myth is confirmed. Maybe this map is actually not as long as I think it is, and instead what I'm noticing is that the zombies are slowing me down and the panic event is slowing me down. If I don't get trapped by as many zombies, or if I choose to skip the panic event and go as soon as I can, maybe this map can be completed within hopefully a few minutes or less, because that'd be wonderful. It wouldn't end up being then a hassle to end up playing on Crash Course on a regular basis. So far we have already completed Chapter 1, and we're only in about 2 minutes so far. So that's pretty good. That is really solid so far. But now that we have the finale, this might end up being a little bit more tricky, because the finale will definitely go on longer given the fact that we have to wait for that slow truck animation to take place and have the truck slowly but surely fall all the way down until it eventually meets the ground, and then we can finally get in and leave. By the way guys, when it comes to these time-based myths, these ones are sometimes very fun to do and quite intriguing, so if you guys want to submit more of them, by all means please submit them in. We could do speedrun myths like, can you complete NSenr Chapter 1 in 1 minute or less? We can do some survival myths with that time clock. We can time how long it takes to kill a certain special infected. We can time how long it takes to heal our teammates, how long it takes us to fully empty out a gun like an M60, for example. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of creative things that you guys can think of when it comes to this type of idea. In fact, here's an idea. Valve or any developers that are watching this that work on Left 4 Dead, does anybody know if there's a speedrun mutation or a speedrun mode that we can download as a mod or even add to the official game? Because I think that speedrunning and versing my friends would be, honestly, a quite fun idea. If you guys want to see me speedrun against my friends for a video, make sure you drop a like and leave a comment down below. That could be quite interesting. Okay, so we are almost at the finale. I just have to go up onto this truck and get into the arena. Now we're going to have to end up having the hard and slightly annoying part. Here's hoping it won't end up taking too long, but it does look like we are really good on time so far, with the campaign only so far taking less than 4 minutes. Now see, here's the thing is that this is only working out the way it is because I'm simulating a perfect run by disabling the director and having no teammates. If I ended up having the director on and having teammates, this would have taken 10 plus additional minutes. Here's something I've also noticed, by the way, with Crash Course while trying to test out this myth, is that when you have nothing to do and there's no zombies to fight and you're just walking around the entire map, this is probably one of the main reasons about why I find Crash Course boring, is because it's not pretty to look at. Even though it's a Left 4 Dead 1 map and Left 4 Dead 1 normally is more scary, Crash Course is not scary. In fact, it's probably the least scary map in all of Left 4 Dead 1. Hey, at least the good news is though, at least Crash Course has the best rescue vehicle in the entire franchise. That truck is really cool. By the way guys, while I got you here while the myth is still playing out, I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you, by the way, for the support on the recent videos and live streams. I just still find it crazy how we've just blown past 5,000 and now 6,000 subscribers, and we're super close now to 7,000 subscribers. which is just absolutely insane. I am very much looking forward to showing you guys what I have planned for 7,000, because I promise you guys, you're not going to be expecting what it is. So if you guys want to stay up to date on all the content that I'm going to be making in the future, make sure you not only subscribe, but also check out my social media handles, which is my Discord, my Twitter, and also my Twitch, which are linked down below in this video's description. Just a few days ago on my Twitch channel, I completed the entirety of Half-Life 1 for the first time ever, and that was quite a lot of fun. That was a very neat game, and I'm very much looking forward to playing Half-Life 2 very soon. It was just nice to knock another Valve game off of the list. So now I have finally played Left 4 Dead, CSGO, Team Fortress, Gary's Mod, and Half-Life 1. So all that's left is Half-Life 2, and then the Portal games. Alrighty guys, so the truck is finally lowering down. Any second now I will be able to jump in the back of it and engage the cutscene. So here we go, I'm finally jumping in the truck, and it took me about 5 minutes and 47 seconds to complete the entirety of Crash Course, meaning the myth is confirmed. You can complete Crash Course within 13 minutes or less. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can you end up saving your teammate if they are hanging off of the ledge within the drainage systems of Chapter 2 of the panic event on Swamp Fever? Let's do this. Myth. Can you save a teammate hanging on the ledge at the end of the Chapter 2 panic event on Coldstream? So this is the part that I'm referring to in case any of you were wondering. And it's not as easy as it looks. You can't just stick yourself with an adrenaline shot and revive the person. The water just goes by way too quickly and you will slip and fall if you try to revive them. Now some of you might be thinking, well, adrenaline was my best idea, so if adrenaline doesn't work, then this guy be busted, right? Well, not exactly. Unlike their human counterparts, zombies cannot be affected by the water and will not end up falling into the hole. And since there is player collision amongst zombies and human players, the zombies actually will prevent the humans from slipping and falling on said water. Which means I have an idea. I'm going to purposely spawn in some common zombies right next to Globbersko at the very edge and then try to revive him. And it looks like they hold me in place and give me literally just enough time to revive him and save him from the ledge. Meaning the final myth is confirmed, believe it or not. I don't think a lot of you were going to be expecting this one, but the zombies were the reason why this is possible. Most players kill them immediately, and that is the reason why that this is normally not possible, because it's just the humans that are left standing. If the zombies do not get killed right away, and you have enough trigger finger discipline and can end up pushing them into the spot where they need to be, you can save your teammates from falling off of the ledge within the second chapter on the panic event in Coldstream. Myth. Does the fallen survivor's helmet protect his head from bullets? So myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Rigamortem today. Now since the fallen survivor is only a uncommon infected, what I'm going to do to gauge his health is I'm just going to shoot his head and compare it to a normal common zombie. So for example, when I shoot a common zombie, it takes me like a bullet or two, and now I'm going to go up to him and see if it takes any more, and it looks like it's the same, about a bullet or two. That was the case with the tier 1 guns. Now what about the tier 2 guns? So I'm going to end up taking an SG and shoot the common, and then I'm going to shoot the fallen survivor as well, and it's the exact same thing. And finally, when it comes to one of the strongest weapons in the game, that being the M60, is also the exact same thing for this weapon as well, just one bullet is required. So regardless of which weapon you use, the fallen survivor is still going to go down in the same amount of bullets as the normal common zombies. Meaning that myth number 1 here today is going to be busted. The fallen survivor's helmet doesn't give him any extra protection. He still goes down in roughly the same amount of bullets as a common zombie. Myth. Will the witch die from 3 headshots of the op? Myth number 2 is going to end up being submitted in by Zaku. So I'm just going to be spawning in a witch on the passing here. I'm going to be shooting her in the head with the op. So I already shot her once to end up pissing her off, and then I'm going to shoot her again, and then I'm going to shoot her again. And now I'm already at 4 shots so far. I'm at 5 shots so far, and I'm at 6, etc. And it just keeps going and going and going. So we're not only well past 3, but guess what? It ends up taking me 9 headshots in a row to fully kill a witch on normal mode in order to end up putting her down. So myth number 2 is also busted. The op is not strong enough to be able to kill a witch in not only 3 headshots in a row, but it takes up to 9 in a row to fully finish the job. Myth. Can a hunter beat the parish without touching the ground? Myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Timmy here. Now when it comes to the first chapter, The Parish, this was relatively easy because I just jumped on the rooftops constantly, and this chapter is really not that long. Chapter 2 is where it starts to get a little bit more difficult, but since the fact that there is things like the bushes that I can jump on, and there is still a decent amount of buildings left, I was able to navigate and find the path that I need to go. I just ended up taking the one that you're seeing here on screen. I will admit that this part was a little bit tricky because I had to do things like jump on the fence posts, and I also had to jump on the trash cans, because I am going to give myself the progression if I'm jumping on an item that's on the ground, but not touching the actual ground itself. And if I did end up missing, I would also give myself the permission to start all over from the last checkpoint I was at, rather than just starting the run completely over. Because if I had to do this in one go, this challenge would be very infuriating, and it really wouldn't end up being fun anymore. So for this part, I just decided to end up jumping on the fences once again, and since I have such a big leap, it was relatively easy to do, and then all I did from there was just skip the panic event and go to the safe room. Chapter 3 was a little bit more tricky though, because immediately from the gate, there is just this open piece of grass underneath of the highway. So I really wasn't able to do much. I was like, okay, well, maybe there's some loose furniture lying around, like maybe I can jump on a chair, or I can jump on maybe perhaps a couch, or maybe there's even things like the tires that I can jump on. But not really, because everything was so far apart, I wasn't really able to get anything going. So then I was thinking to myself, well, what if I just ended up using the actual highway instead? So that's eventually what I decided to end up doing. I just decided to skip trying to jump on the items and just go up to the highway. In my mind, the highway is technically not the ground, it's rather just above the ground. But to make you feel better if you think that this is cheating, I decided to also walk on the part of the highway that's technically not touching it. It's rather like the rail that's next to it, which keeps me a little bit off of the ground. And then once I just get past this little tiny part by using the highway here, I'm pretty much back in business from there and I'm able to proceed. And then it's just the standard jump on a building, jump on a car, jump on another building, jump on another car, and that just keeps going for a while until I end up getting to another part that is definitely tricky to say the least. And that's the manhole part, because technically the manhole part goes into the ground. But then I thought to myself, you know what? What if I just go under the ground? Technically going in the manhole wouldn't be touching the ground, it'd be going around it by going underneath of it. You gotta have them 200 IQ plays, and this allows me to be able to end up getting to the impound lot, and then from the impound lot I do eventually make my way to the cemetery. And the cemetery is a lot easier to navigate through because you can just jump on the parts of the tombs. Although I will say trying to get to the cemetery at this specific part was definitely a pain in the ass because there's really nothing to jump on. I did end up using my crouching trick though from one of the prior times I tried to do the no touching water challenge. And if you crouch on the wall, you're technically floating because when you end up looking at the hunter in third person, his legs don't touch the ground, he's instead just on all fours. And this allowed me to be able to keep the challenge going. It was definitely hard. This challenge is not easy by any means. You have to use little tips and tricks. Like for example, right there, I had to jump on the corpses that were just preset there within the map, and I don't necessarily count those because I'm jumping on the bodies, not the ground. And then eventually I end up getting into this chapter's safe room. Now chapter 4 is once again a lot more buildings, it's more of the same like chapter 1 was. I'm just climbing on fences, trying to end up doing some hunter pounces. I even did this one trick where you jump on the side of the ledge like I've seen survivors do to go backwards throughout the map, when technically that's a no return spot. But this is where the run starts to fall apart, is specifically right here, right before the parade float step. Because right here in particular, even though there's little things like bodies and trash cans, the way that the corner just cuts to a very hard left and how narrow it is leaves literally no room to end up jumping on anything. So the myth's busted, unfortunately, because once you get to this part, you can't proceed. Going around it on the sides or climbing over the building is not an option because it's an out-of-bounds area and it's completely blocked off to even special infected. Myth: can bots crown witches? Myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by BMO. This myth's not only going to be quick, but it's also going to be hilarious because when I end up putting Coach in the equivalent of a saw trap, he ends up getting murked by the witch the moment I put her in there, because for some reason, he ends up not shooting until she's already starting to attack him, which just results in him dying in a hilarious fashion. So the myth is busted, the bots will not be able to end up crowning a witch, let alone practically kill the witch. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it's going to be, can a bot, or a group of bots rather, end up completing a campaign from start to finish on their own, or would I have to help them for them to proceed? So let's load up a campaign, just any random campaign, let them fend for themselves and see if they sink or if they swim. Myth: can bots beat a campaign on their own? And the last myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So I'm loaded up in a normal single player game, and I'm doing nothing but just flying around with no clip and just basically telling them where to go. That is the only thing that I'm helping them out with, it's just giving them a sense of direction. But shooting things, healing each other, giving callouts, all that is up to them. And everything's perfect until the very first panic event. Because as soon as we get to the ferry, it's like that they have a stroke and they don't know what to do. All they have to do is just interact with it. They have to basically just click E. And all they're doing is just standing there with their thumbs up their asses and doing nothing. And I was patient with them. I even tried to help them out a little bit by standing right next to the panic event. And they still chose to do nothing. So I just don't know if whether or not that they're just stupid or if they're lazy. Probably a little bit of a mixture of both. Either way, the last myth is busted. The bots in Left 4 Dead cannot end up being a campaign on their own, or at least they just choose not to. Myth: can you destroy the church bell spotlights in the death toll campaign? Alright guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Glabersko. So let's start off simple, let's give ourselves a sniper rifle and just shoot up at the light, and so far nothing is happening. Alright, so I'm going to not only fly up there with no clip, but I'm also going to use a grenade launcher this time, and even though I'm doing this instead, the spotlight is still shining. So myth number 1 for today's video is going to end up being busted. You cannot destroy the spotlights, they are something that is left on permanently. Myth: does an adrenaline shot give you a speed boost while in water? Alright guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Tyler. So the way that we're going to do this is plain and simple. Me and Glaberska are both going to stand right next to each other. I'm going to stick myself with adrenaline, he's just going to be running per normal, and we're going to see who's faster. So here we go, 3, 2, 1, and we're off to the races. And yep, it's very, very obvious that not only am I faster, but the adrenaline shot is doing its job, regardless if it's on land or in water, which means that the second myth is confirmed. You are faster with adrenaline, regardless if you were on land or if you were in water. Myth: if you spawn in over 500 gas cans, will the game crash? Now, we do a lot of crazy things on this channel, and sometimes it results in the game crashing. Now, I am truly curious, how many entities, how many gas cans, how many things being spawned into the game in general can roughly cause the game to crash on a consistent basis? So I want to try to test that here with gas cans. So I'm just going to spam them up to roughly 500 and see if that's the sweet spot where the game starts to end up slowing down enough that it consistently crashes. And I had to speed this footage up because, my god, as soon as I started to spawn in around like 170, the game was lagging horribly bad. Like, I'm the host and I was having over 100 ping pretty much by this point. In fact, it got so bad that when I went to go end up dropping the gas can, I shot some by accident. And this in itself resulted in my game crashing. You guys can see it took me back to my desktop. But I can only end up giving the myth plausible at the very best, despite the fact that it did get at least confirmed for me, because this is going to depend on the connection for every individual person that tries to attempt this themselves. Not a single person in this world is going to have the exact same connection as another, so even though it crashed for me, it might not crash for you. Myth: can you soft lock yourself by throwing the cola out of bounds in dead center? I apologize in advance because I'm probably going to botch your name, but I believe that this fourth myth is submitted in by Kedo. So essentially the myth is, can we break the game? Are we able to troll people if we want to, because I'm assuming that's what you want to know this for, and end up throwing away the Coca-Cola somewhere where nobody can get it? So I'm up for the challenge. Let's try to find a couple of spots where nobody can get the Coca-Cola. So let's try the most straightforward idea first, so we're going to try to throw it out of the map. And it looks like that the map will not let me end up getting rid of the Coca-Cola. There seems to be an invisible barrier sending it back at me. Well, if I can't throw it out of the map, then that means I have to hide it somewhere within the map. So I'm going to try to end up putting it under this tanker truck, but it looks like it won't let me do that either. Now, never in my life have I tried to end up taking it in the opposite direction, but let's try that. Okay, apparently that doesn't work either, because the Coca-Cola will automatically fall out of my hands if I go outside of the gun store. Well, so far I have not managed to find a spot that breaks the game, which I can only imagine is a good thing, but I'm going to end up enlisting a second pair of eyes to end up helping me, just in case I'm overlooking a spot. So I'm going to end up having my buddy Dan look for some spots as well, and he ended up recommending one to me. It's going to end up being in the one closet area where the last stand guns are in Whitaker's gun store, because if you go in here, there's a pair of crates. And I want to see if whether or not that the Coca-Cola will get stuck behind said crates if I throw it up there. And so far, everything's fine. I don't think that this is going to end up breaking the game. You guys can see it's working just fine every time I throw it up there. Uh-oh. Okay, just to double check, we're going to take a shopping cart and bring it back here into this room and see if we can jump on the crates via this shopping cart and get them back out. And it looks like you can, so phew, thank God. You cannot actually soft lock this step because you actually can get the Coca-Cola out this way. Unfortunately, though, this is not practical in the slightest because we're doing this with nothing attacking us. And in the middle of the step, normally, you are surrounded and being attacked by every possible direction by zombies. So even though this technically is busted, you can't soft lock the game. I have to at the very least point out how unpractical this is, and even though this is factually busted, is it really though? Because by the time you get the shopping cart over there to try to save this step, you're basically already dead. Alright guys, final myth time. Let's see if we can get a long shot version of a crown kill on a witch in Left 4 Dead 2. Myth, can you get a long shot crown kill on the witch? Alrighty guys, the last myth is going to be submitted in by Vader. So this is how we're going to test the myth. We're going to spawn in a witch and we're going to end up trying to work our way backwards from a decent amount of distance. Now, that crate that you see that we spawned in there is going to end up being the closest that we can get without actually making the witch want to stand up and attack us. And so we're going to try to end up being somewhere roughly around this distance and see if we can still get the crown kill regardless. We're also going to be using the chrome shotgun to give ourselves the best odds, since this is one of the most accurate guns in the entire game. Now, even from this distance, which is not necessarily that too much farther away, unfortunately we were getting 2-shot kills instead of 1-shot kills. It was taking an extra pump from the shotgun to successfully still kill the witch. So since the shotgun is not as good at farther distances, which is a given, I thought, what if we end up giving ourselves one of the special ammo types and see if that will end up making things better. So let's start with the incendiary round. So we're going to spawn in a witch and end up shooting her with one of these and see if whether or not our odds are better. So when we shoot her with the incendiary rounds, unfortunately this does not work. And now when we switch to frag rounds, excuse me? Like, you guys saw that, right? The witch didn't stumble or anything. She just flat out disappeared. And I have shot the witch with frag round shotguns before, and that's not normal, but I'm gonna work with it right now because I'm curious what's going on about what's causing this. And see, the crazy thing is that I can end up crowning the witch this way, even all the way up to the helicopter pad. Now, just to make sure that this wasn't a fluke, we're going to load up another game and end up using the exact same strategy, frag round shotguns and all. So let's go over to the witch, spawn her in, and see if whether or not we can replicate this again. So here we go, we shot her, and unfortunately, she's not disappearing this time. I don't necessarily know what's entirely going on. Now, luckily for me, Dan actually figured out what was going on about why the witch disappeared in that first game and not in the second game. It is because of this. Dan has made it so that way his game's gore is turned way down by changing the way his game boots up. By having LV in the beginning here, which stands for little violence, this makes it so that way things like body dismemberment doesn't end up happening. And since frag rounds normally cause body dismemberment, anything that gets shot by those types of rounds typically just flat out disappears. And I'm assuming that what happened is that they didn't necessarily change this for the witch because it was just easier to copy and paste this effect on everything. And this explains exactly why the witch ended up disappearing the moment we switched over to a frag round shotgun. So funnily enough, due to a censorship mechanic, it makes it actually easier to kill the witch this way. You can just simply put frag rounds on any shotgun and you can delete her from any distance immediately. Which means that the last myth is actually confirmed, guys. Like, my god, that was something I was not expecting, and it was a freak accident. I would have never in a million years thought to go into the game's boot up settings and turn off the violence feature to attempt to do something like this. That's just insane. So yeah, guys, you can not only end up getting a long shot crown kill on the witch, but you can also instantly delete her if you just choose to end up getting rid of the violence. Myth. If a boomer explodes near a tank, will the tank get covered in bile? The first myth is by BMO, and unfortunately no BMO. If you shoot a boomer next to a tank, he will not be covered in boomer bile. This will only end up happening if a boomer bile, as in the grenade, hits the tank, not the actual boomer itself, meaning that this myth is busted. Myth: does Coach take longer to die by a charger than the other survivors since he is heavier? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by SpiderGeb. I'm not gonna lie, I find the idea of this myth hilarious because it would be funny as hell if Valve was that attention to detail oriented that Coach was actually harder to kill because of the fact that he is a heavier man than the other survivors. So the way we're going to do this is that we're going to have a charger attack Rochelle, and then we're going to have him attack Coach, and we're going to time it with a stopwatch and see if there's any difference at all in terms of killing Coach in comparison to Rochelle. So to summarize our findings from our testing, this is going to end up being the results. We don't know. We honestly can't see a difference. If there was, it would be way too small to tell by the naked eye. So, similarly, just like how I did with the one Ellis myth, where I tested to see if whether or not it takes him longer to get up from a hunter attack, I decided to use the Left 4 Dead wiki, and end up seeing it by any chance that I was able to find something in there. And Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but there was a statement in there that does indeed confirm this suspicion that yes, Coach does take literally a fraction of a second longer for the charger to kill him in comparison to the other survivors. So Coach doesn't just look heavy, he is literally heavier from his make and model because it takes him longer to die by a charger attack. So even though we kind of already knew this, we can now confirm here today
That Coach is fat.
myth: can a charger's charge launch gas cans? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted on by Glabursko. So what Glabursko wants me to do is he wants me to just charge a stationary gas can, and I'm going to end up just seeing if it will fly in the air or launch in some capacity. So they're going to line up some for me now, and I'm going to charge. And as you guys can see, the gas can did not go with me, they just stayed where they were, meaning that myth number 3 is busted. A charger's charge alone is not enough to launch a stationary gas can. Myth: can you still get the sob story achievement if you startle a witch but don't kill her? The fourth myth of today's video is by NSenr. Now, just in case that you guys don't remember what the sob story achievement requires you to do, this is what it requires you to do. You have to complete Chapter 2, or specifically the Sugar Mill in Hard Rain, without killing a witch. So now what we're going to do is that Glabursko is going to shoot a witch while playing on his Smurf account, which does not have sob story, and we're going to close the safe room door and end the chapter and see if he'll still get said achievements because the witch is only just chasing him and not fully dead yet. So let's shut the safe room door now, and yep, you guys can see he indeed gets sob story popping up in the corner right down there. So that means that myth number 4 is confirmed, and if you were trying to get this achievement yourself, if you are at the very end of the chapter and you accidentally shoot a witch, you don't necessarily need to reset, you just need to haul ass to the safe room and hopefully she doesn't kill you. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can witches alert other witches and end up revealing your position to them? So now let's go to see if whether or not we should once again fear the witch. Myth: can a witch alert another witch if it runs into one of themselves? And the last myth submitted in for today's episode is by Tyler. Now, since witches typically bob and weave, I'm going to force them to bump into each other with this contraption right here and shoot at the witch that's in the far back, so that way it bumps into the other one. So I have a hunting rifle to make sure that I don't miss and shoot the incorrect witch, and I'm going to make sure that they have to run into each other in order to end up killing me. So here we go, and as you guys can see, the witch clearly slashes at the second witch, causing a blood splat to appear on that wall. But instead of her getting angry, she just chooses to end up walking away. It's only until I shoot her, or she starts to get close to me, that the second witch gets pissed off. So that means that the myth is busted. The witch cannot alert another witch to your position, or more rather, it can't end up triggering another witch to attack you because it got mad by hitting one or bumping into it by accident. Myth: can you complete the first chapter of the parish in 1 minute or less? Alright guys, so we're hopping just straight into Myth 1, and shoutouts to Dan or Dr. Zed, by the way, for helping me get the footage for every myth this week, because at the moment, I am currently in California on a vacation as of the publishing of this video, so he was the one that got the gameplay for all the myths today, so thank you once again, Dan. So Dan is pretty good on time so far. He's choosing his paths carefully, and he's deciding to go through places such as the restaurant instead of going around and risk possibly getting blocked by the bricks and having to go up the staircase with that one director path. So any second now, Dan is about to get out of the restaurant and will be back in the streets, and then shortly thereafter he will be in the safe room. I'm pretty sure you guys can see where this is going. He ends up not only making it to the safe room, but he gets there with a little bit of time to spare, around 42 seconds. So Myth 1 is confirmed here today. You can complete the first chapter of the parish in 1 minute or less. Myth: can a jockey pounce off of walls like how hunters can? So just in case either you don't know this, or this was your first ever episode tuning into this series, basically what we're referring to is that how the hunter has a mechanic where he is able to basically back kick off of surfaces, allowing him to jump from wall to wall. And so we want to see if the jockey, since he's also very similar to the hunter and can leap forward pretty far, if he can do the exact same thing. But from watching Dan's footage here, it looks like that he cannot. Dan is indeed doing the technique right, where he's spinning around at the correct time, because he's more skilled with the hunter than I am, but it's not working with the jockey. So it's busted here today. The second myth does not work. Myth: in the sacrifice, if a player returns to the safe room while another player sacrifices themselves, will the player in the safe room be considered alive in the credits? So since Dan got all this footage this week by himself, for myth number 3, he's going to have to do this with bots, which is simple because we'll just end up using the console commands from our admin menu to freeze them in place in the safe room for us. So it looks like from the footage that Dan decided to make Bill be the one in the safe room while Zoe and Lewis end up staying at the bridge, and of course Dan's going to have to be the one to sacrifice himself since bots cannot do it. So he's going to go over to the generator now. Let's see what happens. So the tank, aka Zombie Brock Lesnar, is going to throw a rock at Dan. He is now incapacitated. The camera's going to end up zooming out and fade to black, all cinematic-like, and here come the credits very shortly. And it says that both Dan and Bill are dead for some reason. Well, that means that the myth is busted, but to me that makes no sense because the safe room just a moment ago was the thing that kept the survivors alive from the last chapter. It literally is a safe room, so why is he not safe in there? It makes no sense to me. Myth: after taking the panic event in No Mercy Chapter 3, if you use an adrenaline shot, can you jump over to the gas station and get on its roof? Now when it comes to Myth 4, Dan didn't test this one in the way that I would have, but that's fine because either way we would have tested it, it would have still given us the same result. And the result we found out is this: the gas station has an invisible barrier that completely blocks players from getting on the roof in the first place. Because, and we're going to end up no-clipping here just as an example, let's say that you were able to make it to at least that part of the building and then just jump from there to the gas station. You wouldn't be able to because this invisible barrier gets in the way regardless of what angle you approach it from. So that means that unfortunately Myth 4 is going to be busted automatically because even if you were able to get over here, which I doubt you can to begin with, you wouldn't be able to due to the invisible barrier. Alright guys, it is now time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if you lower your draw distance in these settings, are you able to end up wall hacking and end up seeing special infected through buildings, doors, walls, etc., and basically be able to cheat. I'm going to let Dan take it from here again and see if whether or not that the last myth is confirmed or busted. Myth: if you put your draw distance to low in the settings, can you see infected through walls? Alrighty guys, so Dan ended up changing his settings ahead of time, and now he is in a game of Dark Carnival on Chapter 1, and what he's going to do here in a second is he's going to spawn in a special infected on top of the bridge. He's going to freeze them with console commands, and then just look at the bridge and see if whether or not that he can look through the walls and be able to see things like his legs or just something hiding in there. So he's going over to the commands now. I think he's going to spawn in a smoker from what I remember, yep, and then he's going to go back down to the ground. He's going to end up taking a look. Oh yeah, I don't even need to do a double take. I can see that immediately. You can clearly see the smoker through the bridge right there. You do go back to normal vision if you scope in with a sniper, but that's fine. Either way, the myth is confirmed. So yeah, guys, if you want to play the game on easy mode and take it one step further, you can end up doing this as well, and that way you can just relax and play a casual game of Left 4 Deads. Myth: if a special infected stands next to the plane door on Swamp Fever, when the door shoots off, will it hurt the special infected? I also want to say, as we're starting Myth 1, shoutouts to Dan, by the way, or Dr. Zed, once again, because he helped get all the gameplay footage for this week's episode, just like how he did for last week's episode, because right now, as of the publishing of this video, I'm currently in California. So I appreciate you, Dan, thank you. So we're testing out myth number 1 here any second. Basically, Dan's just going to stand in front of the plane door while a bot ends up opening it. And as you guys can see, it does nothing to Dan. He only gets damaged the moment that the bots actually start shooting him with their bullet guns, meaning that myth number 1 is busted. If you're a special infected and you stand outside the door, if it explodes at you, it's not going to hurt you. Myth: can the charger temporarily fly if he sprints up a ramp? So here we go with myth number 2. Dan is loaded up into hard rain, and he's going to use this slanted fence to end up testing out this myth. And as you guys can see, when he goes up the ramp, almost immediately his feet touch the ground again. I was hoping that he would end up kind of floating, not necessarily flying, like literally flying, but just kind of glide a little bit. But instead of getting enough air, he just immediately just touches the ground again. So unfortunately the myth is busted. The charger will not be able to temporarily fly if he sprints up a ramp. Myth: does it take longer to kill a special infected if you shoot a bullet gun underwater? So before we shoot a special infected under the water, we need to have a control so that way we know what we're working with. So Dan is going to shoot a smoker with a magnum, it looks like, and just count how many bullets it takes to kill him while on land. So it looks like that the amount of bullets that it takes to kill a smoker on land, it ranges anywhere between 3 bullets or 4 bullets. I'm assuming this is just because he's occasionally getting a headshot, which changes the damage multiplier. Now with Dan fully sticking his head under the water, let's see how many bullets it takes this time. So far it has taken 3 shots to kill that particular smoker, which is along the same lines of what it did on land. But we are going to do this at least more than once just to double check, make sure it's not a fluke. So let's spawn in another smoker and see what happens with this one. So we got 1, 2, and 3 again. Okay, so it seems pretty consistent. But let's just do one more just to make sure. So here we go, 1, 2, and 3. And once again is 3 bullets. So we saw an example where the smoker took 3 bullets to die the magnum on land, and we also saw it in the water example. So I'm going to say that the myth is busted. It really doesn't seem that the water has any impact on the bullets, similar to how we tried to see if whether or not melee weapons were slower underwater, and we found out that that was busted a while back as well. Myth: if you upset the witch and then hang on a ledge, will she lose track of you? Alright guys, so Dan is loaded up in here in the Swamp Fever campaign. He's going to spawn in a witch any second, and then he's going to walk his way into the swamp, so that way he's technically hanging on a ledge. So Dan has pissed off the witch, and the witch is standing there? Okay, well that's weird, and never mind, she's attacking him. Okay, now this throws a monkey wrench into our plans because we were purposely trying to get a specific result, believe it or not. When we were trying to come up with myth ideas for this pre-recorded episode for my California trip, we got inspiration from this YouTube short by Scat the Man. Take a look.
In Left 4 Dead 2, if you startle a witch, cling onto a ledge because that will make her ignore you and most importantly your teammates so they are able to kill her then revive you, leaving you unscathed.
From both Dan and I's understanding of this video, we basically did everything correct. Now, although it's not the exact same location, but it should still have worked. So what we'll do is we'll call it plausible for now, because I think it just varies on the circumstance. If anybody would like to please clarify in the comments of what we may or may not be doing wrong, we would really appreciate it because we're not necessarily sure if this is a luck thing or a technique thing. Alright guys, now let's hop over to the final myth and see if whether or not that if we shoot a grenade launcher at our feet while we're falling from the sky, can we save ourselves from dying to fall damage? Let's take a look. Myth: can you shoot a grenade launcher at the ground while you're falling to save yourself from death? Alright guys, it's time for the final myth. Let's head over to one of the ledges here on NSenr's finale and end up jumping off of it and see if whether or not the grenade launcher can save us from death. Similar to how a frag round shotgun can if you shoot it at the correct time. So Dan is right here near the ledge where I expected him to be, and he's going to break the glass really quickly just so that way he has a clear landing. So let's go, 3, 2, 1. And Dan broke his legs. Okay, so the myth is busted. A little anticlimactic there, but at least now we know our answer, that the grenade launcher doesn't work the same way as a frag round shotgun. A myth: will tanks prioritize attacking players using a minigun? Myth 1 is submitted in by Tyler here today, and as you guys can see from the gameplay, I'm going to be the one that's going to be hopping on the minigun. Now we're purposely just going to let a tank run around, and I want to show you guys that he gets close to Glabersko and Dan at different points while running around the map. the tank is stupidly close to touching distance. He could easily end up hitting Glabursko or Dan if he wanted to, if he just kept persisting a little bit longer. But when I hop on the minigun, it for some reason distracts his AI, and he'll drop everything he's doing and go after me instead. And the moment I get off the minigun, the opposite happens. He'll end up going right back to attacking whoever he was the closest to. So with this being now known, we can end up using this as a strategy where we can save our teammates. If somebody's running away from the tank and they can't heal because the tank is right on their ass, someone can just hop on the minigun and the tank will drop everything that they're doing and go get that person instead. So the myth is confirmed, and we also have a new strategy that we can now use. Myth: will the tank get killed faster by fire damage rather than drowning? Alrighty guys, the second myth is going to be submitted in by Nuketown 2015, and I'm just going to get straight to the point when it comes to this myth because I'm not going to bother to waste your guys' time. I kid you not, it takes over 20 minutes to fully drown as the tank. I am not joking. Over 20 minutes. We literally ended up having a stopwatch and just waited. And to prevent you guys from going insane and sitting here watching the tank drown every couple of seconds like how we did, we're rather just going to just jump straight to the part where we tested out the fire and show you guys how long that took, because that was much quicker to get to the point. And even though this is still quicker, I am going to speed up this footage regardless because, once again, I just don't want to waste your guys' time because it does feel a little bit long just watching the tank burn to death for what was, in case you were wondering time-wise, was about 1 minute and 31 seconds. So this is not only significantly much quicker to kill the tank this way than it is to drown him to death, but it also is going to be the more consistent way because there's more access to fire than there is water in the game. So the myth is confirmed, the tank's going to burn to death much quicker than he is going to drown. Myth: if you have more than 100 health, will the witch not be able to one-shot you? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Bad Guy Nick, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be giving ourselves 10,000 HP, and then we're going to end up spawning in a witch and end up pissing her off and seeing how much health she takes every single time she hits me. And as you guys can see, it's 100 per hit, and since technically in the normal game your maximum health is 100, that's the reason why she one-shots you. However, though, we have shown before in the past that there is an exploit you can do where you can actually get over 100 health, where you drown yourself and then take pain pills, and it will temporarily boost you over that number, which means in a hypothetical situation, you might just escape death, which means the myth is confirmed. You can end up making it where the witch will not be able to one-hit you if you have over 100 HP, and you can get over 100 HP by just doing the glitch that I mentioned already here. Myth: can you crown a witch with a heavy machine gun / minigun? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Dutch, so let's end up placing down a minigun, and let's also end up spawning in a witch and see if whether or not that we can end up crowning her with this here today. Now at first when I was trying to do this myth, I thought this would be significantly easier, but it's not actually as easy as it seems because the witch has some really weird hit scan detection when you try to shoot her in the head. And not only that, but it also seems that the wound up minigun is better at trying to do this than the mounted heavy machine gun is. From what I just saw a second ago, it looked pretty damn much like that Dan ended up getting a crown kill on the witch. The thing is though, is like I said, the hit detection is weird, but it also is very hard to just time the minigun flat out in general because the minigun specifically, since it has to be wound up, you need to hold it enough that it will actually shoot bullets, but not where you spray too many and make the gun shoot more than necessary. Take a look at the witch that's going to be on the left of your screen. This is the one that I'm shooting with the minigun, and when I shoot her with the minigun, you guys can see that I kill her pretty quickly, just like how Dan did earlier. Here's a visual example of things that we ended up seeing while testing this myth. You guys can clearly see that Dan is shooting the witch and just sometimes bullets do not register. It takes a good few seconds before a bullet finally ends up connecting to the witch and the game decides to say that she has been startled. Now even though the minigun and the heavy mounted machine gun are not identical weapons, they are still very similar. In fact, the mounted heavy machine gun is mixed up sometimes in terms of the code names with the minigun itself. During the process of this myth, I was leaning more towards busted / plausible at the very best due to the inconsistent nature. Glabursko wanted to lean towards more of plausible / confirmed because of the fact we were able to do this more than once, and then Dan was just somewhere in the middle, so we really couldn't decide. We did keep looking for sources, and we did find this eventually on the wiki, which basically confirms more towards Globbersko's thoughts, and this means that the times that we were not able to kill the witch instantly was not necessarily because this isn't possible, it was more rather just human error. So in summary, we found out that the mounted minigun has a better chance to do this. The heavy machine gun fortunately does not. You can do this if you end up finding the right circumstances, if you have access to a minigun while you're simultaneously in the area near a witch. And thirdly, we found out that the hit detection is a lot more clunky than we thought it was. So Myth 4 is confirmed. If you end up having a mounted minigun and a witch is nearby, you can end up crowning her with that if you don't have access to a shotgun. Alrighty guys, it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if you are not looking at the boomer, will he not end up scratching you and instead just stand there, as I said back at the beginning of the video, menacingly. So let's load up a game, spawn in a boomer, and see if whether or not that he'll end up only attacking if we're looking at him. Myth. If a boomer is standing right behind you, will he not claw at you unless someone looks at him? Alrighty guys, and the last myth is going to be submitted in by Jays. Thank you for submitting a myth, Jays. Appreciate you participating in this series. Now even though Dan was vomited on, remember guys, we're talking about the boomer clawing at us, or basically punching us, which so far he has not done, ever since we have spawned him in. We're going to back up here in third person so that way you guys can see the boomer, and he's right there in the lower left hand corner. And so far he has not even attempted to swing at us. He has vomited, yes, but not ended up clawing, swinging. He's not even moving. He's just standing there just looking at us. It's kind of awkward, actually. But yeah, as long as we are not making eye contact with him, it seems, he'll just sit there idle and just only occasionally vomit. This made me curious to see how much of the boomer you could have then within your first-person view before he'll end up attacking you. And as you guys can see, he's on the right-hand side there. He's just barely visible. I can see his hand and his leg, and I'm revealing more and more of him as I'm slowly turning to the right. And I see a decent portion of him, but he's still not quite attacking me. It is only once I end up having his eyes in frame, or in this case, eye contact being made, that he'll finally end up attacking me. So that means that the final myth of today's video is confirmed. The boomer will not swipe at you unless you make eye contact with him, and instead he'll just be right behind you just waiting for you to look at him. Myth. Do tanks prioritize players that are using a chainsaw? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Spunk, yes, and even though technically he didn't leave this as a myth, I figured that this was free game because I wanted to test this out for myself. After reading this, I wanted to see this in action. Will the tank actually prioritize a player with a chainsaw? So within the game here, we've got me, Dan, Globbersko, and a brand new member to the myth-busting team, which is Cucumber Slices down there. His real name is Lucas. We're all going to be trying to end up testing this myth out by having 2 of us running around with chainsaws, and the other 2 running around with just pistols. Now from our findings, there is definitely something going on with the tank's AI. It was best showcased in this part right here, where me, Globbersko, and Lucas just shoved ourselves in this corner with the tank, and then Dan went up behind him with the chainsaw, and as you guys can see, the tank is occasionally getting distracted when Dan ends up sneaking up behind him. Other than the fact that the chainsaw is noisy and the tank can just sense that it's behind him, but I do believe the tank also prioritizes the players with chainsaws, similar to how he does with people with miniguns, because that's 2 of the best ways to kill a tank. Now you can't necessarily just hold the chainsaw, you actually want to end up revving it up, and if you rev it up, that's the best way to distract the tank, because the tank really won't do anything unless you are a threat to his actual survival. So the chainsaw idea is not nearly as effective as the minigun idea, but it still does the job and does the exact same thing. The tank's AI does get messed up, so we're going to label myth 1 as confirmed. If you are using a chainsaw, the tank is more likely to target you. Myth. Will the fallen survivor run away if you shove him but don't shoot him / damage him with a melee weapon? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Nar in here today. So we're going to spawn in a fallen survivor, and then we're just going to just rough him up a bit, knock him down a few times, and see whether or not he will run away, decide to fight, etc. So Dan's about to end up hitting the fallen survivor once more just for good measure, and now let's see what happens. So it looks like he is trying to book it. He is heading over here for the, it looks like, porta potties. So I'm good with saying that the fallen survivor will indeed run away if you end up shoving him, so I'm going to label myth number 2 as confirmed. Myth. Can a thrown Molotov bounce off of a tank? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. So this one's pretty straightforward. We're just going to spawn in a tank and throw a Molotov. And from the footage here, you guys are going to see that the Molotov does indeed bounce off of the tank. It's just that it immediately falls to the ground right afterward and sets him on fire. This means that myth number 3 is confirmed. Myth: will bullets that penetrate a wall activate a car alarm? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Keto. So we're loaded up in chapter 3 of the parish in the impound lot, and we're going to end up finding one of the alarmed cars and put a surface in the way and try to shoot through it and see if whether or not it will end up triggering the car alarm. There is a car with a alarm that is behind this surface, but as you guys can see, when we end up shooting it, there actually is surprisingly bullet marks in the car, but yet it will not trigger the car alarm. Is instead at the very most chirping, which is not the same thing. And this is a relatively thin wall, and we are using the military sniper, which has a very high bullet penetration, so this one really surprises me. So this is going to mean that myth 4 is busted. You cannot end up triggering a car alarm if you shoot a gun through a wall, which is surprising considering the fact, like I said, bullet marks were on the car. Had they not been there, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it makes me confused now because it's making me wonder if whether or not that the bullets are actually hitting the car and it's just choosing not to set off the alarm, or if this is just some sort of visual glitch. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can a tank punch back a grenade and launch it towards you? Let's get the final myth started and see if whether or not that the result will be the one that we're thinking it's going to be. Myth: if timed right, can a tank punch a grenade away? Alrighty guys, the final myth is submitted in by Jake with a Y, and I also appreciate you for boosting my Discord server, my guy. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. So let's test out the pipe bomb first. Dan is going to be playing as the tank. I'm going to end up having Tyler over there in the upper left-hand corner watch, and when I throw the pipe bomb at Dan, as you guys can see, it's very hard to notice anything. And this is going to be the same thing when it comes to the Molotov. When I throw the Molotov at Dan, just like the pipe bomb, you really can't notice anything. And the bile bomb is just going to break on impact, so that's going to be an automatic no. Here's going to end up being a side view. This is Tyler's POV when he was off over to my left or Dan's right. And then this is me throwing the Molotov at Dan right now. And you can see that due to the angle and the timing, it does look like for a second that Dan is punching the Molotov, but rather I think what's happening is that it's the same bouncing animation from when it just bounces off of the tank's body, similar to in myth 3 that we did for Glabursko. I was originally going to label this confirmed, actually, believe it or not, based off of that angle from the side that Tyler saw, but then I ended up overlaying the footage on top of each other from both this one and myth 3, and you can see they're basically identical animations. So I'm going to say that the final myth is busted rather than confirmed, because I think it was just more rather a coincidence that the animation looked slightly better due to the side POV, but in reality I think that the animation is just the exact same. I don't think it's the fist or the punch doing anything, I think it's just more rather bouncing off of the tank's body. Myth: can propane tanks, gas cans, or oxygen tanks survive the gas station explosion? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Glabursko, so I'm going to be going here to the No Mercy gas station. I'm going to spawn in one of everything that Glabursko listed, and let's see if whether or not any of the 3 things survive the carnage. Alright, so there is the propane tanks and the gas cans, and now here is the oxygen tanks. Alright, let's light this candle. Here we go. The gas station is exploding, and this one's not going to need too much thought into it. You guys can see that nothing was left. The gasoline cans, the oxygen tanks, and the propane tanks, none of them survived, which means that the myth is busted. Nothing is going to survive the No Mercy gas station. Myth: will tank prioritize a player using a chainsaw over a player using a minigun? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Dan, and I am curious to see what's going to happen here, because for the last 2 episodes we've been messing with the tank's AI, seeing what type of players he prefers to attack. We've tested it with the minigun, then we tested it out with a chainsaw, so what if we end up putting both head to head and see what he favors over these 2? So I'm going to be on the minigun, while Dan's going to be holding a chainsaw. We're going to spawn in a tank, and we're just going to see who he ends up picking. So far he is indeed going for me, but Dan is right behind him. So as you guys can see, I end up getting flung across the map, and then I do end up trying to go right back to the minigun, but as soon as I hop on the minigun, he ignores Dan and then just goes for me a second time. He's coming up the ladder now, and he's about to hit me a second time, and then so I'm going to try one more time to go back up to the minigun, just to make sure that this is not indeed a fluke. I mean, hell, even on this last attempt, Dan was actually hitting the tank with the chainsaw for a good few seconds, and he still decided to hit me. The tank literally was ignoring his own safety just to kill me. So I think that that clearly means the second myth is going to be busted. He does not prefer the chainsaw, he actually prefers to go for a player with a minigun. Which is smart because technically the minigun has got the ability to hit you at a distance, whereas the chainsaw you gotta be up close and personal. Myth. If you spawn a bride witch on any survival map and anger her, will the timer start? I apologize in advance if I butcher your name, but I believe your name's pronounced Hashad. If it's not quite that, please feel free to correct me in the comments, but your myth does seem pretty cool, Hashad. So let's see what happens. Dan is going to end up angering the witch, and we're going to see if whether or not it affects the timer. So here we go, Dan pisses her off, and yeah, sure enough, it does indeed affect the survival timer. Now this is weird to me because I don't know why the witch is for some reason able to do this, even though we're not interacting with the radio at all. Either way, it still ends up meaning that the myth is confirmed if you do piss off a bride witch, or I'd like to believe it would be just any witch for that matter, that you will somehow activate the survival timer. Pretty weird, but it's interesting still nonetheless. Myth. Can you destroy the warehouse door in No Mercy by using explosives? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. So I'm not exactly like Dan, where I am the master of explosives, but I will definitely try my hardest to, so I'm going to give myself everything under the sun that has something to relate to an explosive, and I'm going to use it. So let's try the grenade launcher first. I'm going to spam the door a couple of times by spraying it with unlimited ammo, and then let's take a look at the door. So after spamming the door for a moment with the grenade launcher, it doesn't seem to be affected by it at all. Next I'm going to be testing out propane with the grenade launcher as well, and when I end up looking at it now, it's the exact same thing, pretty much nothing changed. Next up is oxygen tanks, and it does take a minute for some of them to set off, but just like the propane tanks, nothing happened. I even tried fireworks from Dark Carnival to see if that would make a difference, but this didn't do anything either. And then by process of elimination, the only thing I had left to try was the pipe bomb, but even that was not strong enough to open up the door, whether it be by itself or combined it with anything. So this means that myth number 4 is busted. You cannot open up this warehouse door no matter how hard you try with any kind of explosive, which is too bad because it'd be really nice if you could. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth of the episode, and once again it is going to be, can you die during a campaign intro? Literally seconds upon the game starting. So you guys know the drill by now. Let's load up into the final myth and see what the result is. Myth, can you die during a campaign intro? Alrighty guys, and the last myth is submitted in by Naren. So dying during a campaign intro, well, we have seen weirder on this channel, so let's see what we can do. The first thing we're going to try to do is use the kill command within the console, so let's end up doing that. But upon doing so, all it does is put us into black and white, which technically does not count. This is just one step short of death. We will have to try again. Now for attempt number 2, we decided to end up using a special infected, and we literally were able to spawn them during the cutscene, and it does even end up causing this to happen, where they just kind of attack us in the middle of us getting off of Virgil's boat, but nobody ended up falling off of the dock like I hoped that they would. They all kind of just got stuck on Nick. Alright, so we removed Nick, hopefully the third time is the charm, and as you guys can see, Rochelle comedically gets dragged off screen like that old cane on the neck bit. And yeah, Glabersko is dead. He got attacked and killed during the intro cutscene, which means that the last myth, as crazy as it seems, is confirmed. You literally can die in the middle of a campaign intro, which means that no matter what, you are never safe within the Left 4 Dead zombie apocalypse. Myth. Can you throw a propane tank at a hunter to knock him off of another survivor? Alrighty, my friends, so the very first myth is submitted in by Not On My Level / A True Winner 1. So Glabersko is going to be the one getting attacked by the hunter. I am going to be the one trying to free him with the propane tank. So the hunter is going to be spawning in any second now. Let me know what you guys think the result of this myth is going to be in the comments. So as I am throwing it at the hunter, it doesn't necessarily free Glabersko, but you can see that there is a little bit of collision. The propane tank is not intangible. It does actually get affected by the hunter's body. It's bouncing off of it and just falling straight down. Unlike the punch animation, just simply throwing the propane tank doesn't seem to be strong enough to get the hunter off of Glabersko. So I'm going to mark the first myth as busted here today. Myth. Can the No Mercy gas station survive an explosion from a propane tank, a gas can, or a oxygen tank? Alrighty guys, the second myth is going to be submitted in by Glopursko. Now this one I feel like is almost guaranteed to have a specific result because there's no way that the gas station can survive an explosion from any of these things. So I'm going to light it on fire with the gasoline can, and in a second here I guarantee you it's probably going to end up blowing up. Okay, it's taking a minute. It's definitely taking a minute. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. You know what, let's write off the first one as a fluke. Let's try the propane tank now, and both of them are now on fire. So I'm hoping that this will end up giving me the result that I need, because right now it's making me question my sanity. It's somehow still on fire and not blowing up. This literally doesn't make any sense. Okay, it went out again. Valve, you're really making me start to question my sanity here. Alright, well now for the last one. This is going to be the oxygen tank's turn, so it's once again, set the gas station on fire. It should blow up. It's flammable. This is an explosion. Even though, yes, it's a small scale, this should blow up and cause a chain reaction, but why is it not working? Valve, why is it not working?
Valve, your game's not making sense again.
Dude, there's some days where I feel like Valve is fucking with me, because this gas station makes no sense. Why does the lift next to the gas station summon a horde, but blowing up the gas station does not? And second of all, why is it that I cannot end up causing an explosion with an explosion? I'm literally blowing things up right next to the gas station, and it's like, nah, I'm good. So that means that, yes, the second myth is confirmed, although this shouldn't happen in my humble opinion, because this just defies the laws of physics. Myth: can bile bombs set off birds/car alarms? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Orange Rat. We are on the Sacrifice Chapter 2, and we're going to be testing out the birds first. We're going to be going over to this hill, where the birds will end up spawning in, and throwing a couple bile bombs from the bottom here, so that way they're only going to be set off by the bile bombs if this does work, and not by us just walking up the hill. And when I am throwing the bile bombs so far, nothing is happening. I do believe that majority of the birds are in the air already, and not necessarily on the top of that hill. Glopursko told me there is some, it's just that they were not registering. When I was hitting them with a bile bomb, they basically just ignored it. Now when it comes to the alarm cars, unlike the birds, they had the completely opposite result. They immediately started going off the moment that the bile bomb made contact, not even breaking, just by bonking the side of it. Based off the way you word your myth, I'm assuming you just wanted to see if one of the two of them worked, and since we did get the cars to at least work, I'm going to label the myth as confirmed. Myth: can you crown Jimmy Gibbs Jr. with a minigun? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Hashad. I've got a minigun on standby, and shortly here I'm going to be spawning in Jimmy. So Jimmy, please spawn in, show yourself. There he is, and I'm going to shoot him in the head. And it looks like, yes, it does indeed crown Jimmy Gibbs Jr. This not only worked the first time that we tried it, but it also worked every subsequent time we tried it. As long as I timed my minigun shots correctly, I was able to crown Jimmy every single time I tried. So myth number 4 is confirmed. You can crown Jimmy Gibbs Jr. with a minigun. Alrighty guys, well if you ever want to try to shoot your teammates and get away with it, well let's see if you can. Let's switch over to the final myth now and see if whether or not it's possible to end up shooting your teammates and not damage them as long as you switch to your secondary weapon in time. Myth: can you stop friendly fire damage if you click fire, then swap weapons at the same time? Alright guys, the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Tacky Rove later. So this is how we're going to test out the myth. I have a military sniper, and Glopursko is on the stage of Dark Carnival while I am over by the lights, and then I'm going to shoot him in slow motion and hope that by switching to my guitar just in time, it will not end up giving him damage. Trying to get the timing down was the most difficult part about this entire myth, because I wanted to try to swap literally as fast as I possibly could. I would click the fire button and then hit my 2 key to swap to the guitar like immediately, even beforehand sometimes, and trying to do it too early would lead to me not shooting at all, so I had to do it just right. But really no matter what I did, it still ended up hitting and damaging Glopursko. You guys can take a look at his health in the lower left hand corner, and this entire time I've been talking, it has been hitting him and going down. So I would say that this myth, regardless of how skilled you might think you are, it's not going to change the fact that you're still going to damage your teammates. Because these weapons are very hit scan, they act almost immediately as soon as you pull the trigger, you're not going to be able to get around this. If Left 4 Dead were ever to add in bullet physics and make it where that there was bullet drop, then maybe, but that's never going to happen at this point in the game's life cycle. Maybe in a Left 4 Dead 3 one day, so I'm going to say that the last myth is busted for today's video. Myth: if you heal a teammate that jumps off of a high place, will it save them from fall damage? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 takes inspiration from the fact that when a teammate is already incapacitated on the ground and you jump off of a high place, if you revive them while falling, you'll actually be able to save yourself. I want to see if something like this can work. But unfortunately, this does not work. It's not like the other strategies we have found out over the years where you can end up preventing fall damage. This one we're just going to have to put to the wayside. So that means that myth number 1 is busted here today. You cannot end up healing someone to save them from fall damage. Myth: will you be soft locked if a player talks to the rescue but doesn't activate it and leaves the game? Alrighty guys, the second myth of today's episode is submitted in by Naren. So Naren, we're going to be having it where Glabersko is going to end up activating the rescue at least initially, and then I'm going to see if I can try to complete it for you. So Glabersko has activated the radio on the No Mercy finale, and in the second here, he's going to be leaving the game shortly, and then I'm going to see if whether or not that I can complete the last step. Alright, so Glabersko has officially left the game, just leaving me and the bots left. I'm going to go up to the radio and see if I can complete the process. And as you guys can see, according to the captions, I am summoning Rescue, and he will be here shortly. So this means that the game will not be soft-locked, and that means that the myth is busted. If somebody starts the Rescue, you can still complete it. Myth: can Nick heal at least slightly faster than the other survivors? Alright guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Zoe. Alright guys, so the way that we're going to do this is that I'm going to have Glabersko shoot me until I'm at 98 HP, and then I'm going to heal myself with a medkit. And I'm going to time it with a stopwatch from the moment I start healing to the moment I stop healing to see how long it takes Nick to end up healing himself from beginning to end. And it looks like for Nick, it's a base of 5 seconds. Now that we have a base, we have to compare this to the other survivors. So now I'm going to be playing as my boy Ellis, and it also ends up taking him 5 seconds. Next is going to end up being Coach, and when it comes to Coach's healing speed, it's literally identical to Nick and Ellis so far at 5 seconds. And then lastly, we have got Rochelle, and when I end up healing as Rochelle, just like all the other characters, it is at 5 seconds flat. Everyone is the exact same. So busted is the myth result here today for myth number 3. Myth: can the tank have his rock broken if a pipe bomb explodes nearby right after he throws it? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Jackson. Myth 4 is all about timing. Now the way that we have to do this is that I have to throw the pipe bomb first, and Glabersko as the tank has to throw the rock second, because if I throw it after the fact, the tank's rock is going to fly above the pipe bomb, and therefore it's not going to be within the blast radius. We need to make sure that it's right above the pipe bomb as the pipe bomb is exploding. So here goes nothing. I'm going to throw the pipe bomb now, and Glabersko is going to time the rock throw the best that he very can. And as you guys can end up seeing, even though it does look like a flash of light, if we replay this in slow motion, you will notice that the tank's rock disappears, or in other words, the pipe bomb successfully breaks it with its explosion. This actually does work. So myth 4 is confirmed, and to me that's cool because it means that if you have really good timing, or the tank is just very unlucky, you can destroy the tank rock with a pipe bomb to save yourself. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can we blow up the No Mercy gas station by just shoving it or punching it to death? Is that actually possible? Because if it is, number 1, first of all, that's funny, and second of all, this might mean that the survivors are actually superheroes and have superhuman strength. Let's see if whether or not the green flu is going to make us super strong and be able to blow up the gas station by just simply punching it, as crazy as that sounds. Myth: can you shove the No Mercy gas station and have it blow up? Alrighty guys, the last myth is submitted in by Glabersko. Now, one of the cool things that we found out recently is that the No Mercy gas station can actually take a hit from a propane tank, gas can, or oxygen tank and not completely blow up, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it's close to blowing up, because there's no way that it can just tank the hit like that and still have a decent amount of HP. A stray bullet should probably blow it up. So, could a stray punch blow it up? Would the subtlest little just push or the subtlest brush up against the gas station be able to end up dismantling this entire thing? Because right now it doesn't look like it, which is surprising to me because of how fickle this gas station is. Because I swear to God, I have barely touched it before, a bullet barely whips by it, and this thing has a panic attack and blows up immediately. So I am surprised that this is the case, but I am determined. We've found other weirder things before on this channel. I'm not going to give up quite yet. Alright, so here comes attempt number 2. I'm going to have the map completely reset, so this thing is at full HP once again. I am also going to be using the exact same throwable item. In this case, I'm going to be using a propane tank, and I'm going to be doing everything that I did just like the first time, so that way there's no placebo effects or anything that I'm not addressing in the second test. When the fire goes out on both pieces of the gas station, I'm going to try this once again. So the second one is about to go out any second now. And this is the weird part. I actually did this immediately the second time around. I have no idea how I did this. Now, even though that's cool, the first time it didn't work, even though I did the exact same process. So rather than just saying it's confirmed, I'm going to see if whether or not that this was a fluke. Okay, so I fully reset the map for a third time. I'm going to once again blow up specifically propane tanks, blow up both of them once again, and when the fire goes away, I will then start the punching or meleeing process, because I don't want it to be because of the fire, and I don't want it to be for something else. Now, the third time, even though once again, it's the exact same circumstances, it's not working now. This is weird, because it didn't work the first time, it did work the second time, and now it's not working again for the third time. This myth is being consistently inconsistent. Like every other attempt, it's working and then not working. Okay, so let's try this one more time. Attempt number 4. I've once again lit the gas station on fire with a propane tank. Once the fire goes out, I will do the exact same things that I've done before. I really don't know what's going on here about what I could be doing differently, because I don't think it's body collision and I don't think it's fire, but how do you explain this? It blew up again, perfectly that time, in one shot. I literally punched it once, and kablooey, it went. So this doesn't make any sense to me. It works sometimes, it doesn't work the other, and I don't know if whether or not that's a fluke, because it's consistently still working like 50% of the time. So here's the thing, is that as much as I want to call it confirmed, because it's still just as much not working, 50% of it fails sometimes, I'm going to have to, at the very best, label this as plausible, because I don't know exactly what's going wrong here. I don't know if it's the way I'm mailing, I don't know if it's like a slight little micro movement that I'm doing, if it's the type of gun I'm shooting the propane tank with, if it's just whatever the gas station's in the mood for that day. Does the gas station sustain all the blows from the propane tank? Maybe it's, instead of it being at 1 HP, it's at like 5 or 10 and needs to be punched more than once. I do not know, but I'm going to label that plausible. Let me know what you think in the comments down below happened and why you think the myth ended up being this way. Myth: if you light a boomer on fire with incendiary ammo and have it explode nearby other infected, do they catch on fire? Alrighty guys, to start off today's episode, the first myth is submitted in by Hashad. So what we're going to do is we're going to test out the common infected first. We've got the boomer and idle, and we're just going to wait for the common infected to spawn. I've got my incendiary ammo mini Uzi ready to go, and when we walk over to the common infected, you guys can see that they are not on fire. Now it's time to test out the special infected, and this time I'm going to use the tank for my example, because the tank is the biggest special infected in the game. It's more likely that he's going to catch on fire if this could possibly work. But even with the tank, who has the most amount of like possible area to hit, he is also not set on fire either. He only gets set on fire when I shoot him directly, meaning the myth is busted. You cannot set a special infected, or a common infected for that matter, on fire by having a incendiary ammo gun shoot a boomer and then him exploding nearby. Myth: will you take fire damage if you were underwater? Alrighty guys, myth 2 is submitted in by Vader. So we are at the death toll finale, which has the deepest body of water that I could possibly think of, and I'm going to throw some gasoline cans under the water and shoot them. Now you would think that the gasoline would at least have the ability to somewhat burn you, maybe like 1 damage, 2 damage, 5 damage. But no, it just completely just does not do anything to me, which is really a shock. I thought that even if the water did put out the gas, I would sustain some kind of damage. But the water ends up taking out the fire basically immediately, which doesn't make sense in my opinion. I would like to believe that if I'm on top of the gasoline can, even in water, it is still gasoline. It should damage me, even at least a little bit, but it's acting like it's not even there. It just cancels it out completely, which is just a little strange in my opinion. Anyway, enough with my rambling. The second myth is busted. Myth: if you are standing in spitter goo, will you get a little speed boost? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Eggy. So Eggy is not asking for much, he just wants to see if you can get a little speed boost, just a tiny bit extra speed to be able to get out of danger while in the spitter goo. And so to make sure that we can notice every little possible detail, just in case there is a barely noticeable speed difference, we got a speedometer in the lower right hand corner that you guys saw in the second myth and now in this case for the third myth. So what Dan is going to do is he's going to use console commands and he's going to Haktua spit on that thing, put spitter acid on the street while I'm going to run into it and Glabursko is going to run next to it and see if I'm even slightly faster than Glabursko. But when you look at the speedometer, my speed is not increasing whatsoever. It's the entire speed for the whole duration, even when I'm not in the spitter acid. To be perfectly honest with you, I thought that this was true, because before we had the speedometer to fact check this, I swear to God that I've always had a slight speed boost while in spitter acid. Maybe it's just a placebo because I'm panicking and I'm trying to get out of the spitter acid as much as possible, so I'm actually instinctively just moving faster, and therefore I'm thinking that it's the spit and not me. But in reality, it's just me panicking, so therefore I'm moving around a lot quicker than normal. So because of the speedometer, now that we know the myth is busted, spitter goo will not end up giving you a speed boost, you will run at the same speed no matter what. Myth: can you revive multiple incapacitated players if they are right next to each other? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Glabursko. Now for this myth, I'm going to be short, sweet, and straight to the point because this myth really doesn't need much talking about because it's simplistic in nature. All we really need to do is just get lucky and hope the hit scans for one player's revive animation overlaps with another. The trick is basically just to get lucky. And here's the thing, is that this one is, I swear to God, possible if we were just persistent enough. But we just could not get it to happen. I was stubborn. I really wanted this to work because I thought it would be a cool flex being like, yeah, I'm the team medic, I'm reviving multiple people at once, you know, I'm carrying the team. But this was more finicky than I thought it was, because we would revive one person, it would be weird because we'd have Nick, he gets up, then he crashes down, then Ellis is doing the stanky leg, and I can't get both players up. Dan couldn't get anybody up, Glabursko could not get anybody up. We would just be rotating back and forth and back and forth. And I feel like there's a little bit of an element also as well with where your cursor is lined up. So I was like, okay, let's line up the cursor. And even then, when we did, it would just be janky. It would like start reviving somebody, and then it would switch to the other player and drop the other guy we started picking up. It was clunky AF, man. So I will say this, as much as it's very tempting to label this plausible out of stubbornness, I'm going to bite the bull and just say it's busted, because I really don't think you can do this. This would be such a useful strategy if you could do this. I feel like most people would be doing this by now if this was a thing, and they would have discovered it years ago. So unfortunately, myth 4 is busted. Alright guys, final myth time, and once again is going to be, can you die during a campaign outro? Are you really safe when that final cutscene's taking place, or do you have to wait until you're back in the main menu? Let's test and find that out right now. Myth: can you die during a campaign outro? Alrighty guys, the last myth is submitted in by the man, the myth, the legend of explosives specifically, my buddy Dan. Now the original way that we want to test this myth is that we want to use console commands to kill us during the outro sequence. But unfortunately, we were not able to get that to happen. So we decided to end up trying something a little bit more convoluted, which is that we want to try to get the game to just auto-kill us for us. We're going to do something weird. We're going to have it where Dan's going to incapacitate himself somewhere else in the map. And I'm going to use the warp command to send him to the rescue vehicle and force the game's ending to start. What I am hoping to achieve is to make the game just kill Dan on the spot because it thinks that he's cheating or clipping out of the map, and therefore he'll technically die during a campaign outro, because if he was just simply incapacitated on the rescue vehicle per normal, it's just going to consider him simply alive. Alright, so now we've officially done everything that we've just explained, and we're going to let the ending sequence take place. The key thing to this myth's result is going to be what it says in the credits. So now that the bridge has blown up, the screen is going to fade to black. What does it say? It says that Dan has officially died. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to label the myth as busted, and this is why. Now, I must clarify a couple things. Number one, this is not the intended result we wanted, because what happened is that Dan didn't necessarily get killed during the outro cutscene. It just thought that he was somewhere else in the map and didn't realize I warped him, which is different. Second of all, me and Dan both got left behind. We didn't go with the helicopter, and the game thought that I was alive and he was dead, which means that the game was confused on who was actually alive. I was really hoping that the game would think that we were cheating and just hit us with a death barrier and just kill us as the helicopter was taking off, but unfortunately that did not happen, which means I'm going to have to label the last myth as busted. Myth: can you bleed out during the outro cutscene whilst incapacitated on the rescue vehicle? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by How About No? This myth acts as a sequel to the final myth of the last episode, because in the last episode for the final myth, we were testing to see if whether or not that you could die during a campaign outro. Some of you guys, including How About No, were talking about how, what if a player ended up bleeding out and then the cutscene happened at the very last second right before they officially died? Would they die as the rescue vehicle is going away? So that's basically what we're going to be doing here in today's video. So I am about to fill up the Jimmy Gibbs stock car any second now with the last of the gasoline cans. Rochelle and Coach will end up being our test subjects in today's myth. And what we're going to have happen is me and Glabursko are going to wait till the very last possible second to hop in the bounds area for the Jimmy Gibbs stock car. And right as one of them is about to end up bleeding out with their like last 3 HP, we're then going to jump in, initiate the cutscene, and see what happens. So Rochelle and Coach are going to die any second now, but I will speed up the footage just a bit to make it go by a little quicker. Alright, so here we go. We're jumping into the area now. The Jimmy Gibbs stock car is officially starting up, and we're about to end up leaving the mall. So here we go. We plow through the entrance. Now let's take a look at the credits and see what officially ends up happening. So it's finishing. The screen is now fading to black. And the credits say that the only person that technically died was Rochelle. And if we rewind the footage back again, you guys can see that Rochelle does die right before we end up jumping into the out of bounds area. So that makes sense. Relative to Coach though, he was at like 3 HP. And unless he received medical attention immediately, he was going to die. He should have therefore died off camera. But he didn't, and this means the myth is busted. And the reason why that this happened is because, at least on PC, ever since the Last Stand update, they changed the way that the incapacitation system on the finales work, where if you are in the rescue vehicle and you're incapped, you're actually still considered as alive, whereas beforehand you would not be. So for people that play on the Xbox and didn't get the Last Stand update, this may be why some of you guys were asking this question, because technically speaking, this myth is confirmed on Xbox, but busted on the current version on PC. So you can look at this a variety of different ways, but since I always do my myths relative to the PC copy of the game, I'm going to label this myth as busted. Myth: can a hunter traverse hard rain by only touching water? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Taco Twins Gaming. Now I also gotta clarify is that it's a given that we're going to have to exclude chapters 1 and 2 because those chapters do not have significant enough rain. So we're only going to be doing this from chapter 3 onward. Now even though it's only chapter 3 has quite a lot of rain. And so this challenge could be easy. Unfortunately, though, we immediately have a problem when we're trying to end up getting past this first giant obstacle right here, which is where the elevator panic event was from the last chapter. And it looks like that the only way that you can get to the next batch of water is to end up climbing the building. We did try to see if whether or not that there was another way around the building by just going in reverse order. But there's unfortunately invisible barriers in the way, and the only way you can go through the building is to touch and land on the building, which means Myth 2 is automatically busted even as of the first chapter with rain in it, because unless you want to make the exception where you can climb the side of the building at the beginning, which I don't want to necessarily have that exception because I feel like that's cheating, you're not going to be able to get to the next batch of rain. Myth: can you headshot a special infected with incendiary ammo equipped? I do apologize if I butcher your name, but I believe it is Lure. From a quick Google search, I do believe that this might be French, but correct me if I'm wrong, please, because I want to make sure I get it right. For the time being, we're going to go with Lure. So Lure, for your myth, what we want to end up doing is we're going to end up taking a hunting rifle and shooting a special infected in the head to get a control, and then we're going to use incendiary ammo and do the exact same thing. Although I do just have one quick question, because I'm not exactly sure how to interpret your myth, because I want to think of 2 different ways to interpret it. So number 1, I'm assuming you're asking, does the incendiary ammo end up making it where you can or cannot get a headshot multiplier? Or number 2, I'm thinking that you're asking if whether or not that you end up having it where you can even get a headshot at all with incendiary ammo equipped, like the bullet scatter is different from the ammo type. With that in mind, from what we ended up finding from our experience, we really weren't able to notice anything of significance. So when I ended up shooting the charger in the head, it ended up taking like 2 bullets with a hunting rifle. My gut is leaning more towards confirmed for this myth, although I'm just not entirely sure, because I really would like you to specify what you exactly meant when you submitted the myth, because I feel like that would help. Because from what we understand and what we ended up seeing, it looks like that the initial bullet impact, besides the burning damage from the incendiary rounds kicking in, seems the exact same, and that allows for you to get a headshot with both types of ammo. So I think that the myth is confirmed, but let me know what you think. Myth: are players' walking speeds different depending on how deep they are in water? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Globursko. So we are in the finale of Death Toll, and what we're going to have happen is that I'm going to go into third person so you guys can see how deep in the water I am, and then I'm going to go from point A to point B, in other words, just a straight line. So currently, right now, I'm at waist deep in water, and this is my current speed right now on the speedometer, so this is our control. And now I'm at the deepest body of water possible in Death Toll without crouching, and when you guys look at the speedometer now, I am just ever so slightly slower in the water. So even though it's subtle, yes, the myth is confirmed. You are slower in deeper bodies of water, just like you would be in real life. Alrighty guys, and now it is time to test out the final myth, and once again is going to be, if we are healing with a medkit during the animation, are we able to shrink or change our hitboxes so that way we can make it where we can dodge bullets if somebody were to shoot at us? Let's see if we can dodge bullets like Neo in the Matrix. Myth: if you heal with a medkit during the animation when you duck down, can you dodge bullets? Alrighty guys, the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dan himself. Alright, so we're going to be doing this myth where Dan is going to be shooting at me, and I'm going to be trying to dodge first, and then I'm going to shoot at him. And we're going to also do this with the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors, because they have their own unique healing animation, which is different than the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, because this animation that they do makes it where they end up crouching or ducking slightly to reach and heal their one leg. Alright, so I'm healing myself now, and any second now I'm going to duck, and when Dan's shooting at me, it doesn't damage me until I stand back up. Alright, so now Dan's going to heal himself. I've got my pistols lined up with his head, and when he ducks and I shoot at him, it only ends up damaging him when he also stands back up. So this does mean that yes, the hitbox does change when you end up crouching down to get your one character's leg, meaning the myth is confirmed. The Left 4 Dead 1 crew specifically, due to the way that their animation is done, if they ended up getting very lucky with the timing, they could be able to dodge bullets that come their way. Myth: can you evade a smoker's tongue when you are healing with a medkit? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted to my Nitwit. It's been a while since I've heard from you, man. I hope you're doing well in life. So this myth takes inspiration from one of the myths we've done recently about can you dodge bullets while you're healing with a medkit. Now when it comes to the special infected, unlike the bullets, we have to ask ourselves the question, does the attacks have any sort of aim assist or sticky aim? And so far, at least, based off of just the first attempt, it looks like it's going to have some sort of sticky aim. Because when I'm aiming the cursor at Dan's head, where it's just barely touching the top of Bill's hat, it's making it where the cursor is red, meaning I can hit him. Even off to the side a little bit, not even actually having the cursor lined up on Bill, I can be able to try to attack him. Even when he's crouching, it still lets me try to attack him. The sticky aim on this is pretty forgiving so far from what I've noticed. And it's even crazier when Bill goes to end up healing and I shoot the tongue and it actually still ends up connecting. It just darts down to the corner and still wraps him nonetheless. So it's busted. You cannot end up avoiding a smoker's tongue while healing with a medkit. Myth: can you still see Ellis driving the car in NSenr when he is dead or incapacitated while fleeing the mall? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. Now, it's understood by many that Ellis is the one driving the Jimmy Gibbs stock car at the end of DugTyler, and so Tacky wants to know that if Ellis is dead or incapacitated, will he be in the final cutscene, or will the director just push him off to the side so it doesn't look weird having him technically be dead on the screen, but the characters think he's the one driving. So let's test it with him alive first, but just simply in-capped, and funnily enough, Coach runs Ellis over, which I found very amusing. So Ellis is indeed there for the cutscene when he is incapacitated and technically not the one driving, and pretty much nothing changes when Ellis is dead. In fact, even Coach still runs him over when he's dead, which is kind of funny once again. So the myth is busted. Ellis is not going to be the one driving. He is going to be in the final cutscene, but he's not going to be in the driver's seat. He's just going to be lying there on the ground. Myth: if a bot dies and is saved from a rescue closet, can you backtrack and defibrillate their corpse? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Jake. We are going to be on the NSenr finale, brutally murdering Bill, it looks like, because Jesus Christ, there's just blood everywhere on the screen. And once we're done killing Bill, he's going to, of course, spawn in the only rescue closet that's available, which is going to be the one to my right. And then we're going to open it and see if whether or not his corpse from when we first kill him is still going to be there, so that way we can defib it and also maybe even duplicate Bill. I'm not really sure about that one, but we'll get to that point in a minute. So Bill is dead. Now let's open up the closet and see exactly what happens. I am going to go into third person so you can see both the original and the new body in the same frame. And when we save Bill from the rescue closet, his original body just disappears, so that way there's not a duplicate, meaning that the myth is busted because the body will disappear when you save them from a rescue closet. Myth: is there a way for a player to keep level or item progress after a failure when the screen fades to black? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Keto. Now Keto, the way that we're going to be trying to do this is in specifically survival mode, because there's just items littered everywhere. And what I want to try to do is that I'm going to be spamming the Oblivion out of this M16 with E as I am dying. And I'm also going to be trying to hold down W to walk forward, so that way I can change my position from the default spawn position after I've also died. Seeing if I can technically walk during the fading to black sequence, and that way I can see if I can keep my positions / pick up the gun during it being black, so that way I can also have it when I respawn as well, if that makes sense. Alright, so now I'm going to kill everybody with console commands, and during this entire sequence I'm still holding W and mashing E to see if I can end up picking up the M16 or be in a slightly different spawn position. And when the game ends up finally resetting back to the beginning, it looks like that I'm still in the exact same spawn position and do not have the M16, meaning the myth is busted. I'm going to assume it's at least busted because this is really the only thing I can think of, at least for now, about how I would keep loot / progress after death, because of just the spawn pickups just being really nearby. But if you guys have a different idea, you can let me know in the comments down below. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, will infected prioritize attacking players who are already downed or incapacitated over players who are already standing up and for the most part healthy in comparison? Let's go over to the gameplay now. I'm going to load up Swamp Fever's Plantation House and give this a go. Myth: do infected prioritize attacking injured survivors over healthy ones? Alrighty guys, and the last myth is submitted in by Minor Changes. So this is how I'm going to conduct the test. I'm going to have at least one of every survivor have a different health percentage. Nick is going to be in red, Coach is going to be in yellow, and then Rochelle is just going to be flat out incapacitated, and I'm going to just stay away because the infected do prioritize attacking a human player over the bots, and I don't want to have a placebo effect, so I'm just going to just be standing by and spectating. I will spawn in random amounts of common infected somewhat close by, and eventually after a while with them shambling and they eventually walk into somebody, I'm just curious who they're going to prioritize an attack over multiple periods of time. So these are the results that I found. The very first time one attacked Coach, the second time the zombies also attacked Coach, the third time they ended up attacking Nick, the fourth time they also decided to attack Coach. Then there was another one where they decided to attack Coach and Nick, and then this last one they decided to attack Rochelle, but this was only after several attempts and I spawned them basically right on top of her. So if anything, it seems like the opposite is true. This seems more World War Z than I thought it did, where they're seeming to only attack people that are already standing up. So this not only means that the myth is busted because I can't prove otherwise that this would work, But also, I just think that's just kind of funny how they are behaving a lot like World War Z zombies. Myth: if you use an adrenaline shot, can you walk faster on the fallen tree in Coldstream Chapter 1? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted by Naren. For those that don't know what tree we're referring to this one right before you get to the bunker door, and we're going to get a controlled test first so we know the base speed and then go from there. So with the speedometer in the lower right corner, this is the base speed when going on the log, and now I'm going to try with an adrenaline shot. Okay, now here is the test with the adrenaline shot, so I'm going to stick myself now, and here I go. And it looks like that the speed is the exact same as it was with the first test. It has not moved at all. So this means that myth number 1 is going to be busted. You cannot cross the fallen tree faster with an adrenaline shot, and I do believe this means this is one of the only few things in the game that cancels out adrenaline speed boosts. Myth: as an infected, can you go back into ghost mode while on fire? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Keto. So what's going to happen is when Dan and the survivors are far enough away from me that I get the prompts to show up where I can go back into ghost mode, I am then going to jump on top of this flaming barrel so I can light myself on fire and see if it will allow me to be able to teleport to their location. So it looks like that they are far enough away right now, so let's hop into the barrel. And from the looks of it, it looks like that the prompt suddenly goes away the moment I catch on fire, meaning that the myth is busted, and I'm assuming that this is done intentionally to prevent people from cheating death in versus mode. Myth: is the spitter spit pool randomized in size? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by WR9366. Now for the sake of flow and just making this myth less complicated than it needs to be, I'm rather, instead of going to be reacting to the myth in real time, just talk about it in the past tense and explained our findings. Firstly, after every single attempt in different scenarios that we tried, we were not able to notice a substantial difference in the spitter spit. It always seemed the exact same size to the naked eye. Now I did see a comment which talked about this exact same type of idea, although it seemed like they were not interacting with each other. I think they were both thinking the same thing and just didn't realize they were both commenting very similar stuff. So there was a comment that said that if a spitter shoots the spit at their feet, that it actually ends up making it bigger. I think rather that this is just a placebo effect, but I did have Dan try to test this anyways to see if anything changed, and it doesn't really look like it did. And I even did go on the Spitter wiki and typed in keywords to see if there was by any chance that somebody else found it and documented it. But regardless of typing in keywords such as size, bigger, etc., we were not able to find anything on the wiki that would indicate that the Spitter spit can change in size. I'm going to make an educational guess on what I think is happening here. So rather than the spit changing in size, I think it's just changing in patterns. So for example, imagine if these circles are the Spitter spit, and this is a pattern that it can possibly give you. So you have a circle in the middle and then all the 4 corners. So what happens is that I think that sometimes you get this pattern and then you might get like this pattern where the circle moves over in a slightly different spot. It ultimately still ends up being the same amount of spit in the general area, but it's just slightly placed differently. Now this can be interpreted in 2 different ways. If you were asking in the sense that, oh, does the spitter spit change size, but based on direction, then you could say that, yeah, this myth is confirmed because sometimes it might be more long, it might be more horizontal, it might be more of diagonal shape, and therefore the size can change depending on which direction more spit is landing in. Or you might just be asking about the just amount of spit that is just being shot out of the spitter's mouth, which in that case it could be perceived as busted. So since it could be perceived as 2 different possible ways, I'm just going to leave the myth at plausible for now because I do believe there is the chance that it does end up changing in size, although my suspicion though is that it's a directional size change, not like just the amount of spit coming out of the spitter's mouth. Myth: can the hunter's pounce launch a tank into the air by hitting its feet? Alrighty guys, the 4th myth is submitted in by Good Guy Nick. So for this test, I'm going to be the hunter and Dan is going to be the tank, so any second now Dan should be jumping off. And what ends up happening is that the player collision is so minimal that it makes it where I'm basically intangible to Dan, and it makes it where I just go through his body instead of colliding, meaning the myth is busted. You cannot launch a tank with a hunter pounce, you'll just go through each other. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if a tank hits you while on the last stand lighthouse, will he be able to launch your body all the way over to the rescue vehicle and end up having you beat the game? Let's see how strong the tank really is and load up the last stand right now. Myth. On the last stand, can a tank punch launch you all the way to the boat from the lighthouse and have it count as a win, or will you die instantly? Alrighty guys, and the last myth is submitted in by Jake. Alright, so we've got a tank spawned in at the lighthouse, and he is an idle, so that way he'll only hit me if I end up touching him, and we just want to see how far he can launch us with a control test. Alright, so I'm going to go over to the tank now. He's currently hitting me, and Jesus Christ, that launches pretty far. I almost made it literally on the first attempt. So now that we know that distance is not an issue, it's really now a matter of where do we place the tank. And we've tried to place him in a variety of different places so far, such as in the middle of the lighthouse. Now we tried the top of the lighthouse, and that's resulted in us getting at least a little bit closer, but now we're running into a different problem, which is that we're hitting invisible barriers, such as the one that's on that shack. The best spot we ended up finding was right here on this part of the roof, because when the tank ended up hitting us, we were launching all the way over to the dock now at this point. We were scarily close to actually getting to the boat. And by scarily close, I quite literally mean we were scarily close. Like, I hit the side of the boat on this one. And guess what, guys? After several attempts, we did get a successful one where the tank launched me all the way from the lighthouse all the way over to the boat. Now here's the thing, is that you can make it to the boat, but you'll immediately end up dying. You can get around this by having somebody be on standby with a defibrillator, but the thing is though is that you would have to be lucky and hope that somebody can pull it off in time before everyone else gets to the rescue vehicle, because if everybody's already on the rescue vehicle, you won't be able to revive them in time for you to be counted as alive. So when it comes to this myth, there's two key things. Number one, Jake wants to know, will you end up winning? And two, will you end up living? And you will end up winning, definitely, because you'll be close enough to the area for the cutscene to trigger, but you'll only live if you end up having somebody on standby with a defib. So I'm going to label the myth as confirmed, but I'm just going to put an asterisk next to it because it's confirmed with extra steps. Myth. After being freed from a smoker, will the survivor get reduced jump height for a short period of time? Alrighty guys, myth number one is by Sanoon here, and what we're going to be doing is that we're just going to be getting a controlled test. Me and Dan are just going to be jumping next to this porta potty to gauge our height, and then we're going to have the smoker attack us to see if it changes anything. So the smoker ends up grabbing me, I'm going to let him hit me a couple times, then when Dan frees me, I'm going to kill him and then jump again next to the porta potty. But really, it's not necessarily that noticeable. I can at least notice something. It doesn't mean the myth is busted though, however, because it actually still is true, because what you have to do instead is that you have to jump right away after being attacked by the smoker. Because when you end up having that jump penalty, it's only for the first couple of seconds, and then if you end up waiting too long, it will actually go away and you'll just jump at normal height. So the myth is confirmed, you just have to end up doing it right away to notice a difference. Myth. Do you get a damage reduction against common infected when actively using the chainsaw? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Vader. What we're going to do is that I'm going to go into third person, and then I'm going to aim my cursor up, so that way even though I'm revving the chainsaw, it doesn't kill the zombie, and we're going to take a look at my health bar to see how much it's damaging me. So here we go, I'm going to end up revving the chainsaw but intentionally not hit him, and currently right now I'm taking 1 damage per hit from this singular zombie. Now I'm going to kill it, and this time I'm just going to hold the chainsaw. When I'm holding the chainsaw but not revving it, I'm taking 2 damage per hit. And just for clarification's sake, I thought that we should just mention that we are doing this on normal mode, but this does also work on all the other difficulties as well. So the myth is confirmed. If you're using the chainsaw and actively revving it up, you will actually take less damage than if you were just simply holding the chainsaw. Myth. Can tanks destroy open safe room doors in verses by jumping on them? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Henry. We are on the finale of Dark Carnival because this is one of the better areas that I can get to the safe room as easily as I can. I'm just going to climb this fence that's next to it, and then as soon as I jump on, we'll just see what happens. So here we go. And funnily enough, it doesn't even break it, it just flat disappears. So the myth is confirmed, it will disappear and completely break on you whenever you jump on it. That's kind of funny. Myth. If you rescue a survivor from a closet right as you finish defibrillating their corpse, can you duplicate the survivor? Alrighty guys, the 4th myth is submitted in by Dan, and what we're going to do is we're going to try our very best to time it in such a way that I'm about to finish defibrillating Lewis's corpse right as Dan ends up opening the rescue closet door, and hopefully we can get 2 of them. And the thing is that this was actually fairly interesting because For half of a second, my brain didn't process what happened, and I did think we got a crazy result. So I'm going to show you the footage here right now. When I'm defibbing Lewis, Dan ends up opening the door literally almost at the exact same time, and it comes scarily close. Like, here's an image actually of what ends up happening. Dan opens the door right as I'm at the very end of the process, like that tiny little sliver. In fact, I think if I did actually go any longer, I would just flat out just normally defib Lewis. And see, the thing that's gut-wrenching about this is that in Left 4 Dead 1, bodies didn't disappear. I know this because I've had this happen to me before. In Left 4 Dead 1, when you rescue somebody out of a closet, you can find their old body and have a duplicate that way, but there's no defibs in Left 4 Dead 1, which means that in Left 4 Dead 1, it's not possible. And it's not possible in Left 4 Dead 2 for a separate reason, because what happens is that when you rescue somebody out of the closet, the corpse gets warped to the closet, like it just teleports. So this is going to mean that Myth 4 is busted. Unless something changes or we figure out a different way to do this to trick the game, it's just going to end up being busted. Alrighty guys, final myth time. Let's figure out if whether or not that if a charger charges you into the No Mercy gas station, will it cause an explosion? Myth. Can the charger instantly kill someone by charging them into the No Mercy gas station? Alrighty guys, and the last myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. So I've lit the gas station on fire with gasoline cans to leave it at one shot. I'll line myself up with one of the pumps, spawn in a charger, let him hit me, and see what happens. Here comes the charger. Let's end up seeing what happens. And no, actually, that's surprising. Okay, that's weird. So apparently a human fist from my shoving animation can do it, but not him. Interesting. So it's unfortunately busted. That's a weird one. I wasn't expecting that. Myth. Does holding a chainsaw give a damage reduction against friendly fire? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Courier. Alright guys, so here's the controlled test. Dan's going to shoot me with an AK-47, and we are on normal mode, and he's doing 2 damage per hit. And now I'm going to rev up the chainsaw so the damage reduction should kick in, and when he shoots me again, it looks like it is still once again 2 damage per hit. So unlike when Common Infected hit me, when Dan simply just shoots me with a gun, it doesn't seem to do the same thing, which means that the myth is going to be busted. You do not get a damage reduction from friendly fire while holding a chainsaw. It seems like it only just works on the zombies so far. Myth. Do you take more damage while under the effects of adrenaline? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Good Guy Nick. Now to showcase this myth in the best way possible, I'm going to zoom in slightly and put in really slow motion, and I'll explain why. Because when you end up looking at me getting shot, you will see that I'm losing 1 HP at a time. And then when I stick myself with the adrenaline shot and Dan shoots me again, it is also going to end up being 1 damage per shot. It's just that the issue is that it can look like that I'm taking more damage while under the effects of adrenaline, because what happens is that as the adrenaline is wearing off, the adrenaline health that you get from when you stick yourself can also disappear at the same time you get shot or damaged by an outside force, which makes it look like you're losing 2 HP at a time. And it makes it confusing because it can look like it's the bullets that are being shot at me causing that 2 damage, when in reality it's 1 damage from the bullets, and then the temporary effects of the HP from the adrenaline going away at the exact same time, if that makes sense. Because right here you're going to see that when the adrenaline does wear off at the same time I'm getting shot, it goes from 96 to 95 to 94 in rapid succession. But if you're not paying attention, it just looks like 96 to 94. So that being said, I'm going to label the second myth as busted, because it's not you really losing more health during the effects of adrenaline, it's just the temporary health that the adrenaline gives you wearing off sometimes at the exact moment that you're taking damage from something, making it look like that you're taking more damage from the said thing that is hitting you. Myth. If an infected is weakened, do they do more damage? Alrighty guys, the third myth is going to be submitted in by Ellis Gaming, and just like the 2 prior myths, we're just going to be doing a controlled test first. So I'm going to spawn in a Common Infected and let him hit me on normal mode, and it looks like he's doing 2 damage per hit, and then when I shoot him with my gun at least once, he's going to end up once again doing 2 damage per hit. So that means that myth number 3 is busted. The infected do not do more damage the more weakened they are. Myth. Can a survivor get stuck out of bounds if you switch teams to the survivors while riding someone as a jockey? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is submitted in by LM9029. Alrighty guys, so I'm just going to put myself in a position where I can end up spawning in and attacking everybody, so I'm going to attack them now, and then I'm going to hit M so I can swap teams. Oh, look at that, holy shit, it actually did work. I got vanished into the back rooms, and it looks like this glitch may have a sense of permanence because when I swap to the jockey and then back to the survivors, Rochelle is still stuck in this void. She doesn't come back from this. So this not only means that the myth is confirmed, but apparently the back rooms are canon to Left 4 Dead. Alright everybody, you know the drill by now. It's now time for the final myth, and once again is going to be if we are using a chainsaw to get the damage reduction that we normally get against common infected, can we use this on a tank in expert mode to prevent him from being able to one-hit down us? Let's grab a chainsaw, load up the map, spawn in a tank, and see what happens. Myth. Can you survive a tank punch in expert mode by using the chainsaw damage reduction? Alrighty everybody, the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Keto. Now when it comes to this myth, if you just simply attack the tank with a chainsaw, he will hit you for 100 damage, which is your normal HP in a typical game, meaning that this would not work in a traditional game. However, instead of just leaving the myth right here and calling it busted and having it be less than 30 seconds, I wanted to try something. Some of you may or may not remember this from testing in a prior episode once before, but there is a glitch that you can end up doing where if you're drowning and you stab yourself with an adrenaline shot and then stand back up, you have temporarily over 100 health. So if we do that with the chainsaw, it means that we can actually tank the hit on expert mode from the tank and actually survive. Now, even though the method of going about this is, yes, technically a glitch, I'm still going to label the last myth as confirmed, because in this situation, this is something that you can do in an actual game and not need a mod menu or mods to be able to pull off, and it's still in the game and has not been patched to this day. So in my opinion, I feel like that's a good enough reason to label it as confirmed instead of busted. Myth. Can you insta-kill a charger by hitting it in its head with a melee weapon while it's crouching? Alright everybody, myth number 1 is submitted in by How About No. And this one's going to be really quick. Yep, it doesn't work. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said this myth was going to be quick. I see no reason to drag it out. So yeah, myth number 1 is busted. If the charger is crouching and you hit in the head with a melee weapon, it doesn't one-shot him. Myth. Can you survive a witch attack on expert while using the chainsaw damage reduction? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Jordan, and I appreciate the positive part at the end of the comment, man. Thank you. I enjoy making my videos for you. Now when it comes to this myth, I would like to clarify something because it also relates to the myth from last week where we did this with the tank, and I will end up addressing that one accordingly. But this myth, I was originally going to go about it the same way as I did the last time with the tank, where I ended up not only using the chainsaw, but I also tried to do this glitch that you can end up doing in the game where you temporarily give yourself over 100 health by drowning with pain pills. And I thought about it more and I realized that it really isn't about the chainsaw at that point, it's more rather about the glitch, because you can survive the tank hit with this glitch and without the chainsaw, but not the other way around. If you have just the chainsaw and don't do this, you won't survive. And this also is going to be the case with the witch. So I'm going to label the second myth here as busted, and I'm even going to go into the comments section of the prior episode of Myth Busting Mondays and change the myth with the tank and the chainsaw to busted as well. I do apologize for any confusion for last week and this week. That's honestly my bad. Sorry about the mistake, guys. Myth. Can the tank destroy the No Mercy gas station with his rock? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Vader. So I'm going to throw a tank rock right now at the gas station, and it looks like that didn't do anything. Okay, so maybe it might need a second hit. So let's do a second one, and that still did not do it. That surprises me. Okay, let's give it one more good throw, shall we? Here is a third one, and after 3 direct hits, I don't think it's going to end up changing with a 4th one, so I'm going to label this myth as busted. The gas station on No Mercy will not be phased by a tank rock. Myth. Can the hunter wall jump off of a gas can? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Glabursko. So for the myth, I figured it would be best just to jump straight to the best result and showcase in slow motion, so here it goes. Glabursko in the upper right is going to throw a gas can, and I'm going to line my cursor up with it and pounce. And you guys can also see in this image as well that I'm going to provide how I ended up colliding with it in the middle of my jump. And even though I ended up colliding with it, I just ended up phasing through the gas can, which means essentially I was intangible to it. And that means that the myth is going to be busted, because if I phase through it and I can't touch the gas can, it's going to be literally impossible. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can we end up working around or avoiding being voted to kicked in Left 4 Dead? Leave me your predictions in the comments down below, and let's see what ended up happening. Myth, can you avoid the vote to kick by leaving the lobby and joining back? Alrighty, now I do want to clarify some things, because some of you guys probably have some questions. So this is how we're going to go about the last myth. Me, Glabursko, and Glabursko's brother are all going to be in a friends-only lobby, and we're doing this because what we're going to do is that I am going to have it where they're going to vote to kick me, and in the middle of the vote taking place but not quite going through, I am going to leave the entire game. And then I'm going to go to Glabursko's account on my friends list and join the game back so I can get back in the exact same lobby. I want to go about it this way because I want to make sure that if there is an available player spot, that it will allow me to join back, and it's not going to just reject me because the lobby is full if it was a public lobby and someone got in before I was able to join back. And also, too, I'm doing this by joining off of somebody's profile, and it's just easier to go to my friends list and join Glabursko back than it is to try to find a random stranger in a public lobby. Alright, so I'm in the game, and they're going to vote to kick me any second now. Yep, there it goes. So I'm going to immediately leave before it can officially go through. And then I'm going to go over to my friend's lobby, go back to Glabursko, and join back. And it looks like that is allowing me to connect, but I'm not going to declare it confirmed until I can officially play the game. Now, I don't want to cut the footage here because I don't want you guys to think I sliced footage, so I'm just going to fast forward instead. And after waiting for what felt like a millennia, I was able to join back the exact same game. I'm just coach instead of else. That's the only difference. So yes, this technically means the myth is confirmed. You can avoid the vote to kick system if you leave before it officially kicks in and then join back off of somebody's profile. Myth, can you cut a smoker's tongue with a minigun? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by Brez, so we are on the finale here of Swamp Fever, and we've got both minigun designs here to test with, just in case one of them works and the other one does not. So far we're testing out the Swamp Fever design, and it looks like it's not cutting the smoker's tongue upon the first glance. Here's us testing it again, except this time it's from my POV, and you guys can see them clearly hitting the tongue, and nothing has ended up happening so far. Now you guys can see from the footage that we're clearly not missing, and I'm also even going to shoot the tongue with a military sniper so you guys can see that the tongue is breakable, it's just not currently working with the miniguns. And when we try this with the wound-up minigun instead, it seems like the result doesn't change with this one either. You guys can see I'm just overly exaggeratedly moving in all directions to see if a stray bolt can connect with it in case there is the 1 in a million chance I am missing. But no matter where I aim the minigun, it's not changing anything. So I'm not going to overthink this one. I'm just going to label the first myth as busted. You cannot cut a smoker's tongue with either form of the minigun. Myth, can you cancel stumble animation by jumping? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by Narin. Now, while conducting the tests for Myth 2, we did test a variety of different special infected and try to put ourselves in scenarios where we would get stumbled and then just simply jump to see if it would do anything, but a majority of them did not work. However, though, I do remember from a prior myth way back in the day that did actually involve doing something similar to this, and I know that this does work, and that's going to be with the boomer, where if you end up mailing the boomer and you jump at the same time that he explodes, you do not get stumbled. It's one of the few examples that I can provide immediately where I know that this works. I assume that there's gotta be methods where there's other special infected this can work on, but for the one that I'm going to list right now, it's just going to be the boomer. And since we at least were able to get one, I'm going to say that that's good enough to label the myth as confirmed. I don't have proof or footage of the other ones for now, but at least for now, I do have at least the boomer. Myth, if you take an adrenaline shot, can you shoot guns quicker? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Dan. Alright, so for this test, I'm going to be using the Spaz 12 as the gun of choice, and I'm just going to do a control test where I just see how long it takes me to fully empty the Spaz, and then I'm going to do another one where I take an adrenaline shot and do the exact same thing, and see if there's any difference in the speed. So here I go, here's my first test. You guys can see a timer in the lower right, and it was about just over 2 seconds. Now we're going to be doing the adrenaline shot test, so here I go, I am shooting the Spaz now. And once again, it is just a little over 2 seconds. Now we did test this with multiple other guns and did research on the wiki as well, and we were not able to find anything that suggests that the adrenaline shot affects your shooting speed, and I'm only just going to provide the one example because I don't want this myth to go on too long because literally nothing changes with the other guns. So you guys got the gist of it, the myth is busted. Myth. Can you get to your feet quicker after getting pounced by a hunter if you used an adrenaline shot beforehand? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted by Glabersko. So just like myth number 3, we're once again just going to be doing a controlled test first, so we can just get a baseline for how this is going to play out. So here's that controlled test. I'm spawning in the hunter now, and I'm getting attacked. And by the time I fully end up recovering where I go back into first person, it's around 3.27 seconds. Now here's going to be the test with the adrenaline shot. I stuck myself, and now I'm going to be attacked. And it's around literally the exact same amount of time as it was the first test, is once again 3.27 seconds. So that means that myth number 4 is busted. If you take an adrenaline shot before getting attacked by a hunter, it's not going to change your recovery speed. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be if a smoker ends up doing a certain melee animation where he ends up swinging his arm to block his neck and head area, will this prevent him from getting headshotted by a player? Let's find out. Myth. Can a human-controlled smoker avoid a headshot when he launches his tongue right after doing a melee attack? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Christoph. So I believe that the animation that Christoph is referring to is this one right here, where the smoker's doing this like, what looks like a swinging and ducking animation almost when he's shooting the smoker's tongue and meleeing. So when it comes to this myth, it feels like it's hit or miss. And the reason why is because when the smoker does the animation, and his shoulder is like blocking the like lower half of his face, and I hit his shoulder, sometimes it still says I'm hitting him in the head according to Dan, and then sometimes it says I am not. So what I've noticed is that the shoulder, it's a 50-50 of whether or not the actual like invisible hit scan of the smoker's body is getting in the way of the head. Even if it was a 50-50, this worked sometimes. There's nothing stopping a player from just doing a follow-up shot and then getting a headshot then. You may or may not get lucky sometimes as the smoker, where if your arm does end up blocking your face, and then you just quickly dart around cover, or the survivor is not able to see you around the wall, then maybe you could consider this useful. But this is really only useful in like a very niche circumstance. One may interpret the myth as busted because there's nothing stopping a player from just doing a follow-up shot and getting a headshot immediately right after they ended up hitting you in the shoulder, and one might interpret this as confirmed because if you get lucky and your shoulder does happen to block your face, and you're just jumping around the corner at the same time or something, it might be enough to be able to save your life, at least for the moment. So I believe plausible is the best place to go with this myth, because there seems to be an element of luck or inconsistency with this myth. If any of you guys want to leave a comment on what you believe has ended up happening, feel free to let us know, but I'm just going to label the myth as plausible for now. Myth. In the last Gnome on Earth mutation, if you get the gnome on Dark Carnival, can you still progress without the original gnome? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Naren. Now just as a friendly reminder for those that haven't played this mutation in a while, or just clarification for those that have never played it, the way that this mutation works is that you get Gnome Chomsky at the beginning when you load up your campaign, and you have to bring him to each and every safe room in order to progress to the next chapter, because without him, even if you shut the door, the game will not go to the next chapter. Now in the case of Dark Carnival, there is an earnable Gnome Chomsky that you can get via the shooting gallery minigame, so if we were to end up bringing that one to the safe room, are we still able to progress as if we're using the one from the spawn, or does it have to be the original? Alrighty, so we just completed the shooting gallery minigame, and now we've got the earnable Gnome Chomsky here in my hands. Okay, so we're just about to go into the safe room now. Dan has left behind the original Gnome Chomsky, and I'm going to bring the one that we earned into the safe room. We're going to close the door, and yes, it does let us progress with Gnome Chomsky that we earned on Dark Carnival instead of the one that we got from the original spawn, which means the myth is confirmed. As long as you have some type of gnome, you can still progress. Myth. Are chargers more likely to attack female survivors? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Ruleless. So to make sure that we got this myth as accurate as possible, I did use the Charger Wiki, because originally the way me and Dan were going about this is we were just going to spawn in multiple chargers while I played as Zoe and he played as Francis and just count how many times they attacked me versus him, but I didn't want there to be a false positive, and so I just decided that the wiki was going to be the best option. I typed in a variety of different keywords to see if I could possibly find any indication that they prefer attacking a certain type of survivor, but I was not able to find anything. So I'm going to say it's safe to say that the myth is busted. The Charger does not prioritize female survivors over male survivors. It really just comes down to 50-50 chance. Myth. After being freed from the hunter, will the survivor get reduced jump height for a short period of time? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 3, this takes inspiration from a prior myth we've done before, and this was the exact same myth but with a smoker, and with the smoker, it was actually confirmed that yes, when he does grab you, you will have a penalty to your jump height for a short period of time, but is that the case with the hunter? So let's spawn in 1, and I'm going to have it only attack me and not Dan this time, and as soon as it attacks me and I'm jumping, Dan's going to jump too, and it looks like we're jumping at the exact same height. It doesn't seem to be affecting us like the way that the smoker did, so I'm going to say it's safe to say that this one's also busted. The hunter does not give you a jump penalty like the smoker does. Myth: does the witch kill you slower underwater compared to on land? Alrighty guys, so for this type of myth, we're going to need to have a controlled test first, so that's what we're going to be doing. And I also do want to clarify, when I'm talking about like the witch killing you, I'm talking about her like swiping at you when she's already knocked you down and you're incapacitated, this animation specifically. Now on land, on normal mode, it takes her just a little over 4 seconds to fully kill me in this state. Alright, so here comes the second test. I'm in the deepest body of water that I possibly can be in, which is the death toll finale. I'm going to have the witch start killing me. Now when it comes to the witch attacking me underneath the water, it's looking about the exact same. In fact, it pretty much is the exact same, give or take a little more, a little less, of around 4 seconds. So that means that the fourth myth is going to be busted. The witch does not kill you any faster under the water than she would compared to land. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, if we strobe our flashlight at the witch, are we able to get closer to her before she gets mad in comparison to if we just left the flashlight on the entire time? Let's find out. Myth: does strobing the flashlight allow you to get closer to the witch before she attacks? Okay guys, so for the last myth, we're going to get a control test first. This is how close that I can get to the witch with my flashlight on the entire time before she gets pissy at me. And this is going to end up being marked with a barrel here. On top of that, we're also going to be spawning a barrel directly next to the witch, so that way the witch will always spawn at the exact same distance in every single test, so that way she's not any farther or closer in a following test. So here goes nothing. I'm going to start strobing my light once I get to the first barrel here. Oh my god, this is actually working. It's working. I mean, it's not that big of a difference, but it still worked. That was actually kind of neat. If I had to make a guess on why that worked, my assumption is just because we were strobing the light, the witch doesn't notice it right away. Whereas if we just leave it on the entire time, she's aware of us sneaking up on her. But that's really cool. So, I mean, yeah, the difference is marked by the second barrel, and it's not that much, but it's just ever so slightly closer, which means you do have an opportunity to be able to do things like crowning her a little bit easier, so that's kind of neat. So yeah, the last myth is confirmed. If you strobe the flashlight instead of just keeping it on the entire time, you can get closer to the witch than if you just left it on. That's kind of cool to know. Myth: in the healing gnome mutation, can the gnome that you get in Dark Carnival heal you just like the one from Spawn? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by not on my level / a true winner 1. So you guys can see I'm currently at 73 health, and I just won Gnome Chonsky, so I'm going to pick him up and see if it ends up changing my health. And yes, as you guys can see, if you look at my health bar, it is indeed going up, which means that the Gnome Chonsky that you win from the Shooting Gallery minigame also ends up healing you. So the myth is confirmed. If you end up picking up Gnome Chonsky from this minigame, it will also be able to act as a substitute if you don't have the one from Spawn. Myth: are you not able to one-shot the charger in the head with a sniper? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Raphael. Now I am going to switch the game difficulty to easy mode, so that way we have the highest likelihood possible of this possibly happening. And now that's switched to easy mode, I'm going to shoot the charger in the head with the hunting rifle, so let's see what happens. And it looks like it does not one-shot kill him, so let's shoot him again to see where he was. And it looks like I was able to at least 2-shot kill him, okay. And then we're going to try this just one more time with a military sniper, so we shoot him in the head. And once again, it still did not one-shot kill him, so I am just going to do a follow-up shot to see where he was. And once again, took 2 shots. Now, the myth is confirmed because the myth was stating that you cannot end up one-shotting the charger in the head, which was the case for both of these tests. So now we're going to move on to myth number 3. Myth: can you insta-kill a survivor as a spitter on the No Mercy finale by spinning down on them as they climb the ladder onto the rooftop? Myth 3 is submitted in by Dr. Doom. Now, the way that I'm going to be doing this, guys, is I'm going to be doing this in a Rayman mod mutation where I'm doing the spitter training mode. I'm going to be testing this against the bots to mimic a actual versus game where everything gets set up the way I want it to. I even have it at expert difficulty, meaning it's going to be very hard for the bots to be able to tank any remote amount of damage. Now, call it just dumb luck, but I was not able to end up getting a situation to occur where I was able to confidently say I insta-killed the bots doing this. because the closest I was able to get was just damaging them significantly. They were like in green health and then went down to pretty low in their yellow health, but I wasn't able to like immediately incapacitate or immediately kill them as the myth suggests. So unfortunately, since I was not able to get an attempt where that happened at least once, hell, it really didn't even necessarily get that close, it was still a little bit of a stretch. At the very best, I'm only able to label the myth confidently at plausible because I do believe that this is possible. It doesn't seem too far-fetched because, think about it, versus games are chaotic. If a spitter spits on you and there's just spitter acid everywhere at the bottom and you're surrounded by other things as well, it would not surprise me that a survivor would get overwhelmed and the spitter is the main cause of death. I believe this definitely is possible, I just can't end up labeling as confirmed because I don't have the footage to back it up, and I want to be able to have that to back up my claims. Myth, can you survive the NSenr Chapter 2 gas tanker explosion while being pounced by a hunter? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by Isaiah. Now we do need a control test just to see where we end up standing when it comes to the gas tanker explosion, so I'm going to end up giving the Coca-Cola over to Whitaker and just see if whether or not I can be able to tank the hit in any capacity. Obviously I'm probably not going to, but for dramatic effect I'm going to act like there's a possibility, so here we go. And when I get hit by the rocket launcher and the explosion, I immediately end up dying. So now here's the test where we got the hunter involved, so I'm going to give Whitaker his Coca-Cola once again. I got an idle hunter on standby. I'm going to have the hunter end up attacking me here shortly, so here we go. I am pinned, I am receiving damage from him, and when Whitaker shoots his grenade launcher, the hunter dies, and I'm only left incapacitated actually. Which in regards to the myth, that means that it is confirmed because you do end up physically surviving the ordeal. It's just you won't be left unscathed. You will still be incapacitated. Alrighty guys, final myth time. And once again is going to be, if a tank is on fire, can we use a fire extinguisher in one of the maps to be able to end up putting him out? And maybe he might even survive, who knows? So let's put that theory to the test right here, right now. Myth, if a tank is on fire, can a fire extinguisher be used to put him out? Alrighty guys, the last myth is submitted in by Nubcake. By the way, my inner 12-year-old is laughing hysterically right now. That's actually a really funny name. Anyway, back to the myth. So I am here on No Mercy, and I have a fire extinguisher right next to me. I'm about to light the tank on fire with a Molotov. I'm just simply going to shoot the fire extinguisher with my auto shotty and my magnum just to see what happens. Now there is mist particles slightly coming out, but it's not even remotely enough that it puts out the tank while he's on fire. Unfortunately, it looks like that even if there was a mist coming out of this fire extinguisher, it just simply would not be enough to put out the tank since he's just so gigantic. Either that or it's because it's coming from a Molotov, which involves gasoline, and gasoline is always hard to put out whenever there's a fire. Now, I did try this at least 2 other times as well, making it 3 in total, and none of the other fire extinguishers worked either. They just led to ultimately the same result. So with all that being said, I'm going to label the last myth as busted. Even though you can put out a tank with water, like on the finale of Death Toll, for example, I just think that just comes down to the fact that there's just so much more water than there is mist coming out of the fire extinguisher. So maybe if we had a crap ton of fire extinguishers, like if they were something we could spawn in, maybe we could put the tank out, but just the singular ones that are lying around in No Mercy, it's not going to happen. Myth, can a jockey ride you while you're in a crawl space / vent? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Keto. So we are on the Dark Carnival campaign in the Tunnel of Love, and we have spawned in a jockey, and me and Dan are just going to get him to back up a little bit so that way we can show you guys at a distance him walking through the entire vent or crawl space. And it's funny because I don't think I've ever seen the jockey go through one of these before because I've never seen this animation. It looks so funny and dorky looking, just him shuffling side to side to get to us. And it's only once he's out of the vent that then he finally jumps on our heads. So to answer the myth, it technically is busted because the jockey doesn't have enough space to even jump in the first place. Myth, you put out a tank that's on fire because of incendiary ammo with a fire extinguisher. Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Zaku, and this is supposed to end up acting as a follow-up to one of the myths that we tested for last week, which was that can you put out a tank that is on fire with a fire extinguisher, but we used Molotovs in that myth, so we're now going to use incendiary ammo instead to see if it does give us a different result. I have 2 tanks. I'm going to shoot one with incendiary rounds, and you guys are going to see how long it takes for the incendiary rounds to go out because they don't last forever. And then I'm going to shoot another tank with incendiary rounds, but just shortly thereafter, Dan's going to shoot the fire extinguisher. and just see if there's even like a second of a difference, and then we're going to go from there. So I'm going to shoot this tank now, and Dan's immediately shooting the fire extinguisher. But when you guys take a look at the time, it's basically the exact same. It's really not any different from each other. So that means that the second myth is busted. If you light the tank on fire with incendiary ammo, he's not going to get put out any quicker if you were to use a fire extinguisher. Myth: if you shove a jockey onto another survivor's head, will they get ridden? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Narin. Now, in order to have it where if we were to shove the jockey, it could land close enough to another survivor that it could be in the vicinity of their head, we basically just have to shove these survivors together in this makeshift pit of ours made of the concrete pillars. So I'm going to spectate with no clip. Dan is going to end up being intangible inside of the concrete to shove the jockey off of whichever survivor that he picks, and then we're just going to see what the jockey does. Okay, so we're going to spawn the jockey now, and he grabs onto Lewis, but when we shove him off, he doesn't immediately jump over to Francis. So it looks like that either A, he's having a cooldown period for his attacks, or B, it's because when we shove him off, he's in the stumble animation and just can't compose himself in time. So this is going to mean that the third myth is busted. The jockey can't go from person to person when you end up shoving him. He's going to have a cooldown period that he must account for. Myth: is Rochelle's Gyat bigger than Zoe's? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Women Respector 6969. We needed one more myth for the week, so we're just gonna go with this one. Alright, virgins and moderators of Reddit, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor and put on your pervert goggles for me. So we're gonna take a look at the Gyats in question with a sniper rifle and look at them side by side. But rather than Zoe and Rochelle's Gyats, I think that we should be all paying attention to Coach's Gyats, because damn, those cheeseburgers are giving Coach a dump truck, let's just say that. Zoe, stop looking at me that way. So we're gonna go with confirmed, I guess. I mean, I wasn't taking this myth seriously. This was entirely satire. I mean, after almost 150 plus episodes, this was bound to happen at some point. Alrighty guys, but now it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can the witch kill or even damage you through walls? Let's see if she can. Myth: can a witch kill you through walls? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Danny Boy. Now rather than just dragging this myth out, I'm going to instead do something out of the norm, which is going to end up being just flat out just showing you guys the final myth's best results immediately, and showing you guys how crazy and absurd it is. Now even though this is technically a ceiling and not a wall, the same idea technically applies. It's just the witch killing you through a surface that she shouldn't be able to. Dan remembered how that there was this one clip in a WoW Such Gaming video where this happened to WoW while in the quarantine container. The witch just hits him through the glass ceiling, and not only does she hit me, she continues to hit me until she flat out kills me. I'm down on the floor and I'm still getting killed. The witch is using some dark magic. Like, instead of being a zombie, she's just like a wizard or some shit, because there's no way she should be able to kill me that way. So yeah, there's a new one for you. The final myth is confirmed. A witch can be able to kill you through that glass ceiling of this quarantine shipping container. The more you know. Myth: in the nuclear gnome mutation, if you hold the gnome you get on Dark Carnival, will you survive? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. Now, this is technically a modded mutation that we are playing. This is available within the Rayman Mod Mutations mod, but I'm still more than happy to test it because, number one, this is interesting to me because I can't think we've ever had a myth that has required us to use a mod, so this definitely is new and therefore will give us some variety. But also, number two, I just genuinely am curious if the modded mutations are going to behave the same way as a normal mutation, because the developer of the mod might have different beliefs on how that this myth should go. So we're going to test that theory right now by going onto Dark Carnival and trying to do the shooting gallery minigame. Now, I am on a time limit because if I don't hold the gnome for a certain amount of time, I eventually will blow up, and I'm about to end up cutting it very close here. But in just the last few seconds, I managed to end up getting the points I need. So let's go over to our left and take a look at the other Noam Chomsky. Oh. Well, that's an interesting predicament. There is no other Noam Chomsky. It's just an empty box. Well, that's unfortunate, so that means that the myth is busted automatically because you can't get the original one in Dark Carnival. Oh well. No big deal, though. Myth: can the giant rock on Coldstream kill another tank? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Keto. Now the funny thing is with the second myth is that not only can the tank not be killed by the giant rock, but they can just fling it up straight up in the air because they're that goddamn strong. Launching it down a hill is impressive, but just seeing it be launched straight up in the air is a sight to behold. So the myth is busted, but we did get a cool visual. Myth: does the charger take more than 5 melee hits to kill a boomer? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Lure. Now for this myth, we are going to be testing this out in versus. So right now I am the charger and Dan is going to be the boomer. Now I am going to be meleeing his feet, so that way we have the best odds of being able to melee him more than 5 times before he explodes. But as you guys can see, upon the 5th hit, he immediately ends up blowing up. Here is us doing the test again, except that this time the rules are reversed. Dan's the charger and I'm the boomer, and you guys can see that he hits me for 10 damage every single hit. So we did it multiple times and the result did not happen to change, so in terms of myth number 3, this is also going to end up being busted. The boomer will not take more than 5 hits to explode from a charger's melee. Myth: is Coach so ginormous that when he jumps in the pool of the motel that all the water disappears? Alrighty guys, so the fourth myth is submitted in by Women Respector 6969, so here we go. Damn coach, you gotta lay out the cheeseburgers. Alrighty guys, it's time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can you still get Good Guy Nick if you rewind your PC's clock back to the last time it was available? In this case, it was November the 14th through November the 18th to celebrate the 15-year anniversary of the game. Let's engage in some time travel, go back, and see if whether or not it's still possible to get Good Guy Nick again. Myth: if you set your PC clock back to November 14th, 2024, can you still get Good Guy Nick? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Vader. Now I'm sure that plenty of you guys are going to have some questions, so I'm more than happy to end up answering them. So I'm going to give an answer to what I predict is going to be your guys' main questions. Number 1, how am I going to be able to play Left 4 Dead for free if it's no longer actually available for free? Well, the way that we're going to be doing it in our test is we're doing it with an asterisk. You see, I do have a second account called Mr. Black Ninja 797, and this is the Smurf account that I used to help you guys get Good Guy Nick the last time it was available 2 years ago. And this account does not have Left 4 Dead, nor does it have Good Guy Nick. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be game sharing with this account from my main account. And then I'm going to be having Dan also be playing on a Smurf account doing the exact same thing, and we're going to be playing in a lobby together. And then the second question you're probably wondering is, why do you think that this is going to work? Why do you think something so simple should be able to work out in your favor? Wouldn't Valve not allow you to do this? Well, you see, the Steam achievements are weird because, like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, people have done a strategy very similar to this in order to get another achievement that was also time limited, which is going to be Valve Gift Grab 2011, and I have used that exact same strategy to get that achievement for myself. So I would like to believe that if it's worked for one limited time achievement before, it's not a 100% no that this would work again, so why not try it for Good Guy Nick? And now I'm sure some of you guys are very eager to figure out whether or not this is actually possible, so I'm just going to jump straight to the end of the gameplay where we end up getting into the rescue vehicle. And then we're just going to wait out the ending cutscene to see if whether or not it will pop up for either I, Dan, or even perhaps the both of us. So the truck is taking off now. It's going to run through the fence any second. And as the credits roll, unfortunately, it looks like it does not give you Good Guy Nick, which is a damn shame too, because I know that this achievement pisses some people off. Unfortunately, not everyone's going to be able to be available at the time that this achievement is available, so it means that there is still some of you guys that unfortunately still do not have this. So, sorry guys, I wish that it did work, I did try, but hopefully there's better luck next time. The myth is unfortunately busted. Myth: can you trigger the car alarm in Dead Air Chapter 1 at the earliest possible point on the rooftops? Alrighty guys, the first myth is going to be submitted in by Flood. Now you're going to be a little bit shocked when I show you this, that Dan is hitting the car clear as day from the rooftops because you can see bullet marks in the car, and he's even able to shoot at me here from this distance, but the car alarm will just not go off. There is clearly 4, 5, maybe even 6 bullet marks in that car, and none of them have done a thing. I wanted to test to see if whether or not it was this fence that was blocking the bullets, or more rather just disabling their functionality, And it looks like that it indeed is, because the moment that I go past the fence and I shoot the car, it immediately will end up chirping. Not only that, but it funnily enough also happens to be the case that if you shoot a boomer, because if you shoot a boomer from the rooftops, it also will still not set off the car alarm, but the moment that you shoot a boomer while you're in the area, then it will do it. So surprisingly, no, you actually cannot set off the car alarm by shooting it with a gun from the rooftops, because there's an invisible barrier near that metal fence, and it changes the way the bullets work, meaning that the first myth is busted. Myth: is it possible to get on the balcony in the passing where the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors are at? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Ellis Gaming. Now at the beginning of our testing, we tried to grenade launcher ourselves in a couple of different spots, but ultimately reaching no avail. But we did find some areas that were not necessarily a 100% no. Like for example, there's this part of the bridge where if you complete the finale and it does lower the bridge successfully where you can get to Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, this part of the bridge is hollow and doesn't have a invisible barrier blocking you. And so we tried to launch ourselves up here, but unfortunately the way that your body gets launched, you can't exactly get to the ledge. Really, the only area where there might be a possibility is this area where Lewis is, because technically the very direct corner, they did not put the invisible barrier everywhere around it, and so there's this little spot where you can walk through. So my hope was to launch Dan from this little restaurant here and get him into there, but unfortunately because it gets blocked by the invisible barrier near the wooden plank, it prevents him from being able to reach the bridge fully. So I'm going to say that the second myth is busted, because even though I thought there was a slim chance with that little corner near the restaurant, unfortunately it's too rigid and doesn't allow us to be able to get in there. Myth: does the microphone on Dark Carnival amplify all noises? So the third myth is submitted in by Keto, and Keto asks, also in addition to the myth, if we do end up finding out that this myth is possible, can we please find a funny sound? So I not only think that the myth is at least plausible, but also here's two things that I thought were really funny. The first one is just a clip of Nick complaining.
Is there a man up there that maybe we can talk to? I'm telling you for the last goddamn time, lower the goddamn bridge, you greasy vest-wearing monkey.
And here is a second clip of me recreating one of the most iconic Left 4 Dead clips of all time, which is from Cricken's old YouTube video where the jockey is dancing on the Dark Carnival stage. So here is what I believe is technically the jockey being picked up by the microphone. When he's on the stage, it sounds a lot more echoey, just like how a normal microphone would sound, and for the sake of comparison, here's a clip of him in the stands and me on the stage. You guys hear the difference? It's subtle, it definitely is subtle, but I feel like there's more reverb when he's near the microphone. So I'm going to say that the third myth is confirmed. I'm almost certain that every single one of the noises are going to be picked up by the microphone, because it is a microphone. It's meant to pick up pretty much all sounds. I don't think it's going to discriminate between you or a special infected, for example. Myth: do the OG survivors from the passing have different models compared to how they look in Left 4 Dead 1 campaigns? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Patriotic Bosnian. Now, I'm just going to be 100% honest with you guys when it comes to the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors in the normal Left 4 Dead 1 campaigns in comparison to the way that they are in the passing. I honestly could not find a difference. Now here's the thing, just because I can't find a difference doesn't mean that there isn't a difference. Because if you do a quick Google search, Google will just flat out tell you that yes there is, it just doesn't unfortunately elaborate on what the difference is. It could be something drastic and it could be something subtle. When I looked in the reply section of this comment, there was one of y'all that elaborated on how that it's just the models on the first chapter of the passing that are different. But even looking at these ones of Zoe and Francis, I still honestly cannot tell a difference. Zoe still looks like Zoe, and Francis still looks dead inside. I will give this myth the benefit of the doubt though, and I will at least label it as plausible, because there is signs pointing that they are different, and I don't want to just make it bust just because I can't see them. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, are you able to end up breaking the shooting gallery minigame in Dark Carnival if you get a perfect game, or rather just too high of a score? Let's go over to the game and find out. Myth: can you break the shooting gallery minigame scoreboard on Dark Carnival by getting too high of a score? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dan. Now here is everything to consider when it comes to this myth. Here are all the different types of points that we can get for all the different things we can shoot. There is the red skeleton, the blue skeleton, the pistachio guy, Mr. Peanut, and then there's also bonus points, it looks like, if you get 2 of the skeletons of either color at once. And for the scoreboard counter, it only ends up having 6 digits, which means that the maximum score can be just under 1 million points. 999,999 specifically. Now there's 2 things I want to show you guys in this myth. The main one is going to be our best game, because we were actually having kind of a hard time, believe it or not, trying to get a perfect score, because with only there being 2 of us, either A, we would shoot the peanut guy because we were panicking, or 2, we would miss a skeleton. And by the end of our game, our maximum score was 1,220. Given the fact that we didn't hit a peanut guy and we got every single one of the enemies, something seems off here. The math isn't mathing. So we're looking at the assets underneath of the map, and while down there, we also noticed this, where the integer counter for the minigame is misleading, because if you take a look at them, not every one of the number dials shows up here. If you go over to specifically the scoreboard counter, there's only 4 spin dials, which means that rather the maximum score, instead of being 999,999, can only go up to 9,999. So this means that even if you had a 100% perfect game, you technically can't break the scoreboard counter, because Valve never programmed a scenario where you could break the scoreboard counter. And that's going to mean that the last myth is busted. Even if you did everything perfectly, the odds are stacked against you and the game is rigged from the start. You unfortunately cannot break the scoreboard counter by having a perfect game where you get a ridiculous amount of points. Myth: can a chainsaw kill a tank faster than a minigun? Alrighty guys, the first myth is submitted in by Nuketown 2015. Alrighty guys, so we're going to be using the chainsaw first, so I've spawned in a tank, so here we go. And please do keep in mind we are doing this on normal mode for this test, so when it comes to chainsawing the tank, it's around 4 seconds. Alright, so now we're going to be trying the minigun test. I'm going to be using the Left 4 Dead 2 minigun first. I'm going to be spawning in the tank at a distance, just laying into him. But as you guys can see, it's already going past the timer, so there's really no point in trying to finish him off if it's already going to automatically not work. But what about the Left 4 Dead 1 minigun? So we're going to be trying the wind-up minigun this time. And as I'm laying into the tank, you guys can see it is already once again past the time limit, but not only that, it's also going to overheat here any second, which means that I have to wait for it to cool down and then use some more bullets before I can officially kill the tank on normal mode. So the myth is definitely totally confirmed. The chainsaw without a doubt kills much faster than either the Left 4 Dead 1 or 2 miniguns, so you're going to want to use that instead. Myth: can the safe room door explode a gas can when you close it? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Not On My Level, so we're going to be just trying this real quickly. So I'm going to spawn in a gas can and lay it here in between the safe room door, and then just give it a close. So just let me get in the right position real quick. Here we go. Oh, what the hell? That actually ends up working. Okay, myth confirmed. I was not seeing that coming. Myth: is it possible to revive someone who got in-capped in the middle of the slide in Dark Carnival? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Narin today. So I'm in the correct position. I'm just going to in-cap myself real quick while Dan gets ready to go down the slide. Now when it comes to our first attempt, when Dan goes down the slide, he slides directly on top of me, and this ended up working immediately, which means that the myth is confirmed. However though, I do want to show you guys this because this is also important. If you end up going too fast and going over somebody, or going down the sides, you will actually lose the prompt, so you have to do this just really slowly if you want to pull this off. But the myth is still confirmed nonetheless. Myth: if you in-cap at the safe room, will the chainsaw fuel refill in the next chapter? Alright guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Tacky Reuploaded. So we are on the first chapter of the parish, and I'm just going to rev the chainsaw until it ends up being ridiculously low on the fuel, and I'll down in the safe room, and then Dan's going to shut the door, and we'll just see what happens to the chainsaw. Alright, I'm going to say that that's low enough for the chainsaw fuel. Alright, now I'm going to fast forward the footage so that way you guys can see this is being done in one take. So here we go, I am in-capped and it's loading into chapter 2. Let's just give it about 2 more seconds, and then we're going to see what happens to the chainsaw. So here we go. And when I load into the map, yeah, the chainsaw's fuel is completely back to 100. That's really, really cool. So the fourth myth is also confirmed. So if you guys want to have more of a reason to use the chainsaw, you now do. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and once again it's going to be, is the safe room door actually weaker or worse at protecting you from certain types of damage in comparison to the just normal standard doors lying within the map? I am very curious to see if whether or not the safe room door is actually that safe. Let's put the final myth to the test. Myth. Is the safe room door weaker at protecting you from incoming damage compared to regular doors? And for the last myth, this one is submitted in by Dan. Alright, so we've got a metal safe room door and a standard wood door. Now for the sake of this myth, guys, we are also only testing bullets or incoming friendly fire damage. I know you guys sometimes like to take old myths and then put a new spin on them, so if you guys would like to submit this myth and just change bullets out for special infected, explosives, or something else, then by all means, please be my guest. Okay, so the first thing I want to point out with the safe room compared to the normal door is the little slit. Because with this slit, it means that I can immediately be able to shoot somebody behind it, in this case, Nick. However, though, with the wooden door, a singular bullet cannot break the door and do damage to Rochelle. So, at least for the initial first few bullets, the safe room, if you shoot through the little hole, is actually worse at protecting you. But over time, if you continually do damage to the wooden door, it will break and make giant holes within it, and then at that point, the safe room door is actually better because the safe room door will never get any more holes in it. It's just going to have only the little slit, so the wooden door is worse over time. One last thing I would like to point out, where the doors are equal to each other, is where you end up shooting them in the lower areas of the door, because the wooden door will not fully ever break as long as you use only bullets. So if you shoot at the parts that never break, you'll never be able to shoot through it fully and be able to damage somebody, just like the safe room door. Now, one last test I want to conduct, and I don't know if you guys were thinking about this, but do you guys remember how that the Last Stand has a unique safe room door that's made out of wood? Since this door is a hybrid, I want to see what this door is like. Now, the wooden safe room door, just like the metal safe room door, has the little slit in it, which means that if my accuracy is on point, I can hit somebody immediately. However, though, even though the door is made of wood, I cannot break it over time like the standard doors by just shooting it continuously. So, with taking a look at all the doors in the game, where does this mean that the myth lies? I'm going to say that it's busted, because the way that I look at it is that when it comes to the safe room door, sure, initially, it is temporarily worse because of the little slit. However, though, in the long term, you are safer in the safe room because it does not break into multiple pieces like a standard wooden door. Myth: does your flashlight alert common infected faster? Alrighty guys, the first myth of today's episode is submitted in by the Mullet Menace. All we're going to do is just stand in a spot without end up pissing off the common infected, and then while still standing in that same spot, enable our flashlight and see if whether or not that they will end up attacking us. So here's going to be some footage of this myth in action. You guys are going to see here in a second that the zombie in front of me to my right, the moment I turn on my flashlight, he immediately darts his attention towards me and proceeds to attack me. The flashlight gave away my position, and therefore the myth is confirmed. Using your flashlight in-game will alert common infected quicker than if you were to go without it. Myth: is the grenade launcher the only weapon in-game that doesn't become more accurate with laser sights? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by How About No. Now this is one of the myths that took us the longest to come to a conclusion with, and this is the reason why. Any and all differences that we were able to find with laser sights versus no laser sights is so minimalistic, so negligible, that the only way you can even notice is by using external software like we did. First thing we decided to look at was the crosshairs. So we decided to use Photoshop and take two different print screens and put them side by side. The one on the right is with the laser sight, the one on the left is without the laser sight. And you guys can pretty much see verbatim that they're so similar that I can pretty much lay them on top of each other and it really wouldn't make much of a difference. The only way you can notice any difference is to take the zoom tool and make it where you end up laying the images on top of each other and then getting around the extra space inside the middle of the crosshair, and you end up clicking on the images over and over again like this, so you can see how that they're going in and out and shrinking back and forth. Now, even though there's a difference with the crosshair, we want to see if that translates into the gameplay. So right now, currently, where that last grenade launcher shot landed, that is where Dan ended up shooting a grenade launcher with a laser sight. So that's going to be a marker for us, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to spawn in a door, and he's going to shoot a non-laser sight grenade launch from the same angle and see if whether or not it's going to be able to hit this exact same spot. And guess what? Without changing the angle, it hits the exact same spot. So I'm going to say that the second myth is confirmed. Yeah, the laser sight does not change anything with the grenade launcher. Since it's a projectile gun anyways, that doesn't help either. So when it comes to the grenade launcher, I would say that the laser sight is mostly just a cosmetic thing. Even if the crosshairs did mean something accuracy-wise, it's not even remotely advantageous to you. Myth: does the tactical shotgun have a higher crosshair than the pump shotgun? The third myth is submitted in by Wulan Durley, and just like in myth 2, for myth number 3, we're going to be whipping out Photoshop with its trusty zoom tool. So right here is the crosshairs of both the pump shotgun and also the auto shotgun, or in this case, the tactical shotgun. And I'm going to say that instead of the crosshairs being taller, more rather what it is that the spread is wider on the auto shotgun or the tactical shotgun instead, which may or may not be leading to a optical illusion. That being said, I'm going to say that the third myth is busted, because I don't necessarily see a visual difference even while in Photoshop. Myth: does the suppressed SMG alert common infected no matter what? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Doubtbert. So this is how we're going to conduct our test. I am going to be hiding behind cover, and I'm going to end up shooting the normal SMG and the suppressed SMG. If the normal SMG alerts the common infected, I'm then going to shoot the suppressed SMG while standing in the exact same spot and see if whether or not he will still attack me. So here is me shooting the normal SMG, and as you guys can see, he's darting around the corner to come and end up hitting me. So that means that this range is audible to that zombie. And once again, hiding behind cover while shooting this time the suppressed SMG, he once again comes over to end up attacking me. And you guys want to hear something funny? While we were messing around trying to test for this myth, we found out that even while standing behind cover, apparently the zombies can hear our footsteps somehow better in comparison to the guns. Because right now I'm shooting a normal SMG, and as soon as I start shuffling side to side, then the zombie comes to attack me. Like here, watch our reactions. Loud ass gun! Right behind him! And then all of a sudden I'm gonna shuffle. While he can't see me, mind you, and he hears my feet. Anyway, enough with the comedy bit. Let's circle back to the myth. I'm going to say it's safe to say that the fourth myth is confirmed. Yeah, the zombie hearing the suppressed SMG isn't the most far-fetched thing in the world, because a suppressor doesn't make your gun completely and utterly silent like it is in the movies. And when we were conducting the tests for this myth in-game, by the time we were out of range where they could not hear the suppressed SMG anymore, they also couldn't hear the normal SMG. So if you're close enough to the common infected that they can hear a normal gun, they probably can also hear the suppressed gun, at least ever so slightly quieter, but they can probably still hear it. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth. Let's head over to the Parish campaign, see if whether or not that after all these years, if we can finally end up killing the Riot Gear zombies from the front and getting them with a headshot. Myth: can you kill the Riot Gear infected from the front if you shoot them underneath their mask? Alright guys, and then the last myth of today's episode is submitted in by Dan. Now these zombies have been the bane of my existence while playing on the Parish and a variety of other different maps in Left 4 Dead. They're very much annoying to deal with. It's very frustrating to have to only be able to kill them from the front, because they can basically tank any type of bullets of any type of caliber, no matter how much you spray and pray. We couldn't help but notice, their mask doesn't cover their entirety of their body. There is a opening underneath, right where their chin is. Now our first approach was not the most successful, because what we decided to do was just crouch next to them and wait for them to do certain attacks where they expose their neck and chin, but that led to no avail. One of the things that we decided to do to make it at least a little bit easier on us is to, number one, make it where that he stands higher above us on top of a barrel, and two, to also use the Magnum so that way we don't end up stunning them and making them fall off of where they're standing. Now, these last two tests were the biggest moments of this entire myth, because you're going to see here in a second that when I shoot him with this Magnum, this is the most craziest thing ever. I literally shot his entire fucking chin off. Like, you can see it with the gore and all. I shot him in the face, and he's somehow still alive. But then, funnily enough, he ends up collapsing, and I'm like, what the hell? I heard a gunshot. It wasn't mine, though. It was Dan's. And I'm going to show you guys his POV real quick, where Dan ended up shooting him, like, on the side of his cheek, and then he ended up collapsing to the ground. And guess what? This happened again. Literally, the next attempt, this happened twice in a row, where Dan shot him underneath his mask towards his cheek area, and the Riot Gear zombie collapsed again. So when it comes to this myth, I can't entirely say that it's busted anymore. I'm gonna have to give it at least a plausible. There is a chance that the game is coding it as slightly different. It could be considered a body shot, but the gore leaving it where his chin is completely missing, and then Dan shooting him while his crosshair is completely aimed at his temple is just contradicting evidence to me. So yeah, I'm gonna label it at least as plausible. Myth. Will Coach not launch as far if a tank punches him compared to other survivors? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1, this is going to be submitted in by Taco Twins Gaming. Alright, so I am playing as Ellis, Dan is playing as Coach, and after the tank ends up hitting me, this is where I land. Then Dan is going to run into the tank as well and see where he ends up landing, and it looks like he lands in literally the exact same spot. And this is the case multiple times over, which means that the myth is going to end up being busted, or Cole in this case, since it's the Christmas special, because nobody likes Cole. Myth. Does the M60 do less damage than the AK-47, despite the M60 being a tier 3 gun? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted on by Wulon Durley. So just as the myth ends up stating, he also wants us to test it a certain way by going into expert mode and then comparing the M60 to the AK, so that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm in expert mode now, and I'm going to count how many shots it takes to end up killing the tank on full HP. Now I am going to fast forward the footage a little bit just so that way it's not really boring here to watch for you guys, but after ending up shooting him with a good amount of bullets, around the time I was at 68 bullets left, or in this case, after shooting him 82 times, he finally had dropped dead. Alright, now we're going to be switching over to the AK-47 and doing literally the exact same thing. And the funny thing is that when it comes to the AK-47, even though, yes, it is a tier 2 gun, it does kill faster than the M60. It only ended up needing about 71 bullets instead of 82. And just for funsies, because it was listed, I'm also going to be just showing you the starting pistol. This ended up taking 119 bullets to kill a tank on full HP on expert mode, which is just absolutely insane to think about. So the myth is going to be labeled as confirmed or present, because even though the AK is a tier 2 gun, yes, it still does kill quicker than the M60 in comparison. Myth. Can you get soft locked on Swamp Fever Chapter 1 if a smoker pulls you out of the ferry as the gate closes? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Isaiah. Now the main thing that is standing between us and in the way of a certain result is timing. Now with this first attempt, what we're going to try to do is have Dan be the smoker and me be the last survivor, and then I'm just going to give him a countdown, I'm going to run for the button. Now just for clarification's sake, apart from the timing, the other main thing that we're running into that was kind of a problem was getting stuck on the dock itself, because where the dock meets the ferry, there's really like only a few areas where you can just get over the lip and then the smoker can fully yank you out. And that's only if you can even hit the button, because the smoker's tongue shoots ridiculously fast and the gate closes also ridiculously fast. Now for the sake of a hypothetical example, I'm going to help Dan out here a bit by hitting the button for him. And if I hit the button, then he's actually able to get successfully yanked out, because he's not far enough where the gate closes on him, and since I'm hitting the button for him, we don't run into the issue of him not being close enough to the button to be able to hit it in time before he gets grabbed. So in a hypothetical situation, if Dan was the one that hit the button there instead of I, then this myth would be confirmed, but we were just not able to replicate this exact result in solo play. And since we were not able to get the result that we wanted in solo play, I'm only going to give the myth plausible, or mistletoe in this case, because I thought that'd be cute. But yeah, I'm more happy with labeling it as plausible only because of the fact that we ended up technically cheating by doing this in co-op, and this is my compromise. Myth. Can an angered witch shove things into you and cause an end cap? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Keto. Now, the object that I'm going to use is going to be the car. Now, I want to end up showing you guys this example of the witches actually moving the car, which is insane because they're able to move it here to the point where it almost ends up falling off of the roof. My objective was to try to get the car to be knocked onto me and kill me, like by just falling on my head in Looney Tunes fashion, but they ended up killing me instead, and I accidentally got the wrong type of death. Here's another example of the witch's strength. I have two of them trapped in these alarmed cars, and over time, as they're hitting me, the cars are inching closer and closer. And keep in mind that this is two cars stacked on top of each other, which is just absolutely insane. The thing is with the alarmed car situation here, however, though, is that, unfortunately, there's no way for the cars to run me over. I feel like the car would have to fall on my head like in the first example in order to actually kill me. But the witch is shoving it, and they're shoving it kind of easily if you think about it. So I'm going to give this myth plausible because in the right circumstances, if they can get something to fall on my head, I feel like they could kill me. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again is going to be, can a zombie end up getting killed by a prop? Not necessarily something too crazy, just any mundane random object you would find out in an environment. Final myth, here we go. Myth, can you kill a zombie with a prop? Alrighty guys, the last myth is submitted in by Orbital. Now when it comes to a prop, what is exactly the parameters that we are specifying as a prop? Because a prop could be anywhere from, like, let's say, a thing of dish soap lying on a kitchen counter, or dropping a car on top of a zombie's head. And I don't think you guys would find it very exciting if we just went with option 2 of just dropping a car on a zombie's head. So instead of using things like environmental hazards, we're just going to be using random things you can find mundanely around the environment. Now, to showcase the myth in a way that makes it where it's completely readily apparent that the object is what kills the zombie and not like us accidentally mailing or shoving him to death while trying to hit him with said item, we're going to use something like a television, something that you would probably find in like a Looney Tunes gag or something. Now, after what it felt like an eternity trying to end up hitting the TV from a long distance at the zombie, we ended up figuring out that the TV is intangible anyways to the zombies, because you can see that his leg is sticking completely inside the television and there's no collision whatsoever. So when it comes to this myth, I'm going to label it as busted, because even though it's not a car, it's still a really heavy-ass TV, and those old-school TVs are not to be messed around with. That will hurt you if it falls on you or hits you in some capacity. And if it's not even affecting the zombie remotely whatsoever, I think it's safe to say that nothing else is really going to do it unless it's something like the car. Myth. Are there special interactions with Rescue 7 and the survivors in the parish if you let the radio go on for a while? Alrighty guys, the very first myth of today's episode is submitted in by Lore. Now rather than unnecessarily dragging this out, I'm just going to cut straight to the pace. The myth is busted, and I'm going to explain why. With a mixture of looking into game files and doing some research online, there was nothing that we could find that would suggest that the military and the survivors has special interactions. Most of the dialogue, at least with this particular radio, is nothing eventful. It's mostly just kind of them waiting for you to respond to them and just kind of just checking to see if you're still there, and after a while they stop interacting with you until you do something in-game anyway. Even though I'm going to label the myth as busted, I still like the idea behind this myth because this reminds me of the old school types of like rumors that you would hear about games when you were a child before the internet, and all you had to do was just take people at their word, which would spawn all these fun video game rumors that you probably heard when you were a kid at school. Myth. Can a charger launch you towards the other side of the gap on the bridge in Coldstream? Alrighty guys, the second myth is submitted in by Zaku. So Dan and I are here on the bridge, the charge is going to attack us any second, and yep, it looks like that Dan is able to get across the bridge while I inevitably end up falling because I was the one that got grabbed. But yes, the myth is confirmed. As long as you are standing next to somebody else so you don't get charged off the bridge, you can be launched across it instead. Myth. Will the Death Toll sewer bridge crush a horde if you throw a bile bomb under it? Alrighty guys, the third myth is submitted in by Keto. Alright, so I'm going to throw a bile bomb under the bridge, and I'm going to spawn in some infected now as it's going down. Now, funnily enough, when it comes to this myth, the results may shock you. When there's zombies underneath this bridge, not only will they not die, they will just act as if the bridge is not even there, because they are completely intangible to it. You can see their arms and their legs sticking out of it, and they're acting like nothing has happened. They're just acting like it's any other normal Monday. So myth 3 is going to be busted. It looks like that the Death Toll sewer bridge will not kill any zombies. Myth. Will the witch try to kill any special infected that is standing on her head if she gets angered by the survivor during that time? Alrighty guys, the fourth myth is submitted in by Sanoon. I'm going to be the survivor, Dan is going to be the special infected, the hunter specifically in this case, and as you guys can see from Dan's perspective, he's on top of the witch's head right as I'm approaching the witch, and this is insane, but believe it or not, yes, the witch will not only attack a special infected, but they will completely hardcore focus them and kill them until they're completely dead before she'll move on. She'll treat the special infected just like a survivor. So the fourth myth is confirmed. If you end up standing on top of a witch's head as a special infected, she's gonna go after you. So if you want to piss the witch off, make sure you melee her, not jump on her head. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can the special infected, or just zombies in general, attack, interact, or do anything with Whitaker? So let's go over to NSenr Chapter 2 and see if whether or not that something will happen. Myth, can the special infected interact with Whitaker in NSenr? Alrighty guys, and then the last myth is submitted in by Dan. Now given the fact that we only have a short time window to be able to see Whitaker because he only appears for a short period of time, we're going to make this easy and just bring the special infected to him by spawning it in his little hidey hole. So I've got the coal in hand, I'm about to give it to Whitaker, and I'm hoping that this will do something given the fact he's one of the few NPCs, in fact the only NPC that has a model in the entire game. So he's going to open the door in a second now, and we're going to see if whether or not that something will happen. So here we go, and... well, apart from how funny and dorky this looks, it looks like the special infected don't affect Whitaker. They affect Dan, you can see his highlight getting destroyed inside the room there, but no, Whitaker is not affected whatsoever. In fact, he basically just ends up disappearing as if nothing ever happened, meaning that the last myth is busted. The special infected don't do anything to Whitaker. Whitaker is apparently Jesus Christ. But yeah guys, that is it here for today's video, and I do truly hope you guys ended up enjoying it. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, follow, and all that beautiful stuff. And if you guys have a myth of your very own that you'd like to be featured in next week's episode, please by all means leave it here in the comments down below, or also alternatively, you can leave it in my Discord server, which is going to be linked down below in this video's description. As we wrap up the video, guys, just want to mention two quick things. Number one, I have a second YouTube channel now. It is called Black Ninja 797 Extras. And on this channel, I'm going to be uploading and posting additional content that you would normally not see here on my main channel, such as gameplay walkthroughs, funny moments with my friends, and Challenge Accepted, which is a series I used to do here on my main channel where I play games that you guys requested me to play. If you guys want to check out the second channel, there is a link down below in this video's description. I also wanted to say thank you and shout out to Epic Games for being my first ever sponsor. I have a supporter creator code with them, and the code is just my name, Black Ninja 797 in all caps. And if you guys want to, you can use it in the Fortnite and Epic Games item shops. Anybody that uses my code or has used it before in the past, I tremendously appreciate you. And yeah guys, with all that being said, I hope you end up enjoying seeing another YouTube video from the most unique YouTubers are ever going to see. Thanks for watching guys, I love all of you, and peace out.
Hey meme lords, Jesus here, and you better have enjoyed that video there by the eternal god Daddy Ninja. You should probably subscribe too, or the mighty Moab will come for your balls. If you enjoyed the video, you might like it too, and give me the memes. Flash, bang, boom!